Good day, friends. I've decided to make a big video for you and talk about the 16 most dangerous criminals in America. Enjoy watching. Today, I will tell you a story about a man named Jacob Mackenzie. His name has become a legend in the world of crime. He became the only prisoner who was able to accomplish the impossible, to escape from the most secure prison in the country, Pelican Bay Prison. But how did he do it? And what awaits him next after his escape? Let's dive into this exciting story together and find out all the details. Jacob Harris was born and raised in one of the most dangerous areas of New York. His childhood was far from idyllic. The streets filled with the noise of gunshots and screams left no room for safe play. His mother, Mary, was the only pillar of support in his life. A modest woman with a strong character, she tried to keep her family afloat, despite all the difficulties of the world around her. Jacob's father, David, became immersed in a world of crime and was rarely seen at home. Since childhood, Jack has been surrounded by crime and violence. His days were spent fighting for survival on the streets, where the law was dictated by gangs and crime. Despite this, the flame of hope burned in his soul. He dreamed of a better life, of the opportunity to leave this gloomy area and start over with a clean slate. When Jacob was only 12 years old, the Harris family experienced a terrible tragedy. In a dangerous area where crime was rampant, Jacob's older brother and his father were shot and killed during a robbery. This loss shook the entire family to the core. The mother, Mary, was completely broken with grief after losing two people close to her on the same day. For Jacob, it was a blow from which he did not recover quickly. Jacob was overcome with great hatred and a thirst for revenge. He cursed the world that had deprived him of his family and swore that he would find and destroy those who caused him so much pain. However, his revenge was not just an act of desire for revenge. It became a goal for him, a path to freedom and justice. Jacob spent his days and nights scouting the area and keeping an eye on those who might have been involved in the deaths of his father and brother. He plunged into the dark side of the city, ruled by criminal gangs and corrupt police officers. He found new friends in this world, people who shared his desire for revenge and were ready to help him in this. Together they planned and prepared for their revenge, gathering information and preparing a plan of action. At the age of 13, Jacob Harris joined one of the most dangerous and influential gangs in New York. Together with her, he plunged into a world of crime and violence, which seemed to him the only way to survive in this ruthless city. In the gang, Jacob found his new family, where he felt strong and protected. He quickly showed his leadership qualities and became a respected member of the group. Together with the gang, they committed robberies, blackmailed local residents, and entered into battles with rival gangs. This period in Jacob's life was filled with adrenaline and danger. He was willing to take on any challenge and risk everything to prove his loyalty and become stronger. But as time passed, he began to realize the dark side of this life. For Jacob, this role became a way to make money and gain influence in the world of crime. He was skilled and stealthy, able to navigate the shadowy world of New York streets. His job was to deliver drugs to clients in exchange for large sums of money. With each successful transaction, Jacob felt more confident and powerful. He became famous and respected in the underground world, where only the strongest survived. At the age of 20, Jacob Harris became one of the influential leaders in his drug gang. His courage, decision-making, and ability to manage people earned him respect and recognition among his comrades. Drug dealing became the main source of income for Jacob and his gang. They controlled most of the drug market in their area and instilled fear in their competitors. Jacob, with his keen mind and good organizational skills, skillfully managed the gang's operations, making it increasingly powerful and influential. Every day, Jacob Harris had to face more and more enemies and competitors in the world of crime. His influence and success attracted the attention of not only the police, but also other gangs who wanted to strengthen their position in the drug market. Many of them sought to frame Jacob in order to deprive him of his power and wealth. Treason and betrayal have become commonplace in this world, where everyone is ready to do anything to survive and dominate. Jacob realized that his life hung in the balance. He was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and every step he took was in danger. He knew that he would have to be extremely careful and vigilant to avoid falling into a trap. One of the tasks that Jacob and his team decided to undertake was a large drug supply in one of the most dangerous areas of the city. It was a risky undertaking that required careful preparation and courage. Jacob led the operation, delegating various tasks to his subordinates. He hired mercenary forces to provide security and safety, and trained specialists in drug processing and distribution. One of Jacob's team members, Danny, was responsible for monitoring incoming and outgoing deliveries. However, what Jacob and his team didn't know was that one of their gang members was a police informer. Secretly cooperating with law enforcement agencies, he passed on information about the plans and actions of the gang. One day, when the operation was in full swing, the police raided a warehouse where drugs were stored. Danny, who was the informer, alerted the police to the location and time of the delivery. While Jacob's team was busy performing their duties, the police raided the warehouse and arrested everyone there. Jacob and his gang were completely exposed. After a clash with the police and the failure of the operation, many of them were arrested and convicted. This was a huge blow for Jacob. He realized that one of his closest confidants had betrayed him and his team. This was an important lesson for him that even in the world of crime, you cannot trust everything and everyone. After his arrest, the trial in the case of Jacob Harris lasted a long time. Prosecutors sought the maximum sentence for him, portraying him as one of the city's biggest drug lords. In turn, Jacob's lawyers fought for his release, arguing that he was influenced by gangs at a young age and had limited options. However, despite the defense's attempts, the court sentenced Jacob to a long-term prison term of 18 years for his involvement in a drug crime. This was a hard blow for Jacob. Instead of building his future and changing his life, he found himself behind bars, deprived of freedom and hope. In prison, Jacob faced new challenges and dangers. He was forced to adapt to a harsh regime and a new environment where the rules were dictated by prisoners and prison guards. But even in his darkest moments, he did not lose his determination to change his life for the better. Jacob Harris was sent to one of the most dangerous prisons in the world, Pelican Bay. This prison, located in Cuba, was famous for its harsh conditions and high level of criminal activity among prisoners. Pelican Bay is known for its strict supervision regime and high levels of violence among prisoners. The most dangerous criminals are found here, and Jacob was sent among them to serve his sentence. In this prison, he faced new threats and dangers, where every day was a test for his survival. Over time, Jacob had to adapt to the harsh conditions of Pelican Bay and learn to survive in this harsh environment. Here he found new allies and enemies, and every day brought him new challenges. But even in this prison, he did not lose his determination to change his life and strive for the better. At Pelican Bay Prison, Jacob Harris faced even tougher conditions than he expected. Every day was a test of his survival, with violence and threats engulfing every corner of the prison corridors. He was forced to be always on guard, ready for any possible conflict or attack. But despite the dangers, Jacob found the strength not to sink into despair. Instead, he decided to use his time in prison for self-development and self-improvement. He started reading books, studying various subjects, and playing sports to keep his body and mind fit. During his time in prison, Jacob also made new friends and allies, including those who shared his desire to change his life for the better. Together they exchanged ideas, supported each other, and strived for a common goal, to return to freedom and start a new life. Jacob, realizing that time in prison was not wasted, began planning his escape. He understood that this would be a difficult task. requiring many hours of thought, detailed planning, and, of course, courage. In addition, he understood that any mistake could be the last in his life. Jacob considered all possible options and places to escape. He studied prison systems, walked the area around the prison, and paid attention to security weaknesses. He also interacted with other prisoners to learn about their experiences and ideas. But as his plan progressed, Jacob realized it would be an incredibly difficult task. The prison was surrounded by high walls guarded by armed guards. The security system was strict and impenetrable. Even if he manages to penetrate the walls of the prison, he will have to face enormous difficulties on the way to freedom. Jacob meets a Mexican prisoner named Angel Montes. Angel was smart and cunning, with a lot of experience surviving in prison. He was known for his contacts and ability to find a way out of the most difficult situations. Angel Montes becomes Jacob not only a friend, but also a mentor in the world of prison intrigue and secrets. He shared his experience and knowledge with Jacob, helping him get used to the prison environment and avoid dangers. Over time, Jacob and Angel develop a plan to escape together. Angel uses his connections and resources to help Jacob gather the necessary materials and information to carry out the plan. They become inseparable allies, ready to confront any obstacles on the path to freedom. Thanks to Jacob's courage and Angel's ability to work together, they create a daring and well-planned escape plan. They know it will be incredibly risky, but they are willing to do anything for their freedom. And so, together, they begin preparations for their great escape, relying on their wits, experience, and trust in each other. Angel and Jacob decided to begin their preparations for their escape by carefully studying the prison and its infrastructure. They spent days and nights exploring every corner of the prison complex, including exits, sewers, and secret passages. Every day they learned more and more information about the structure of the prison and its weak points. They found hidden passages and inconspicuous exits that could be used to escape. They studied prison guard schedules and bypassed security systems to find weak spots. Angel, with his wealth of experience and knowledge, passed on his skills and tips for surviving in prison to Jacob. Together, they developed strategies and action plans to minimize risks and increase the chances of a successful escape. Jacob and Angel continued to study the prison and finally came up with a bold and original escape plan. They discovered that within the walls of the prison, there was a small ventilation system that ran throughout the building, including sewer pipes. Using their experience and knowledge, Angel and Jacob decided to use this ventilation system as a path to freedom. Their plan was as follows. 1. Preparation. They began collecting all the necessary materials and tools to escape. This included tools for dismantling vents, strong ropes for rappelling, and means to mask the smell. 2. Substitution. They decided to take advantage of the regular ventilation system maintenance time to replace one of the grates with an inconspicuous fake they made. This would allow them to gain access to the ventilation shaft. 3. Descending. After they enter the ventilation system, they will descend down the shaft using the ropes they have prepared in advance. They had to be careful to avoid attracting the attention of the guards. 4. Escape. Upon reaching the end of the ventilation system, they planned to escape through one of the sewer pipes that led outside the prison. Using scent-masking agents, they would be able to get past security undetected. This plan was risky, but it was well thought out and gave them the best chance of a successful escape. Jacob and Angel were willing to risk everything for their freedom. Jacob and Angel realized that in order for their escape plan to succeed, it was necessary that there be a heavy downpour of thunder outside the prison at the time of their actions. They understood that the roar of thunder and the sound of rain would help them hide the sound of their actions inside the ventilation system and sewer pipes. Using their observational skills and knowledge of the weather, Jacob and Angel began to carefully monitor the forecasts. They waited for the right moment when the sky became dark and the clouds began to gather over the prison. When they saw signs of an impending downpour, they knew it was time to act. Fear and adrenaline coursed through their veins, but they were determined and willing to take risks. As the downpour intensified and thunder echoed in the sky, Jacob and Angel began their operation. They quickly and silently entered the ventilation system, dismantled one of the grates, and began to climb down the shaft using ropes. The sound of thunder and the sound of rain drowned out any sounds, and the guards could not hear their actions. This gave Jacob and Angel an extra chance of success. Under the cover of the noise of nature, they moved faster and faster until they finally reached the end of the ventilation system. They climbed out of the sewer pipe and rushed towards freedom, feeling a mixture of excitement, fear, and hope. Upon achieving freedom, Jacob and Angel felt a mixture of emotions, joy from freedom, but also caution about an unknown future. They emerged from the dark sewer pipes into the damp, rain-smelling night. As expected, they were met by an acquaintance of Angel's, whom Angel had told Jacob about. The man, known as Juan Martinez, offered them shelter and help. Without asking any questions, Jacob and Angel followed Juan. The journey was long and stressful. They hid from searchlights and patrols, avoiding any noticeable signs. The hours ticked by, and with every step they walked further and further from the prison, from the past they had decided to leave behind. Immediately the next day after the escape, prison guards discovered the disappearance of Jacob and Angel. This caused panic and an urgent search mode. The security mobilized and the hunt for the fugitives began. The authorities used all their resources to capture Jacob and Angel. Extensive raids were carried out and police forces and armed patrols were mobilized. Rewards were offered for information leading to their arrest. But despite all efforts, several days passed and Jacob and Angel were still not found. They disappeared without a trace, as if the earth had swallowed them up. Meanwhile, Jacob and Angel, thanks to their caution, remained safe, avoiding any place where they might be discovered. They crossed the border and disappeared into the depths of the metropolis, where they managed to find temporary shelter. But they knew that the danger was far from over. They remained on constant alert, worried that they could be discovered at any moment. But they were ready for it. They managed to free themselves from the walls of the prison, and now they were ready to fight for their freedom and a new life. Investigating detectives were persistent in their efforts to find out who assisted Jacob and Angel in their escape. They followed every step of the fugitives and collected enough evidence to figure out their connections. After careful analysis, they discovered that the car that greeted Jacob and Angel after their escape belonged to Juan Martinez. This was a key point in the investigation that led to Juan's arrest. Under interrogation, Juan was unable to hide his role in the escape. He admitted to helping Jacob and Angel and revealed details of his involvement. He described how he provided them with asylum and helped them cross the border after escaping. With this information, the police were getting closer to uncovering the whereabouts of Jacob and Angel. They discovered that the fugitives had hidden in the depths of the city and could attempt to leave the country. Additional police forces were deployed and active surveillance was maintained at potential hiding places for fugitives. Detectives were preparing for the next stage of the operation, the arrest of Jacob and Angel, in order to bring them to justice and answer for their crimes. Over time, Jacob and Angel continued to remain at large, despite the best efforts of the police and the FBI. They spent their lives in the shadows, carefully avoiding any places or situations that might reveal their presence. Meanwhile, the police and FBI continued to actively investigate the case, hoping for some breakthrough in capturing the fugitives. But despite all their efforts, Jacob and Angel managed to stay out of sight of law enforcement. Their ability to remain free was amazing. They were masters at stealth and avoiding danger, which made finding them even more difficult for the police and FBI. Having escaped from Pelican Bay Prison, Jacob and Angel became the only ones who were able to escape from this place. This was something incredible, given the strict security measures and careful control over the prisoners. Their escape caused shock and concern among prison officials and law enforcement. They understood that such an incident would cause a serious blow to their reputation and pose a threat to public safety. However, Jacob and Angel managed to go free, despite all the threats and dangers that awaited them. They became symbols of courage and determination, and their story became legendary. Meanwhile, the prison administration and law enforcement agencies continued to deal with the consequences of their escape. Extensive investigations were carried out, but neither Jacob nor Angel could be found. Their escape became the subject of discussion in society and the media. People discussed their fate and speculated about where they might be. Some saw them as heroes, others as dangerous criminals. But Jacob and Angel remained free. Their story continued to live, fitting into the legend of those who were able to leave the walls of the prison and remain free, despite all the obstacles and dangers. The story of the second criminal. Let's dive into the exciting world of criminal intrigue and incredible adventures. Today, I will tell you the story of a man who has become a legend in the world of crime, the richest diamond robber, Jackson Storm. Jackson was born and raised in a poverty-stricken area of Chicago. His parents, James and Alice Storm, struggled to survive, working unskilled jobs and facing constant financial difficulties. Jackson did not have the luxury of enjoying his childhood like other children his age. Instead, he witnessed the harsh reality of street life. From a very early age, Jackson understood that in this world you need to take your strength if you want to achieve something. His razor-sharp mind soon learned to survive in this environment. Instead of falling into the cycle of gangsterism, he decided to use his skills to provide for himself and his family. From the age of 12, Jackson was already noticed in local circles as a promising young genius in the field of theft. He learned to bypass security systems, pick locks, and disappear unnoticed before the police could arrive at the crime scene. His courage and composure sometimes seemed more mature than those twice his age. For Jackson, each theft became not just a way to make money, but also a step towards his dream, to steal the most valuable diamonds in the world. This gem was to him a symbol of wealth, power, and freedom that he had never experienced in his life. Every year, Jackson became more and more immersed in the world of crime, becoming more experienced and cunning. His parents, although they suspected what their son was doing, preferred to turn a blind eye to this fact, consoling themselves with the hope that he would find another way out of his miserable existence. As time passed, Jackson became more and more familiar with the world of crime. He became known as one of the most dangerous robbers in Chicago. His name began to inspire fear and awe. But for him, all these were just steps towards his real goal, to steal the most precious diamonds in the world. And so, when Jackson turned 20, he decided that it was time to make his dream come true. He developed the most complex and daring plan of his career, the robbery of an exhibition of the most valuable diamonds in history. This was his chance to finish his career on top, take away everything he had dreamed of since childhood and disappear into the shadows forever. After many weeks of careful observation and analysis, Jackson learned of the Jewel of the Night exhibit, the most precious collection of diamonds that was to be held at the city's prestigious museum. This was his chance, but also his most risky task. Jackson set about devising the plan with the tenacity and coolness that characterized him. He studied every aspect of the event: the museum's layout, security systems, security schedules. He also conducted a detailed study of past robberies of similar events, identifying their weak points. Jackson then assembled a team of the best people in their field. He knew that every team member needed to be held to the highest level of professionalism and trust. Together, they developed a plan that was as complex as it was bold. The first step was to penetrate the museum's security system. To do this, Jackson hired an expert in hacking computer systems. He then bribed a member of the security guard to give them access to the circuit diagrams and locations of the security systems. The next step was to bypass video surveillance systems and motion sensors. To do this, the team developed special devices that mask movement and prevent their detection. Finally, they developed an escape plan, providing for every possible trap or obstacle. Jackson knew that escape was the most critical moment, and they had to be prepared for anything. The plan was ready, the team was prepared. They knew the time had come to act. On the day of the Jewel of the Night exhibition, with the museum full of visitors and security at its highest level of vigilance, Jackson and his team sprang into action. First, a computer hacking expert breached the museum security system, giving the team undetected access to the exhibition area. They disguised themselves as museum workers, using fake IDs and deceiving the guards. Then, using special devices, they bypassed video surveillance systems and motion sensors, remaining undetected. Jackson and his team were free to move around the museum without arousing suspicion. When they reached the Jewel of the Night exhibit, Jackson used his knowledge and experience to find the most valuable diamonds and quickly deal with the defense systems that guarded them. However, as soon as they began removing the diamonds from the display cases, an unexpected complication arose. The museum's security acted faster than they expected and began firing at the team. Jackson and his team were forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat, using all their skills and experience to protect themselves and complete the mission. There was a fight full of tension and adrenaline, but in the end, thanks to their professionalism and teamwork, they were able to grab the diamonds and escape from the museum, leaving the guards literally empty-handed. As they ran through the city streets, they found themselves being pursued by police officers. A race to the bottom began in which Jackson and his team had to use all their skills and cunning to avoid arrest and disappear into the shadows while keeping their diamonds. The police began hunting Jackson and his team, but they were not going to give up without a fight. Jackson was prepared for such a development of events and thought out an escape plan in advance. The team crossed the streets with lightning speed, using confusing alleys and backyards to avoid pursuit. They used knowledge of the city and its underground tunnels to find hidden paths leading to safety. Jackson was ahead of his pursuers, leading his team through the most unexpected routes. He knew that in this game every second mattered and they had to act quickly and decisively. Soon the police were on their tail, but Jackson and his team were already at the finish line. They reached a hidden car, which Jackson had prepared in advance for the escape. Quickly getting into the car, they rushed forward, leaving the police far behind. As they eluded the police, the adrenaline of their pursuit began to subside. They breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had completed an incredibly difficult task. Finally, when the danger was over, they were able to rest and enjoy their spoils. Jackson and his team returned to their hideout, where they could safely plan their next move. They knew now was the time to tread carefully and stay one step ahead of the law. But for Jackson and his team, it was just another success in their exciting world of crime. Having received precious diamonds worth $7 million, Jackson's team felt invincible. They hid in their secret hideout, where Jackson began to develop a plan for further action. First, they needed to secure their prey. Jackson knew that diamonds could be of interest not only to the police, but also to other criminal groups. He decided to hide the jewelry in a safe place where no one could find it. The largest manhunt in history was organized to capture Jackson's team. The police used all their resources and means to track their whereabouts. They approached hundreds of witnesses, followed every clue and lead, but Jackson's team remained elusive. Jackson and his team were very experienced and careful criminals. They knew how to cover their tracks, how to avoid making mistakes that could lead to their arrest. They managed to remain undetected even with the police on their heels. The police used the latest technology and methods to catch Jackson and his team, but every attempt ended in failure. Jackson's team stayed ahead of the curve by constantly changing their locations and communication methods. They soon became legends in the world of crime. Some saw them as heroes fighting against the system, while others saw them as a threat to society. But regardless of opinion, everyone was amazed by their professionalism and ability to avoid arrest. This was a new challenge for Jackson and his team. They knew they would have to be on their guard at all times, but they also knew they could do even better. Their story continued, and each new day presented them with a new challenge and a new opportunity for achievement. The next large-scale diamond heist presented Jackson's team with a new challenge and an opportunity to show their professionalism. They decided to take on the mansion of wealthy billionaire Arthur Stanford, which was famous for its valuable collections and sophisticated security systems. To begin with, Jackson conducted an analysis of all previous operations and searches to identify weaknesses and errors. He realized that it was important to change his style and approach to robberies in order to remain invisible to the police. He then assembled his team and conducted a series of training and exercises to improve their skills and coordination. They studied the latest methods of bypassing security systems, developed new hacking techniques, and learned new ways to move covertly. For this heist, Jackson decided to take a more complex and cunning approach. He developed a plan that included not only infiltrating the security of the facility, but also creating an illusion to distract the guards and police from their actions. To do this, they used fake alarms and situations to divert the security's attention to other objects. They also created false leads to confuse the police investigation. When the moment of action arrived, Jackson's team was fully prepared. They carried out their plan exactly, without making the slightest mistakes or deviations. Soon after the robbery, when they disappeared into the shadows, the police were literally stunned, unable to find the slightest trace that could lead to Jackson's team. Jackson's team knew that billionaire Arthur Stanford's mansion had the highest level of security, including state-of-the-art security systems and technology. However, this did not bother Jackson and his team. On the contrary, they accepted the challenge and decided to bypass all the obstacles on the way to their goal. The first step was to study the mansion inside and out. To do this, Jackson infiltrated his man into the billionaire's household staff in order to gain access to detailed information about the location of diamonds and security systems. With all the information they needed, Jackson's team began to develop the perfect plan. They used their knowledge of security weaknesses and developed strategies to circumvent each of them. On the day of the robbery, Jackson's team infiltrated the mansion, masquerading as staff and guests at a party hosted by the billionaire. They acted quickly and silently, bypassing security systems and diverting security attention to false signals. When they finally reached the diamond vault, they were greeted by the final security, a combination lock that required a unique code to gain access. However, Jackson had already planned this moment for a long time and was able to break into the lock using fake codes obtained from the billionaire. Having successfully retrieved the diamonds, Jackson's team left the mansion, leaving behind only traces of a well-planned and executed robbery. Arthur Stanford discovered in the morning that his valuable collection of diamonds had disappeared, and the police were in complete confusion without a single clue or suspect. Having received $12 million worth of valuable diamonds and jewelry, Jackson's team felt on top of the world. They carefully hid their spoils and began to celebrate their success. However, despite their victory, they knew that they could not relax. After such a large-scale robbery, the police began an even more intense search, and criminal gangs began to put up high rewards for information about Jackson's team. Therefore, Jackson and his team decided to remain constantly vigilant and prepared for any possible consequences. They knew their success would attract even more attention, but they were up for the challenge. After some time, when the police and criminal gangs began to gradually reduce the intensity of the search, Jackson and his team decided to move on to the next step. They realized that they needed to use their success as motivation for further action. Jackson began to develop new ambitious plans that would allow them to achieve even greater success in the world of crime. He knew that with the resources and experience they had now, they could do even more. Thus, by stealing $12 million worth of jewelry, Jackson's team not only proved their professionalism and skill, but also opened a new chapter in their criminal career, where every new step was a challenge and an opportunity for achievement. The police, despite their efforts, were unable to find a single piece of evidence that could lead to Jackson's team. They used all their resources and technology to investigate, but to no avail. Each subsequent attempt to get closer to the criminals was unsuccessful. Jackson and his team, realizing the gravity of the situation, took drastic measures. They destroyed all evidence related to the robbery, destroying CCTV footage, erasing traces, and disguising their actions so as to leave no trace. Thanks to their organization and professionalism, Jackson's team not only avoided arrest, but also left the police completely confused. They realized that their success had given rise to a new round of persecution, and they had to be prepared for more difficult challenges. After successfully robbing the mansion of billionaire Arthur Stanford, Jackson's team decided to take on an even more ambitious goal: the robbery of the largest jewelry store in Chicago. This store was famous for its huge stock of jewelry and high level of security, making it one of the most difficult targets for robbery. Jackson and his team began preparing for this robbery with the utmost seriousness. They began by thoroughly examining the store inside and out, observing its operating hours, security systems, and security patrols. They then began analyzing possible weaknesses in the store's security. They studied the building's layout, unraveled security system diagrams, and analyzed security protocols. During their reconnaissance missions, they also paid attention to all possible entrances and exits in order to find the most vulnerable points. After carefully examining every aspect of the store, Jackson's team began to develop a robbery plan. They discussed various scenarios and courses of action, taking each possibility and security response into account. They also created a detailed action schedule and assigned roles within the team. Based on their experience and professionalism, Jackson's team developed a complex but well-thought-out plan that would allow them to successfully carry out the robbery of a Chicago jewelry store. Their goal was clear: to get to the most valuable jewelry and escape without being noticed by security or the police. Jackson's trained team decided to rob the jewelry store at the most opportune moment, when security was least vigilant. They infiltrated the store, hacking security systems and bypassing security patrols. Everything was going according to plan until one of the team members, let's call him David, accidentally got stuck inside the store as they were about to leave it. When David realized that he was left inside, he tried to hide and find another way to leave the store, but he was detained by one of the security guards, who unexpectedly returned to his post. The other team members were already far away, but they could not leave their comrade to his fate. After a successful escape, Jackson's team was divided. One of their number ended up in the hands of the police, but thanks to Michael's courage and their good preparation, they were able to keep their valuable diamonds and avoid being investigated. After receiving $70 million worth of jewelry, Jackson's team realized it was something unique and historic. They were at the peak of their success, but were aware that with such a large haul, even more attention would be directed at them. Jackson and his team decided not to waste a minute. They fled to their hideout where they began planning their next move. They knew they would have to act carefully and quickly to keep the police from finding their trail. They first decided to get rid of all evidence related to the robbery. They destroyed all evidence related to this crime and proceeded to create an alibi to divert the attention of the police. They then began to plan how they would use their spoils. They knew that with so much jewelry, they would have to be especially careful not to attract too much attention. However, despite their best efforts, Jackson's team knew they couldn't relax. They knew that the police would aggressively search for them and that they still had a lot of work to do to maintain their freedom and keep their jewelry. Thus, having carried out the largest robbery in the history of the Chicago jewelry industry, Jackson's team remained persistent and determined, ready for any challenges and obstacles that might come their way. After a major heist and Jackson disappearing from the radar, his team was left in shock and confusion. They could not understand what had happened to their leader and bitterly regretted his disappearance. But despite this, they had to make the difficult decision to continue their criminal activities without him. However, even without Jackson, the team was strong and united. They decided to use all their resources and skills to maintain their freedom and protect their interests. They redistributed duties and responsibilities within the team to compensate for the absence of their leader. Police, on the other hand, have launched an active investigation into Jackson's disappearance. They used every available resource and technology to find him and bring him to justice for his crimes. But the more they investigated, the more it became clear that Jackson was very good at what he did, and that his disappearance was well planned and executed. While the police continued their efforts to find Jackson, Jackson himself continued to lurk in the shadows. He knew that now he would have to tread carefully and take new measures to maintain his freedom. But despite all the difficulties, he was ready for this challenge and was ready to continue his criminal career, no matter what. After months of intensive investigation, police were still unable to find a trace of Jackson. He remained at large, hiding from the authorities and continuing his criminal activities in a new guise. For Jackson's team, his disappearance was a heavy blow, but they decided to continue his work. They were determined in their pursuit of success and were willing to fight for their goals at any cost. Story of the third criminal. Today, I will tell you about the legendary American criminal, whose name has become a symbol of ambition and audacity. Jack McKenzie, known for his daring deeds and ingenious plans, has again entered the game. But this time his goal was not just a valuable trophy or a bank robbery. This time he decided to go further by hijacking a passenger plane, an act that shook America and left everyone in shock. But what was behind his action? What made him take such a risk? And most importantly, what is he going to do next? Let's start at the very beginning of Jack McKenzie's story, going back to his childhood to understand how legends arise. Jack McKenzie was born and raised in a small California suburb. His childhood was far from ideal. His father, involved in alcohol and gambling debts, was rarely at home, and his mother tried to make ends meet by working 2 jobs. Already at a young age, Jack realized that his life should be different. He dreamed of freedom and wealth, of life without restrictions and humiliation. Jack McKenzie was born into a large family where he was the eldest child. He had 2 younger sisters and 1 brother. From a very young age, Jack was aware of his responsibility for his younger brothers and sisters. He watched as his mother worked hard at 2 jobs trying to make ends meet, and his father, embroiled in an alcohol problem, often became aggressive and merciless in his antics. Not only did he neglect his family, but he also became physically violent, especially when he was drunk. For Jack, this was not only a source of fear and pain, but also a challenge. He firmly promised himself that he would protect his brothers and sisters, giving them the decent life they deserved. This experience became a powerful driver for him, motivating him to strive for more and achieve success at any cost. One day, when Jack was only 10 years old, his father lost his temper and began beating his mother right in front of the children. This was the culmination of many years of tension in the family. Jack, feeling rage and despair, resolutely stood up for his mother, while his younger brothers and sisters, intimidated and afraid, watched him defend them. This incident was a turning point in Jack's life. He realized that he could not trust his father, and that in order to provide a better future for his loved ones, he would have to take action himself. Jack then decided that he had to find a way to make money to provide for his family. And while his methods may not always have been legal, His goal remained the same: to protect and provide for his brothers and sisters, and to give them a better future. At age 12, Jack realized he needed to take action to help his family. He decided to take responsibility and started working hard to earn money and help his mother. Jack began shining shoes for rich people in the area. Every day he went out onto the city streets with a small box containing everything he needed to shine his shoes. Despite his young age, he was determined and persistent, and his work was of incredible quality. He not only gave the shoes shine, but also improved their condition, like a magician turning old into new. The death of his father from alcoholism was a heavy blow for Jack and his family. This was not only the loss of a loved one, but also the loss of the main source of income in the family. The mother was overwhelmed with grief, and her health was extremely poor due to years of stress and hard work. Jack, although still young, understood that he now had a huge responsibility for his brothers and sisters. He continued to work as hard as he could, shining shoes and earning every cent to provide for his family. Despite his youth, Jack became the main breadwinner in the Mackenzie family. He cared for his sick mother and provided his younger brothers and sisters with everything they needed: food, clothing, and a roof over their heads. His life was filled with difficulties and hardships, but he did not allow himself to break under this burden. Pressured by financial difficulties and the threat of losing his siblings, Jack decides to take drastic measures. He realizes that his dreams of a better future for his family cannot be achieved through honest work. He realizes with horror that the organizations could take him and his younger siblings if he cannot provide them with enough money to live on. With a heavy heart and deep depression, Jack decides to join a criminal gang. He understands that this is dangerous and wrong, but for him, there is no other choice. Somehow, he finds contacts and joins a group that offers him a fast track to money and power. From this moment, Jack's criminal story begins. He plunges into the world of crime and becomes part of dangerous operations and deals. All this is in sharp contrast to his dreams of a better future for his family. Despite the dangers, Jack feels this is the only way to save his siblings from a horrific fate. He has to make tough decisions for which he will pay a price, but he is willing to do anything to ensure a secure future for his family. After joining a criminal gang, Jack quickly got used to this dangerous world. He was willing to do anything to provide for his family and did not hesitate when it came to taking on assignments that often involved illegal activities. With each new case, Jack became more experienced and fearless. He was willing to risk everything to make money and keep his family safe. His determination and dedication made him a valuable member of the gang, and he quickly rose through the ranks. However, this world of crime did not forgive weakness. Jack often found himself in moral dilemmas, but every time he chose his family, he knew that the price he was paying for his actions could be high, but he was willing to pay it at any cost. Over time, Jack became a legend in the criminal underground. His story inspired fear and respect among his comrades, but at the same time frightened them of those who stood in the way of his gang. For Jack, this world became like a double life. On the one hand, he was a criminal, ready to do anything to protect his loved ones. On the other, a caring older brother dreaming of a different, better life for his family. When Jack turned 18, he felt on top of the world. He became a pawnbroker in his criminal gang and earned a lot of money for his age. His efforts finally bore fruit, and he was able to provide a comfortable life for his family. Thanks to the income that Jack brought to the family, they were able to leave the old dilapidated apartment and move to a better area of the city. The new apartment was spacious and comfortable, and the surroundings were much better than before. For the Mackenzie family, it was like a reboot after years of struggle and hardship. However, despite his new location and prosperity, Jack still had a burning fire of determination and a desire to protect his family in his heart. He understood that the world of crime was unpredictable, and he must remain vigilant and ready for any challenge. One day, when everything seemed good and prosperous, Jack's life suddenly ended. The police ambushed the gang to which he belonged. Immediately after they completed their next deal, the gang's location was revealed, and the police attacked them with unexpected force. With chaos and gunfire engulfing the streets, the bandits were arrested one by one. Jack, who was at the very epicenter of the battle, was able to miraculously avoid going to prison. He ran away, scared and stunned by what was happening. After the adrenaline subsided, Jack realized that his life had changed forever. Now his main goal was to escape and hide from the law. He knew that if he was caught, his family would be in danger, and he himself risked spending the rest of his life in prison. Thus began a new stage in Jack's life. He went into hiding, moving through shady streets and avoiding contact with the law. His life was now full of danger and uncertainty, but his determination to remain free and protect his family remained unchanged. With the ghost of the prison cell hanging over his head, Jack made the decision not to tell his mother what had happened. He understood that any detail he told could be the key to their discovery, so he decided to remain silent without putting his family in danger. With all his strength and determination, Jack was able to gather a few things and some money and headed to Chicago, hoping for a new beginning. Chicago was a big city with many hidden places and opportunities to escape and start a new life. In Chicago, Jack tried to find a new identity, avoiding connections with the criminal world and people who might betray him. He lived in marginal areas, working under the guise of an inconspicuous occupation and trying to remain invisible to the eyes of the law. It is in Chicago, with its dark alleys and underworld, that Jack McKenzie decides to begin his legendary crime, which will write his name in the history of the criminal world. Without an extra team and alone against the whole world, Jack realizes that he will have to rely only on himself and his wits. His plan is not just risky, it's insanely dangerous. But Jack knows that this is his only chance to escape this hopeless situation. With every step, he feels tension and adrenaline pumping through his chest. He has to be careful and cunning to avoid falling into the hands of the law. Every detail of his plan is thought out to the smallest detail. Every step is carefully planned. Determined to hijack a passenger plane, Jack McKenzie enters the next stage of his daring plan. He takes a passenger flight from Chicago to Mexico, hoping that it will allow him to achieve his goal. Armed with determination and confidence, Jack McKenzie began carefully planning his plan to hijack the plane. He studied flight schedules, security features at the airport and on board the aircraft, as well as the psychology of passengers and crew members. Concealing his intentions from others, he developed a strategy that would allow him to board the plane undetected. He identified security weaknesses and looked for ways to circumvent them. At the same time, he was preparing to intimidate the passengers and crew into submitting to his will. He analyzed various behavioral scenarios and planned his actions to achieve maximum effect. Jack knew that the success of his plan depended on every detail, so he left nothing to chance. Every detail was thought out to the smallest detail. Every step was well thought out and planned. After careful planning, Jack McKenzie decides to use explosives to intimidate the passengers and crew. He begins making explosives, carefully selecting ingredients and following his detailed plan. Jack knew it was a risky move, but he knew it was the only way he could create enough fear to force the passengers and crew to submit to his will. He worked all night long, assembling and testing explosives, making sure they were reliable and effective. His hands trembled with excitement, but his determination was unshakable. With the explosives ready, Jack moved on to the next stage of his plan. He carefully hid it in special places so that it would go unnoticed until the moment he wanted to use it. It was a dangerous and risky step, but Jack was confident in his abilities and was ready to do anything for his goal. He knew that the success of his mission depended on his ability to make passengers and crew believe that he was serious in his threats. Hiding the explosives without being noticed by the guards was one of the most difficult tasks for Jack McKenzie. He began to think of subtle ways to hide it, using all his skills and considerations. After much thought, Jack decided to use a special bag with a secret compartment. He purchased it and carefully modified it, adding a hidden pocket that was almost invisible. Once the bag was ready, Jack placed the explosives in a hidden compartment, making sure they were safely hidden from prying eyes. He checked everything several times to make sure nothing was suspicious. When the moment of action arrived, Jack felt confident knowing that his explosives were safe and ready to be used at his command. September 17, 1998 was the day Jack Mackenzie had been waiting for. This was the day his operation began. Disguised as an ordinary passenger, he boarded a passenger plane flying from Chicago to Mexico. His heart beat faster as he walked through airport security. He was tense and ready for any turn of events, but when he finally sat down in his seat on the plane, he felt calm and determined. The time came and Jack activated his plan. He calmly pulled out the hidden explosives from his bag and made sure that the guards were not paying attention to him. His hands were shaking with excitement, but he was ready for this moment. The explosive was activated, and Jack held it in his hands, ready to use it at his command. But to his relief, none of the guards paid any attention to him. He continued to act as if nothing was happening, maintaining his coolness and determination. Everything was going according to his plan, and he was ready for the next stage of his mission. His heart was beating faster from adrenaline, but he was confident that he could complete his operation successfully and reach his goal. After Jack set off the explosives and hid them from security, he boarded the plane, ready to head to Mexico. His heart beat faster as the plane took off, and he knew there was no turning back now. He called the flight attendant over and announced his threat in a serious tone. The flight attendant looked at him fearfully, and Jack saw that she understood the gravity of the situation. He explained to her that he had a bomb and that she must fulfill all his demands. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The flight attendant, being trained for such situations, began to do everything Jack told her. She was pale with fear, but she understood that the lives of many people on board the plane depended on her actions. Jack, feeling confident after he had announced his threat, ordered all the passengers to gather in the toilet stalls. His voice sounded firm and adamant, forcing the people to follow his order without objection. Passengers, frightened and overwhelmed by the situation, began to slowly move into the cabins. They all understood that now every second mattered, and that their own safety depended on their compliance with orders. Jack watched with a calm face, knowing that his plan was going swimmingly. He continued to hold the bomb in his hands, ready to use it at any moment if anyone tried to violate his orders. When all the passengers were in their cabins, Jack felt that he now had complete control over the situation. His plan was moving forward, and he was ready for the next stage of his mission, in which he was going to reach his goal at any cost. Jack, maintaining his cool tone, contacted the pilots and expressed his demands to them. He clearly and decisively explained that he was holding the bomb and that they must obey his commands and carry out all his orders. The pilots, realizing the seriousness of the situation, agreed to comply with Jack's demands. They opened the back door of the plane and established contact with local law enforcement agencies, the police, and the FBI. Jack kept an eye on what was happening, making sure his demands were being carried out flawlessly. He knew that control of the situation was now in his hands, and that he could dictate the terms of his operation without fear of objection. After contacting the police and the FBI, the pilots gave them information about the situation and Jack's demands. They understood that not only the safety of passengers, but also public order was at stake, and they were ready to do everything possible to help resolve this situation. Jack conveyed his demands to the police and the FBI through the pilots. He demanded that $10 million be transferred to his account. He clearly and adamantly stated that otherwise he would blow up the plane with all the passengers on board. The silence on board was so real that you could hear the beating of the passengers' hearts. Jack, despite his outward calm, felt tension in the air. His resolve did not waver. He knew that this was the key moment in his operation. While the negotiations continued, Jack continued to watch the passengers and crew, making sure that none of them tried to signal security or the police. His plan was on the verge of implementation, and he was ready for any development of events. The police and FBI began discussing Jack's demands and took steps to fulfill his demands. They realized that time was against them and that they needed to act quickly and decisively to prevent disaster. The FBI, realizing the seriousness of the situation and trying to prevent a tragedy, decided to agree to Jack's demands. They agreed to transfer $10 million into his account in hopes of getting him to abandon his plan to blow up the plane. Jack received confirmation that his demands had been fulfilled and was convinced that the money had indeed arrived in his account. He felt powerful, knowing that he now had control of the situation and could complete his mission without harm to himself or the passengers. The situation on board became less tense when passengers and crew learned that Jack had received the required amount and was no longer a threat to them. But Jack still remained vigilant, knowing that his plan was not yet complete and that he must act quickly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The pilots began to notice that Jack McKenzie had stopped communicating with them. At this time, a tense situation reigned on board the plane, and everyone began to realize that something had gone wrong. When the pilots checked the cockpit, they discovered that Jack was no longer on board. They were stunned to realize that he had jumped from the plane using a hidden parachute. The moment of realization that their passenger, who had threatened to blow up the plane, had left, caused excitement and panic on board. The pilots immediately contacted air traffic control and local law enforcement to report the incident and request assistance. Jack McKenzie, meanwhile, jumped from the plane and found himself in a forested area on the border between Mexico and the United States. The FBI immediately began investigating the incident. Special agents began collecting evidence and analyzing all available data to figure out how Jack McKenzie was able to carry out his hijacking and escape. The very next day after the incident, FBI special agents discovered the whereabouts of Jack McKenzie and arrested him. He was found in a wooded area on the Mexico-U.S. border where he tried to escape from law enforcement. After the arrest of Jack McKenzie, the FBI began interrogation and further investigation to find out all the circumstances of the incident and identify possible accomplices. They sought to understand Jack's motives and how he was able to carry out his security plan and airport checks. The arrest of Jack McKenzie caused a wide outcry in society and attracted a lot of media attention. The story of his hijacking and escape became the subject of news coverage, causing shock and surprise to many people. Further legal proceedings and investigation helped to clarify Jack's motives and establish his involvement in criminal activity. He was brought to trial, where he had to answer for his actions before the law. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that Jack McKenzie had indeed made no attempt to hide. His motivation was to save his family, a very humble and noble act. It turned out that he transferred all $10 million received from the FBI to his mother's account. His family, having learned about this, decided to immediately leave with Jack. Saving his loved ones from possible danger, Jack decided to take this step, realizing that he would be arrested. After Jack's arrest, when the police and FBI arrived at his home, they discovered that his family was no longer there. She was able to leave with Jack and start a new life in safety. The fate of Jack McKenzie remained a mystery to many, but his act remained a symbol of devotion and love for his family. His family lived safely in Asian countries thanks to the money he transferred to them. Jack McKenzie's story is legendary in the world of crime, but for his family it was simply a story of love and devotion. His act will always be remembered as an act of true heroism and sacrifice for the sake of his loved ones. The story of the fourth criminal. Today I will tell you a story about a man whose name is known in all corners of America, John Smith. This man was not just a criminal, he was a legend, the most dangerous and merciless leader of the underworld. John Smith was born and raised in a small town in the American South. His childhood was far from a fairy tale. He grew up in a poor family where he had to fight for survival every day. His father, a former veteran, had a hard time in the post-war period, and alcohol became his only consolation. John's mother worked 2 jobs to support the family. From a very early age, John had to be strong and independent. He learned that in this world no one will give him anything for nothing, and if he wants to achieve something, he will have to take it with his own hands. Despite the difficult conditions in which John grew up, he had intelligence and intelligence. He was always a leader among his friends, and they often followed his ideas, even if they were not entirely legal. John often dreamed of a better life for himself and his family, and he was willing to make any sacrifice to achieve his goals. This risk-taking and thirst for ambition from childhood made him a dangerous foe for the law and a legend to many in the South. As John grew older, he became more and more determined in his intentions. He not only dreamed of a better life for himself and his family, he decisively moved towards this goal. As he matured, his determination turned into a fierce sense of purpose, and his dreams of superiority over the rich turned into plans for revenge and conquest. He began to explore the world of crime, revealing its dark corners and finding his mentors among experienced criminals who were ready to teach him everything he needed to know. John plunged into this world with passion, and each success only strengthened his conviction that he was born for more. Over the years, he became more and more dangerous and influential, creating a legend for himself among criminals. His courage and ruthlessness made even the most powerful and influential people in the world of crime tremble. But the fire of revenge against those who despised him and his family in childhood always burned in his heart. He swore that one day he would show them that he was the real king of the world, and they were just puppets in his hands. And so began the legend of John Smith, America's most dangerous robber, who became a symbol of revenge and rebellion against the system that once disdained him and his family. After the death of his mother, John was left alone with his painful memories and new reality. He began to care for his father, who was mired in alcohol addiction, becoming increasingly hopeless and desperate. After John's father died from alcohol addiction, the young man was left alone among the ruins of his family. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger, but beneath those emotions was a determination to do something more than just survive. It is at this point that John joins the gang. This was his path into the world of crime, a world that he studied and in which he found his place. The gang was like family to him, tough and merciless, but at the same time offering support and protection. John quickly proved himself to be a valuable member of the gang. His determination, intelligence, and ability to act in critical situations caught the attention of the boss. He was assigned to important assignments and became one of the key players in the criminal world. After John joined the gang, his world changed. He began to participate in robberies and other criminal acts, which brought him not only money, but also the satisfaction of revenge. His first targets were those who despised him and his family as a child, those who looked down on him and humiliated him. John began to rob rich and famous people who had previously considered him insignificant. He used his intelligence and analytical skills to develop complex plans that allowed him to sneak into their lives and rob them of what they held most dear. Each new robbery was not just a way for John to make money, but also a way to strike at those who once despised him. Each large sum of money stolen was his sweet retribution for all the suffering he endured as a child. From year to year, John became more and more famous and dangerous robber. His robberies became legendary, and his name became a symbol of fear and rebellion against the rich and powerful. With each successful heist, John became more fearless and ambitious. He and his gang remained in the shadows, their criminal exploits shrouded in mystery. But with each new robbery, the traces became more visible. The police began to receive more and more complaints about robberies in the luxurious homes of rich and powerful people. These crimes began to cause panic among residents of elite areas, and the police began a major investigation. This became a challenge for John and his gang. They were on the verge of discovery, and each subsequent robbery became more risky. But John was convinced that he could not stop. His thirst for revenge and desire to prove his strength were too great. With each new robbery solved, the police moved closer to John and his gang. They became more and more active and cautious, trying to protect themselves from possible arrest. But John's destiny and his were already intertwined, and confrontation with the law seemed inevitable. With each new robbery, John and his gang became more famous and influential in the world of crime. He was the brains of the entire operation, developing cunning plans and coordinating the actions of his team. His charisma and ability to lead a gang attracted the attention of even the most experienced criminals, and John soon became the unshakable leader of the gang. Becoming the head of a gang was not just an achievement for John, it was his dream come true. He took responsibility for his gang's every action and assumed the role of leader and protector of his people. His word became law, and his influence extended far beyond the streets on which they operated. With leadership in the gang, John became even more determined and fearless. He was willing to make any sacrifice to protect his people and achieve his goals. His legend only grew stronger with each new day, and he became not just a dangerous criminal, but a true legend in the world of crime. But as I grew older, so did my challenges. With each passing day, the pressure from the police grew stronger, and John was forced to make increasingly difficult decisions to maintain his position and his freedom. Believing that moving to a big city could change the future of his gang, John decided to move to Washington. He saw in this step new opportunities and prospects for his team. The big city offered many new targets for robbery, as well as a wide range of contacts and opportunities to expand one's influence. The move to Washington meant a new beginning for John and his gang. They left their small town behind and went to the capital, where a new world awaited them, full of opportunities and dangers. In Washington, John and his gang quickly established themselves and began to operate, contributing to the criminal atmosphere of the city. They continued to rob the rich and powerful, but now their actions were on a much wider stage, attracting the attention of not only local police but also federal authorities. John was sure that moving to Washington was a new stage in their criminal career. He sought greater influence and power, and was willing to do anything to achieve his goals. His determination and ambition were undeniable, and he was willing to face any obstacle on his path to success. Upon arrival in Washington, John's gang immediately got down to business. Their robberies became more ambitious and cold-blooded. They stopped at nothing to get what they needed. There were no barriers for them. Over the past month, John's gang has robbed more than 20 successful people, depriving them of their homes, cars, and other valuables. They acted quickly and flawlessly, leaving behind only traces that confused even the most experienced investigators. These successes only strengthened the gang's reputation. Their name became known far beyond the criminal world. They became the subject of discussion not only among criminals, but also among ordinary citizens, who began to fear becoming the next victim of this gang. For John and his gang, each new robbery was not just a way to make money, but also a way to demonstrate their power and control over the city. They strived to become the undisputed leaders in the world of crime, and each new robbery brought them closer to this goal. As John's gang grew, its activities became more and more noticeable to society. Successful and influential people began to worry about their safety. They understood that they were becoming a target for a group of criminals who knew no mercy. Rich people began hiring more security guards and improving security systems in their homes and offices. They took additional measures to protect their assets and property, Some of them even resorted to the services of private security companies and reinforced convoys to protect themselves and their loved ones. But that didn't stop John's gang. They were tenacious in their actions and ready for any challenges that society and the police presented to them. For John and his gang, each new robbery became not just a way to make money, but also a way to demonstrate their power and control over the city. With each new robbery, the gang became more dangerous and merciless. They were ready to do anything to achieve their goals and maintain their position in the world of crime. Their reputation was undeniable, and their influence only grew stronger with each passing day. With more than $200 million on their balance sheet, John's gang became the richest group of robbers at that time. This success only strengthened their position in the world of crime and increased their influence in society. But with the growth of wealth and power came new challenges. Now that John's gang has become one of the richest and most influential in the city, they have attracted the attention of not only the police, but also other criminal groups. The jealousy and desire of competitors to destroy John and his gang only intensified with each new day. The balance of John's gang became a testament to their power, but also a target for those who sought to strengthen their position at their expense. For John and his gang, this became a new challenge to maintain their wealth and power, despite all the obstacles and dangers that awaited them at every turn. Law enforcement agencies deployed their best efforts to find and expose John's gang. The best detectives began to monitor their actions, conducted secret investigations, and tried to get on the trail of the criminals. But John had his own arsenal of professionals, and this made the task for the police extremely difficult. John's gang operated with such cold-blooded and precise organization that traces of their crimes were almost impossible to detect. They were like ghosts, disappearing into the shadows when it seemed that the police were close to catching them. The police encountered obstacle after obstacle. Even with the most advanced technology and investigative techniques, they could not even get close to John's gang. They were professionals in their field, and their actions were precise and well-planned. For John and his team, it was something of a triumph. Their ability to evade arrest and remain free only strengthened their confidence in their strength and superiority. They were invincible, and no one could stop them in their quest for power and wealth. John decided on one of the most ambitious robberies of his criminal career. He decided to rob one of the richest and most influential people in Washington, a businessman and philanthropist known for his connections in political and financial circles. For John, this was not just an opportunity to make money, but also a way to deal a serious blow to his enemies and competitors. The man's wealth and influence made him a target, but John knew it would be a difficult and dangerous task. He assembled his team of the best professionals, each of whom was a master of his craft. Together, they began to carefully plan every detail of the operation. For a successful robbery, they had to break into a businessman's luxurious mansion, bypass his security systems, and steal valuable jewelry and documents. John and his team studied the target's schedule and habits, discussing invasion routes and escape plans. But they knew that the success of this operation depended not only on their skill, but also on their ability to remain undetected. They were prepared to take risks and danger, but every step was carefully thought out and planned. For John and his gang, this was a challenge they were willing to take on for the sake of their goals and ideals. For this ambitious heist, John decided to use his best robbers and the best hackers from his team. He knew that to penetrate the secure mansion of a wealthy businessman, they would need not only physical dexterity, but also high technology. To do this, John assembled a team of experienced hackers specializing in hacking security systems and bypassing security mechanisms. These professionals were the best in their field and had the unique skills needed to perform such a complex operation. With their help, John and his gang began to analyze and hack the security systems of the businessman's mansion. They looked for vulnerabilities and weaknesses in defenses in order to sneak inside undetected and complete their mission. At the same time, a group of robbers carefully planned their way inside the mansion and how to steal valuables and documents. They studied the area, made an evacuation plan, and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. For John and his team, this was one of the most difficult challenges they had to take on. They were prepared to take risks and danger, but every step was carefully thought out and planned. Their success depended on perfect coordination and cooperation between the various team members, as well as their ability to remain undetected. John's team developed a cunning plan to rob a businessman's mansion, which was protected by advanced security systems. Using the skills of the best hackers, they hacked the video surveillance system and disabled the alarm for a short time in order to get inside without unnecessary attention. The robbers entered the mansion through the back, using a secret passage that they discovered during preliminary reconnaissance. They were armed with advanced equipment to bypass electronic locks and security systems. While one part of the team moved through the corridors and rooms looking for valuable items, the other part was engaged in disabling security systems and intercepting alarm signals. The hackers worked in teams with the burglars on site to ensure unhindered access and bypass security mechanisms. Despite the caution and professionalism of the team, a sudden breakdown in the security system occurred due to the unexpected activation of the alarm. This forced the robbers to speed up and meet the minimum time to collect the valuables. With nerves and tension in the air, John's team managed to collect valuable jewelry, documents, and other valuables, despite risks and obstacles. Their quick and professional action allowed them to leave the mansion and disappear before the police could arrive on the scene. This robbery was one of the most daring and successful in the history of crime in Washington, confirming the status of the gang. The robbery of a businessman's mansion brought John's gang an incredible profit, more than $40 million. It was a huge success, making this heist the biggest loot of their criminal career. Each member of the gang realized that this was their most significant feat. Their name was heard in every corner of the city. With this money, John's gang became even more powerful and influential. They expanded their operations, strengthened their connections in the underworld, and updated their equipment and technology. This loot gave them financial support and stability, making them invincible in the world of crime. However, success also brought new challenges. As their wealth and influence grew, John's gang began to be pursued not only by law enforcement agencies, but also by other criminal groups jealous of their success. But John and his team were ready for any challenge. They were united and determined in their intentions. This robbery became a landmark event in their criminal history, strengthening the position of John's gang and confirming their status as one of the most dangerous and successful in the world of crime. The whole town was talking about this robbery, and their name became a symbol of fear and respect in the underground world. After a major robbery at a businessman's mansion, John's gang finds itself at the peak of its success, but also on the brink of change. With a stunning $40 million in loot, every member of the team felt on top of the world. However, with this success came internal tensions. Some of the gang members began to try to assert their ambitions for leadership, while others began to feel underappreciated and deprived of attention. Soon, internal divisions and conflicts began to tear the team apart. John, feeling his control over the gang was fading, tried to hold it together, but his efforts were in vain. John's gang broke up, and members began to seek their own fortunes in the criminal world. The police, despite all their efforts, could not figure out where the former gang members had fled. They were everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Their traces were erased, and their actions were well planned and hidden from the eyes of law enforcement agencies. The former members of John's gang became independent criminals, each following their own paths in the criminal world. But the legend of John's gang continued to live, and their successes and crimes remained in the memory of people as a symbol of greatness and danger. Thus ended the story of John's gang, one of the most ruthless and successful groups in the world of crime. Their ambition, professionalism, and audacity made them a legend, but internal conflicts and the disintegration of the gang showed that no amount of wealth and power could guarantee stability and unity. For John and his former accomplices, each of them found their own path, but the legend of John's gang remained in their hearts and in the memory of society as a symbol of ambition and danger. The police continued to hunt for individual members of the gang, but their traces were lost in the thick of the criminal world. As time passed, the story of John's gang became a legend told to new generations, the story of a criminal phenomenon that shook the city with its ambition and audacity. The story of the fifth criminal. Today I will tell you about the most dangerous criminal in America of the 20th century, Jack Rayford, who kept all of America in fear. Jack Radford was born in Chicago in 1912 into an extremely poor family. His parents, Elizabeth and William Radford, struggled to survive by working in factories and doing whatever they could. Even in such conditions, they tried to give their son the best that was in their power. Jack spent his childhood in the slums of Chicago, where life was tough and merciless. He grew up around street gangs and crime, where survival required strength and cunning. From a young age, Jack learned to fight for himself and his family, often finding himself in situations where he had to make difficult decisions. Although his parents tried to raise him to be a decent person, his environment had a strong influence on him. Jack quickly realized that in a world ruled by the laws of force, he must be stronger and more cunning to survive. Jack Radford was indeed the poorest of all in his class. His clothes were shabby and his dinners were modest. He was a quiet and shy boy who often got lost among his classmates. His quiet nature became a target for bullying and insults. The other children, seeing his vulnerability, began to tease and bully him. They mocked his clothes, mocked his poverty and the fact that he often spent time alone. Jack tried to ignore the bullying, but each new attack left a scar in his heart. However, among all the difficulties at school, Jack discovered something in himself that made him stand out: intelligence and intelligence. He was a quiet observer who noticed a lot and understood a lot. This talent helped him survive in a harsh environment where the strongest ruled by force. Jack's teenage years were a period of self-learning and self-discovery. He learned about cruelty and mercilessness, but also discovered strength and determination. As he grew older, his reputation as a man not to be trifled with became increasingly known in Chicago crime circles. One day, through a series of unfortunate circumstances, Jack found himself completely drawn into the criminal world. His skill with people and his ability to anticipate their actions made him a valuable player in this dangerous game. He quickly climbed the criminal ladder to become one of the most dangerous criminals in America. The story of Bloody Jack Radford became the subject of fear and admiration. It was woven into legends and anecdotes, spreading from generation to generation. Jack met his love. Her name was Amelia. She was the one bright spot in his life. Their love was as unusual as it was deep. When Amelia became pregnant and they were to become parents of twins, Jack felt happier than ever before. But fate had its own plans. One ordinary day when Amelia was crossing the street, she was hit by a bus. Jack, stunned by the loss of his lover and future children, found himself on the verge of madness. This shock turned his world upside down, filling his heart with bitterness and rage. Now Jack felt deceived by life, anger towards the world, which took away everything that was dear to him. He became even more ruthless and dangerous, his heart hardened by pain and loss. Now, Bloody Jack Radford has become even more unpredictable and dangerous to others. After the loss of Amelia and future children, Jack Radford was overcome with a feeling of hopelessness and anger. He shut himself up in his own world, filled only with darkness and pain. The thirst for revenge consumed him, and his mind became clouded with the desire to take revenge on the world for the loss of everything he held dear. Dark thoughts of revenge and bloodlust permeated his mind, forcing him to act with ruthless determination. He became even more cold-blooded and brutal in his actions, and his reputation as a dangerous criminal only increased. Jack decided that the whole world should pay for his loss. He began to act mercilessly, leaving a trail of blood and destruction in his wake. His victims became pawns in his game of revenge, and he himself became more and more unpredictable and dangerous. Thus began a new chapter in the history of Bloody Jack Radford, a chapter filled with cruelty and madness that will forever go down in the annals of American crime. As Jack plunged deeper into the dark world of crime, he began to search for the truth behind the death of his lover. At every step he encountered resistance and mysterious obstacles, but his determination did not weaken. Eventually, through his connections and resources, he found out that the bus driver who hit his wife had indeed not been held accountable. It turned out that the driver's relatives were rich and influential people who used their connections and money to avoid punishment. This discovery caused Jack's rage to reach its peak. He realized that laws were unjust and that the rich could evade responsibility for their actions. Tormented by painful rage and a thirst for revenge, Jack decided that the laws were not for him. He became a man that the world should fear. He became a force against the corrupt system. He spent every day searching for justice, but his own definition of justice became increasingly distorted by his anger and madness. Fueled by a sick rage and a thirst for revenge, Jack Radford decided that the only way to achieve justice was to kill the driver who killed his pregnant wife. This decision was the result of years of pent-up anger and resentment, and Jack was willing to go to any lengths to avenge his loss. He carefully planned his act of revenge, using all his skills and resources to ensure the success of the operation. Every detail was carefully considered, every step calculated to minimize risk and ensure maximum efficiency. When the moment came, Jack began to execute his plan. He acted quickly and mercilessly, without giving himself time to think or hesitate. His heart was full of rage, and he was ready to shed blood to satisfy his anger. Jack Radford decided that the driver's death should not just be an act of revenge, but also a sign of his contempt for the corrupt system. He developed a daring and cunning plan to destroy the driver, using his own methods against him. The driver often stopped at one of the small cafes on the outskirts of the city after finishing his shift. Jack knew about this place and decided to use it as a trap. He bribed one of the cafe workers to help him carry out his plan. One evening, when the driver was about to leave the cafe, he discovered that his car would not start. Approaching the car to check what happened, he noticed that something was wrong in the engine compartment. At this time, Jack, hidden in the shadows, crept up behind him. Seconds later, the driver felt the cold metal of a knife at his throat. Jack emerged from the shadows, smiling in victory. He was in no hurry. He was enjoying the moment, knowing that he now held in his power the man who had deprived him of everything. Jack then directed the driver towards dark alleys where they were out of sight of witnesses. There he carried out his act of revenge, relentlessly driving a knife through the heart of the corrupt system that took his family from him. This act was not just murder, it was a sign of contempt for those who considered themselves above the law. Jack Radford was a competent and cunning criminal. He knew how to cover his tracks and remain invisible to the law. Every step was thought out to the smallest detail. Every action was performed with impeccable precision. The crime scene was carefully selected and all evidence was destroyed. The local police, faced with such difficulties, began to feel powerless. Vague witness statements and a lack of physical evidence made the case even more difficult. Each new investigation led to a dead end, and the police began to realize that they were dealing with an enemy who was ahead of them at every step. However, this did not stop them in their search for justice. With each passing day, Bloody Jack's growing list of victims only made the police more determined. They used all their resources and skills to find at least some evidence that would lead them to him. But Jack Radford continued to remain an uncaught ghost. He knew that his freedom depended on his ability to hide in the shadows, and he was willing to use any means to maintain his integrity. As the police continued to investigate the case unsuccessfully, Jack Radford continued his criminal activities as if nothing had happened. He became increasingly bold, choosing new targets and avoiding any attempts at arrest. Meanwhile, the public was in panic. Each new criminal, whose death ended his criminal activity, increased fear and anxiety. Bloody Jack became the embodiment of a nightmare for the residents of Chicago. Their fear only intensified with each new crime. The police, in a desperate attempt to stop him, began to use all their resources. They created a special crime-fighting team that worked around the clock to try to track down Jack. But even the most thorough investigations and large-scale operations did not bring the desired result. For Jack Radford, this was just an additional challenge. He continued his game with the police, finding new ways to avoid them and staying one step ahead. His legend as America's most dangerous criminal grew darker and more mystical, and no law could stop him. With each new disappearance associated with Bloody Jack, public outrage and concern only increased. Police could not ignore the obvious connections between these disappearances and Jack Radford's past crimes. Over the past 5 years, 27 people have gone missing, and all traces pointed to Jack. But even with all the confidence of the police, it was extremely difficult to find direct evidence that would lead to an arrest. Jack was a master of disguise and destroyed all evidence associated with him. Meanwhile, society demanded answers. The press fanned the scandal, and politicians promised decisive action. There was tension and fear on the streets of Chicago. Every day, as news of the next disappearance spread throughout the city, the hearts of the residents sank with fear and helplessness. The police were under enormous pressure. Their reputation was at stake. But Jack Radford remained an elusive shadow, avoiding the blows of the law and continuing his bloody game. Jack Radford, experiencing bitterness and rage, decided that not only the driver was guilty, but also his wealthy relatives, who bought him out of punishment. Preparation for this operation took him a whole year. He carefully studied each of the driver's relatives, found out their regular movements, habits, and daily schedule. Jack understood that for a successful operation he needed to know his enemies better than they themselves. Gradually, he developed his plan. He produced false documents, created an alibi, and prepared his weapons. He studied every detail, considered every possible scenario, and prepared for every possible obstacle. And when the day came, Jack Radford acted with the cool determination and skill of a surgeon. He plunged into the darkness of the night, leaving behind only traces of chaos and destruction. Every action was carried out with such precision that even the most vigilant observers could not detect his presence. Jack Radford, in his revenge, decided to take an approach that would leave traces of fear and terror in the hearts of his victims. He knew he had to let them know that none of them could escape their destiny. One day, when the driver's relatives gathered for a regular family dinner in their luxurious country mansion, Jack waylaid them. He infiltrated the house using his camouflage skills and carefully studied the layout of the premises. And suddenly, when they were at the peak of their serenity, Jack attacked. He appeared before them like a ghost from a nightmare, armed with his tools of vengeance. Fear welled up in their hearts as they realized that they were about to die in a terrible way that they had never imagined. Jack killed them one by one, each murder carefully planned and executed with ruthless precision. He left behind only a trail of blood and a terrifying hallmark that said that Bloody Jack Radford would carry out his revenge to the very end. The police, stunned by the cruelty and cunning of Bloody Jack Radford, once again launched a huge investigation. They turned to all possible sources of information, but not a single trace led them to Jack. Every move, every new piece of evidence proved useless. Jack Radford, in turn, understood that time was his best ally. He hid in the shadows, avoiding patrols and following the police's every move. He became an invisible ghost who was ready to strike at any moment when he was not expected. Time passed, and Bloody Jack continued his criminal activities in other parts of the city. His traces disappeared like grains of sand in the wind, and even the most skilled investigators could not find him. Meanwhile, fear and mistrust took hold of the city. Every evening when the sun set, people locked themselves in their houses, afraid that Bloody Jack might be waiting for them in the dark corners of the city. But even in his hiding place, Jack knew that his time had not yet come, and he was ready to continue his game with the police until the very end. Panic gripped Chicago, turning it into a city shrouded in fear and mistrust. Everyone, from young to old, lived in constant tension, fearing that they would be Bloody Jack's next victim. Under the cover of night, the city turned into a place where a dark shadow reigned. The streets were empty, and the residents, wary and suspicious, looked around, fearing to meet the terrible face of their tormentor. No place seemed safe, and each new person who disappeared deepened the panic and despair. The police fought against a merciless enemy, whose actions became more and more cunning and daring. Despite all their efforts, they encountered obstacles that seemed insurmountable. None of their plans and operations brought the desired result. And all this time, Bloody Jack Radford continued his dark game. He knew that police attention would be directed at him, and he used this to his advantage. His murders became more and more sophisticated, and his traces became increasingly disappearing. Chicago was consumed by fear, and no one knew when the nightmare that had been going on for an eternity would end. The detective who came to Chicago to catch Bloody Jack Radford was named Edward Lawrence. He was known for his keen mind, cool head, and meticulous analytical approach to crime investigation. His surname became a symbol of the fight for justice, and his name was widely known in the criminal world. Edward Lawrence was the kind of detective who stopped at nothing to achieve his goal. His ability to see hidden connections and decipher complex criminal mysteries made him the best in the business. He was a true master of the art of investigation, and his presence in Chicago raised hopes that Bloody Jack would be caught and brought to justice. Edward Lawrence carefully studied all aspects of the activities of Bloody Jack Radford. He analyzed every crime, every trace, trying to find some clue that would help solve the mystery of this mysterious criminal. One day, during his investigation, Lawrence noticed a common pattern present in most of the murders committed by Jack. He noted that all the victims had some connections with corrupt members of society, wealthy and powerful individuals who could provide immunity from the law. This aspect of Jack's crimes gave Lawrence the idea that the criminal was seeking revenge for those who harbored and protected him. He began to look at murder cases from this point of view, and his mind penetrated to the very essence of the dark game played by Jack. During his investigation, Lawrence came across connections between the relatives of one of the influential rich people and the victims who fell under Jack's onslaught. He discovered some implicit connections that seemed defenseless, but in the end became the key to the solution. This discovery gave Lawrence new hope and energy in his fight against crime. He was willing to use all his knowledge and resources to bring his investigation to the end and bring Bloody Jack Radford to justice. Edward Lawrence, with the help of his new discovery about the connections between the relatives of a rich and powerful man and the victims of Bloody Jack Radford, began to develop his strategy to catch the criminal. Realizing that Jack's crimes were motivated by revenge for a corrupt system, Lawrence decided to use this against him. He began to develop a plan in which he himself became bait for Jack. Using his experience and resources, Lawrence created the illusion that he was Jack's next victim. He did everything to attract the criminal's attention and challenge him to a duel. Lawrence was sure that Jack would not be able to resist the temptation to take revenge on him, and his strategy worked. One cold autumn evening, when the streets of Chicago were shrouded in darkness, Jack Radford succumbed to temptation and swam out of his hiding place. He kept an eye on Lawrence, wanting to complete his work and erase traces of his crimes forever. However, when Jack finally went hunting, he discovered that he himself had become the victim. Lawrence, with the help of his agents and covert operations, surrounded him, and Jack had no way to escape. Ruthless and merciless, the forces of law closed the net around Bloody Jack, and it was only a matter of time before he was captured. This meeting was the culmination of a long hunt, and Edward Lawrence was able to bring the criminal to justice. The great panic caused by Bloody Jack had come to an end, and Chicago was able to feel like a safe city again. As the investigation progressed, Edward Lawrence discovered a surprising but horrifying truth. The number of murders committed by Bloody Jack Radford was beyond anyone's expectations. He had as many as 53 murders to his name, each of which was carried out with ruthless precision and composure. This shocking information baffled not only Lawrence, but the entire police team. They understood that they were dealing with a real monster whose crimes went far beyond ordinary murders. Each new detail made the picture more and more creepy. However, Lawrence was resolute in his desire to bring Jack to justice. He used this discovery as further impetus for his investigation, seeking to not only catch the culprit, but also to ensure that he could not terrorize the city again. With every new piece of evidence, every new witness, Lawrence moved closer to his goal. He knew it was important for Chicago to regain security and peace, and he was willing to do anything to achieve it. And his determination and dedication led to Jack Radford being eventually caught and brought to justice, and the city once again free of his sinister presence. After years of hunting and intense investigation, Edward Lawrence and the cops were able to bring Bloody Jack Radford to face justice. He was found guilty of 53 murders and sentenced to death. That dark day when Jack Radford was torn to pieces by bullets was the end of his dark era and a great relief for the people of Chicago. The death of Bloody Jack brought an end to the nightmare that had plagued the city for many years. Edward Lawrence and his team were able to restore peace and order to Chicago, and his skill and dedication became a symbol of the fight for justice. The city was able to feel like a safe place again, where law and order had been restored. The death of Bloody Jack Radford served as a warning to all those who thought about committing crimes. His story became a lesson, reminding everyone that even the most cunning and cruel criminals will inevitably be punished for their actions. Thus ended the story of Bloody Jack Radford, Chicago's most dangerous criminal, whose terrible mark left a deep scar on the city's history, but whose capture and execution brought the end of darkness and the beginning of a new era of security and peace. The story of the sixth criminal. Today, I will open for you the door to a world shrouded in mystery and virtual mists, a world ruled by codes and computer screens. But today's story is not about those who protect this world, but about those who boldly challenge all its laws. This is the story of the most dangerous hacker in America, Kevin Riley. Immerse yourself in this world of danger and unpredictability that he created with his own hands, and you will learn that even in the darkest corners of the internet, light can be found. Kevin Riley, an ordinary guy from Seattle, Washington. Born in the late 60s at a time when computers were just beginning to take over the world, he showed an interest in this new and exciting technology from a very young age. In the 80s, when computer clubs became popular places for young people, Kevin was one of those who spent more time there than at home. With age, his talents began to emerge more and more clearly. In the 90s, when the internet began to spread throughout the world, Kevin was already at ease. He became known among his friends as a computer security genius. But his ambitions went further. He didn't just want to protect systems. He wanted to understand them down to the smallest detail, to penetrate the most secure corners of the internet. Thus began the Kevin Riley legend. His name began to scare even the most experienced IT specialists. But the most interesting thing is that no one knew who he really was or where his lair was. The whole world knew him as a mysterious hacker under the pseudonym CyberKev. One day, while researching new online security, Kevin accidentally discovers an anomaly in the system of a large financial company. His curiosity wins and he begins to dig deeper. It soon turns out that this anomaly is part of a complex cybercrime aimed at stealing the financial data of many clients. He decides to intervene, but soon realizes that he is not alone in this. Someone else, also an experienced hacker, is already on the trail of this anomaly. A virtual confrontation begins between Kevin and this hacker, known under the pseudonym Black Fox. Their clash creates a virtual showdown as both seek to protect the company's data. In the process, Kevin is forced to use all his skills and abilities to confront Black Fox and protect the privacy of his clients. As their confrontation continues, Kevin begins to realize that there may be more to this theft than he ever imagined. He is forced to decide whether to continue hunting Black Fox or join forces to expose and stop the larger cybercrime syndicate behind the attack. This puts Kevin Riley in the middle of the action, where every decision can have consequences for many people, and his skills and ingenuity become the key to success in this dangerous game of cyber cat and mouse. After an incident with an anomaly in the system of a financial company, Kevin Riley realized that his skills in the field of cybersecurity could bring him a lot of money. He realized that there was no need to work hard at a regular job when he could use his talents to get rich quickly and easily. Kevin began stealing financial data from large corporations and banks, selling it on the black market. He became known as one of the best hackers, able to bypass the most complex security systems and remain undetected. His pseudonym, Shadow, spread throughout underground forums and hacker communities, causing awe and admiration. But with each new operation, the risks for Kevin became higher. The pursuit of easy money and adrenaline rush began to haunt him. He understood that at any moment he could be caught and sent to jail. As Kevin continued his cyber crimes, he began to attract the attention of not only law enforcement agencies, but also competitors in the world of cybercrime. His skills and reputation earned him the envy and admiration of other hackers, and not everyone was willing to admit that someone else could be better than them. One day, during one of his operations, Kevin encounters a group of experienced hackers who decide to use his abilities for their own purposes. They offer him a deal, promising a high reward for his help in implementing a large cyber project. Kevin, feeling vulnerable and under legal pressure, agrees to the deal. By 2000, Kevin Riley became one of the most famous hackers in the world, known under the nickname Iron Snake. His name struck terror in the hearts of even the most experienced IT specialists. It was believed that his hacking attacks were flawless and untraceable, and his targets were always high-ranking individuals and large corporations. His repertoire included the most sophisticated and ambitious attacks on government and commercial systems. He was able to penetrate the most secure databases and steal classified information that could upend world politics and economics. Rich and powerful people sought to use his services to solve their problems, be it destroying competitors or obtaining confidential information about their opponents. Kevin earned huge sums of money for his services and was one of the highest-paid hackers in the world. In 2000, Kevin Riley meets a wealthy Mexican tycoon named Eduardo Garcia. Eduardo is a prominent entrepreneur with roots in Mexico whose family has excelled in investments and financial transactions. He has a unique charm and charisma, as well as a desire for success and power in the corporate world. Eduardo Garcia is considered one of the most influential businessmen in America, and his company is involved in various industries, from technology to real estate. He is known for his ambition and determination, as well as his ability to convince anyone that he is right. Meeting Eduardo becomes a turning point in Kevin's life. Under Garcia's influence, Kevin begins to see new perspectives and possibilities. Eduardo offers him cooperation in creating a major cyber project that could change the world. This proposal leaves Kevin with a difficult choice: stay in the path of a cyber criminal or use his skills to achieve noble goals. Having accepted Eduardo Garcia's offer, Kevin does not hesitate and accepts his terms. The promise of big money and the possibility of instant influence captivate his ambitious character. Wasting no time, he gets to work, hacking into systems and siphoning off the accounts of Eduardo's competitors. With his unique hacking skills, Kevin becomes an integral part of Garcia's business empire, helping him destroy his competitors and increase the company's profits. His attacks are carried out in the shadows, and no one knows about his participation in this cyber war. With each new attack, his influence and wealth grow, and he begins to feel power over entire industries. Under pressure from doubts and internal conflict, Kevin Riley continues his hacking attacks, while the security services begin active efforts to expose the Iron Snake. It is unknown who the person is hiding under this pseudonym. Kevin's identification remains a mystery. Kevin, being an experienced hacker, very carefully hides from surveillance, using various techniques to bypass security systems and encrypt his tracks. His whereabouts and identity remain closely guarded. At this time, the pressure on Kevin intensifies. Search engines continuously scan the network in search of traces of him, and journalists and the public demand answers about the activities of the mysterious hacker. But Kevin continues to skillfully evade detection, demonstrating his high skill and intelligence. Under threat of capture by security forces, Kevin Riley continues his cybercrimes, oblivious to the consequences of his actions. It skillfully hides from surveillance using sophisticated encryption and online anonymity methods. Each new crime only intensifies his thirst for power and wealth. Kevin decides to use his hacking skills to his maximum advantage, stealing classified information, extorting high ransoms, and launching cyber attacks on large corporations and government agencies. The security services are powerless in the face of his cunning and skill. Despite their best efforts, they are unable to find and arrest Kevin, who continues to be one of the most wanted criminals in the cyber world. Thus, Kevin Riley remains true to his criminal intentions, not realizing the consequences of his actions and continuing his path to the dark side of cybercrime. In 2005, Kevin, tired of being dependent on his employer Eduardo Garcia, decides to take his destiny into his own hands. He realizes that his unique hacking skills can give him freedom and independence. While creating the appearance of a normal work process, Kevin secretly begins to hack into Eduardo Garcia's system. He works carefully, avoiding suspicion, and gradually penetrates the most secure parts of his former employer's network. Kevin discovers a wealth of secret information and schemes that allow Eduardo Garcia to maintain his power and influence in the business world. Having figured out how this data is used for manipulation and control, Kevin decides to use it to his advantage. With each successful hack, Kevin gets closer to his goal, to free himself from Eduardo's control and become his own man. His hacking attacks become more aggressive and risky, but his ambitions and thirst for freedom push him forward. Thus, Kevin Riley decides to change his destiny by using his skills to fight for his independence and freedom from the control of his former employer. After subjecting his former employer Eduardo Garcia's system to a series of hacker attacks, Kevin Riley found himself at the top of his game. Through cunning manipulation and attacks on key components of Garcia's business, Kevin destroyed his financial systems and exposed his secret schemes. Using leaked data, he confirmed suspicions of Garcia's illegal activities and passed all the information to the police. Soon after, police arrested Eduardo Garcia, accusing him of financial crimes and manipulation. The public revelation of this major affair shocked the business world, and Garcia's reputation was forever tarnished. Meanwhile, Kevin, knowing that the police would begin an active search for those responsible for the hacking attacks, carefully destroyed all evidence linking him to the hacking. He then disappeared, leaving only a mystery for law enforcement. Kevin hides deep in the shadows, moving to a remote location and changing his identity. He knows that his talent and experience will allow him to survive in this survival game. After Eduardo Garcia was arrested, Kevin Riley decided to go underground using his hacking skills and connections. He began moving to different cities, changing his identity and remaining undetected by law enforcement agencies. Despite his new hidden life, Kevin couldn't completely give up his passion for hacking. He continued to conduct small operations, staying one step ahead of the police and bypassing their surveillance. However, he now did it more carefully to avoid attracting attention. He soon managed to create his own network of hackers who shared his goals and worldview. They began to work together to achieve common goals and protect their anonymity on the internet. Kevin became the leader of this group, using his experience and skills to coordinate their actions. Despite his hidden life, Kevin remained one of the most famous and influential hackers in the world, whose activities continued to remain a secret to the rest of the world. His story became a legend among the hacker community, and his name evoked awe and respect in the cyber world. Realizing that money was no longer his main motive, Kevin Riley began to gather around him a group of like-minded people from the world of hacking. He sought out people who shared his desire to make his mark on the world and make a significant impact on cyberspace. This group of hackers, under Kevin's leadership, became known as the Storm Chain. Their goals were ambitious. They wanted to show the world their skills and abilities by interfering with the cyberstructures of large corporations, government agencies, and other key organizations. Their initial goal is to hack into the bank accounts of wealthy people in order to redistribute their wealth to those in need. Kevin and his team believed that they could use their skills to bring justice to the world by balancing the distribution of wealth. Under Kevin's leadership, Electronic Watch became a virtual Robin Hood, hacking into banking systems and transferring money to the accounts of the poor and charitable foundations. Their actions caused outrage among the wealthy elites, but at the same time found support among those who believed in the ideas of social justice. However, over time, their actions attracted the attention of law enforcement agencies. The police and security services began hunting for the Electronic Watch, viewing them as a criminal group. Kevin and his team knew that time was against them, and they had to increase their precautions to avoid getting caught. Under pressure and persistence from the FBI, Electronic Watch faced continuous attempts to arrest their leader, Kevin Riley. For 10 years, security services and law enforcement agencies monitored the group's every move, but every arrest attempt ended in failure. Kevin and his team proved to be not only masters at bypassing security systems, but also at evading detection and arrest. They used the most advanced encryption and anonymity techniques to cover their tracks and remain in the shadows. In addition to technical precautions, Electronic Watch has also implemented a counterintelligence system among its members to detect and prevent any infiltration attempts. Each of their participants was armed with the knowledge of what to do if discovered, and was prepared for the most extreme protective measures. The FBI's decade-long hunt for Electronic Watch takes some unexpected turns. One day, while investigating, FBI agents stumble upon a trail that seems to lead straight to Kevin Riley. They follow this trail, confident of their success, but ultimately discover that it was a trap. Electronic Watch is using this moment to launch one of its most ambitious operations yet. While the FBI is busy searching and interrogating, Kevin's team decides to infiltrate a high-tech data center to hide in a network that the FBI can never penetrate. With the secret access they successfully obtain, Electronic Watch creates a virtual environment where they can communicate and coordinate their actions while remaining completely protected from the outside world. This move completely changes the dynamics of the game. Now the FBI is on the defensive, trying to unravel the secret communications and strategies of the Electronic Watch. Kevin Riley, who decided to make a global splash, is planning a grandiose cyber attack on one of the largest banks in the United States, the international financial giant Goldstone Bank. This bank not only has enormous financial resources but also has a reputation as one of the most reliable and safe banks in the world. With the help of his group Electronic Watch and their incredible hacking abilities, Kevin plans to hack into the systems of Goldstone Bank, gain access to their financial data, and transfer huge sums of money to anonymous accounts created specifically for this purpose. This cyber attack will be Electronic Watch's most ambitious and daring move yet, and its effects will be felt around the world. Kevin and his team know that their actions will cause a wave of outrage and panic in the financial community, but they are determined to do it for the sake of their ideals and leave their mark on history. Having assembled his team, Kevin Riley begins to prepare a large-scale operation to rob Goldstone Bank. They analyze every aspect of a bank's security, studying its weak points and most vulnerable points. Members of the Electronic Watch spend months closely monitoring the bank's security systems, trying to detect any vulnerabilities in their protection. They examine the network structure, penetrate internal databases, and conduct thorough penetration tests to determine the best method of penetration. Kevin and his team begin executing the plan using their hacking skills and technical awareness. They create special programs and scripts that will allow them to bypass the bank's security mechanisms and gain access to its financial resources. This becomes the most complex and ambitious mission that Electronic Watch has ever undertaken, but Kevin and his team are determined to see it through in hopes of successfully completing the operation and making history. On March 9, 2009, in the midst of the financial crisis, Goldstone Bank, one of the largest and most prestigious banks in America, became the target of a large-scale cyber attack. It was a disaster that shocked not only the banking industry but the entire country as a whole. On this day, Electronic Watch put its plan into action. Kevin Riley and his team hacked Goldstone Bank security systems using newly discovered vulnerabilities. They successfully penetrated the bank's databases and began transferring huge amounts of money to anonymous accounts around the world. The attack was carried out so carefully and professionally that the bank was unable to detect the intrusion for several hours. When bank employees finally realized what was happening, the damage was enormous. Tens of millions of dollars were stolen from the bank system, causing panic among customers and investors. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies were immediately brought in to investigate the incident. They began hunting for those behind this attack, but Electronic Watch was prepared for this. They went into the shadows, leaving behind only traces that turned out to be extremely difficult to track. This cyber attack became one of the most famous in history and left a long mark in the memory of society. It sparked widespread debate about internet security and led to increased efforts to protect digital systems in the banking industry. Thanks to a clever cyber attack, Kevin Riley and his team were able to steal more than $100 million from Goldstone Bank. This amount was much higher than expected, and the success of the operation was stunning. The stolen money was hidden in various anonymous accounts around the world, including offshore companies, financial institutions with an unstable reputation, and even virtual cryptocurrency wallets. Kevin and his team worked quickly and carefully to avoid detection and trace every step to ensure their safety and the safety of the stolen funds. While the FBI and other law enforcement agencies began a massive investigation trying to find traces of the hijackers, Electronic Watch continued to remain invisible. They were well prepared for such a development and left behind only the most minimal traces, making the search for their identification extremely difficult. The stolen money became a source of power and resources for the Electronic Watch, allowing them to expand their operations and strengthen their position in the cyber world. They continued to fight for their ideals, using their resources to support those in need, and continuing their cyber activism in defense of freedom and justice. Kevin had to be always on guard and ready for unexpected turns of events. He constantly changed his residence and identity, circumventing laws and hiding from the FBI in the most unpredictable places. His life became a game of survival, but he continued his fight for his beliefs and ideals, determined not to give in and stop at nothing. Thus, Kevin Riley became not only a legend in the world of cybercrime, but also a symbol of resistance and freedom, able to evade the largest law enforcement operations and continue his fight even in the most difficult conditions. Thus, Kevin began to develop a plan for the largest cyber attack in history, aimed at several large financial institutions at the same time. His goal was to simultaneously rob several of the largest banks in different countries of the world in order to steal billions of dollars at a time. This operation, which Kevin called Cyberstorm, required not only the highest level of hacking skills, but also enormous resources and funds. He and his team developed a complex plan that involved coordinating simultaneous attacks on multiple banks, breaking into secure systems and transferring huge sums of money to anonymous accounts. Cyberstorm has become a challenge not only for the financial industry, but also for law enforcement agencies around the world. Kevin knew that this operation would be the most ambitious of his life, but he was willing to do anything for his ideal and leave his mark on the history of cybercrime. In the first minutes of the attack, banks experienced massive failures in their security systems. Hackers used the most advanced technologies to penetrate the secure networks of banks and gain access to their financial resources. Transfers of billions of dollars began and money was sent to anonymous accounts around the world. Electronic Watch worked like a well-oiled machine, moving money with great speed and precision, leaving no trace. However, at the same time, the FBI and other law enforcement agencies were on alert and quickly responded to what was happening. They mobilized their resources and began operational actions to identify and stop the cyberstorm. During the operation, heated battles took place in cyberspace between Electronic Watch and law enforcement agencies. Each side used the most advanced technologies and methods in an attempt to defeat the enemy. Kevin Riley and his team fought for every transfer, every bit of information, trying to complete the operation successfully and make the next legendary cyber attack a thing of the past. But the question of who would emerge victorious from this epic battle remained open. After the conclusion of Cyberstorm, it became clear that Kevin Riley and his team had achieved incredible success. The attack resulted in the theft of more than $4 billion from several of the largest banks around the world. This became the largest cyber attack in human history, causing shock and panic in the financial community. Electronic Watch immediately became the object of an international search, and Kevin Riley was declared one of the most dangerous criminals in the world. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies launched extensive investigations, trying to find traces and identify those involved in the attack. Kevin and his team understood that they were now being pursued not only by FBI agents, but also by governments of various countries. They became the target of the toughest manhunt in the history of cybercrime. While Electronic Watch eluded law enforcement, Kevin knew this was just the beginning of their fight. He knew that they had to be prepared for the consequences of their actions and continue to fight for their beliefs, despite all the obstacles. In 2020, after years of manhunt and extensive investigation, the FBI, working closely with international law enforcement partners, finally found a key lead that led them to Kevin Riley. While monitoring numerous suspicious financial transactions, the FBI discovered that some of the stolen funds, Cyberstorm was moved through a network of virtual cryptocurrency wallets. This has opened a new line of investigation for agents, as cryptocurrencies provide a relatively high level of anonymity for those who use them. However, through intelligence work and technical data analysis, the FBI was able to identify several specific wallets associated with Operation Cyberstorm. They used advanced cyber forensic techniques to trace the IDs of these wallets back to when they were used for financial transactions. The trail of wallets led FBI agents to a series of cryptocurrency exchanges and payment systems. They cross-referenced transaction and transaction history data to identify patterns and connections between transaction participants. Ultimately, this detective work led the FBI to one of the key members of Electronic Watch, who was captured during a large-scale arrest operation. Under pressure and the threat of possible punishment, this member agreed to cooperate with the FBI and reveal information about his comrades, including the location and operational information of Kevin Riley. With the help of this valuable information, FBI agents were finally able to track Kevin and launched an operation to apprehend him. The latest hunt for one of the world's most notorious cybercriminals is an epic step in the fight against cybercrime and strengthening cybersecurity. The trial, held in 2021, heard the case of Kevin Riley and made a decision that shocked the world. He was convicted of massive cybercrimes, including orchestrating a cyberstorm that resulted in more than $10 billion in stolen funds. The court recognized Kevin as one of the richest and most famous hackers in history. His activities were recognized as a serious threat to the national security and financial stability of not only the United States, but also many other countries. As a result of the trial, Kevin was sentenced to a long prison sentence without the possibility of parole. His property was confiscated, and all his cryptocurrency and financial activities were frozen. He was stripped of his status as a free man and sent to prison to answer for his crimes. This trial caused a wide resonance in society and became a symbol of the fight against cybercrime. He also stressed the importance of strengthening cybersecurity and the need to take stringent measures to protect financial systems from cyber attacks. Kevin Riley remains a memorable figure in the history of cybercrime, serving as a warning to those who would break the law in the virtual world. The last days of Kevin Riley's life were quiet and lonely. Imprisoned in a prison cell, he spent his last moments thinking about his life, his deeds, and the consequences of his actions. Dying alone, Kevin Riley left this world on September 7, 2023. His death symbolized the end of the era of cybercrime, but also served as a reminder that every action has its consequences, even the largest and most daring ones. While Kevin Riley's name will go down in history as one of the world's most dangerous hackers, his end is a reminder that truth and justice always find their way. His death was the end not only of his life, but also of an era of cybercrime that has left its mark on human history. The story of the seventh criminal. Today I will tell you a story about a man whose name is on the lips of every law enforcement officer in America. His name became a legend, his robberies a mystery, and his identity a mask of mystery. Yes, we are talking about Jacob Black, America's most wanted robber. How did he manage to remain free despite all the efforts of the police? How was he able to break into the country's most secure banks and steal millions of dollars while remaining like a ghost in the dark of night? Let's dive into the history of this mysterious criminal, find out his past, unravel his mysteries, and perhaps reveal his secrets. Get ready, friends, because an exciting dive into the world of crime and intrigue awaits you. This is the story of Jacob Black, the legendary American robber. Jacob Black was born in a mountain village in Idaho on January 5, 1980. His family lived in an old house made of wood and stone, surrounded by snowy mountains. His entire childhood was simple and quiet, but Jacob always had a burning desire for something more. Growing up, he realized that his family was poor and he dreamed of a better life. At school, he did not excel academically, but was charming and cunning. His friends often called him the Shadow because he could disappear and appear in the most unexpected places. As a child, Jacob was a lonely boy. He often spent time surrounded by books and fantasies, dreaming of adventure and wealth. His parents did not like him, often scolded him for his bad dreams, preferring to see him in the future in the ranks of the working people, like themselves. However, Jacob did not want to live the boring life of his parents. He dreamed of freedom and adventure. Over the years, this dream only grew stronger as he watched the arrival of tourists and travelers to the town, whose stories sounded like legends. Jacob's childhood was filled with ideas of great deeds and adventures, and this became the starting point for his future aspirations in the world of crime. Unlike other children, Jacob was special. He had an amazing mind and insight that allowed him to understand complex situations and find innovative solutions. Thanks to his cunning and analytical skills, Jacob quickly learned to look for weaknesses in security systems and find ways to bypass protection. He became more and more confident in his abilities, because each successful jackpot brought him not only material benefits, but also strengthened his belief that he was strong and invincible. Thus, already as a child, Jacob began his descent into the world of crime, using his intelligence and cunning to steal and deceive. Using his intelligence and cunning, Jacob began to find ways to obtain money and material possessions to show his family that he was strong and independent. He dreamed that one day they would bow to his success and recognize him as a person worthy of respect and attention. Over time, Jacob reached the age of 18, and so much resentment and anger had accumulated within him that he decided to take action. He planned the perfect revenge. On the night of his 18th birthday, when all the offenders were asleep, Jacob disappeared from home, leaving only a note in which he announced his departure and his intentions. His first step was to rob the offenders' house. He knew all their habits, knew where they kept their money and valuables. Gathering everything he could, Jacob glanced at the house he had once considered hell and was pleased to see that his connection with the past was now completely severed. Leaving his native place far behind, Jacob went to California, dreaming of a new life and new opportunities. This state seemed like a place where he could start over and realize his wildest dreams. Thus began a new stage in the life of Jacob Black, who faced the cruelty of fate and the injustice of the world, but always remained true to his ideals and aspirations. Arriving in California, Jacob quickly realized that a regular job was not for him. He felt that his strength and intelligence should be used differently, in more exciting and profitable endeavors. But to get started, he needed to raise startup capital. Thus began his criminal career in California. Jacob was a master at planning and executing small pocket theft without attracting police attention. He was unsurpassed in his cunning and agility, always one step ahead of his pursuers. Small thefts brought him small but stable profits, which he could invest in planning larger operations. With each success, his confidence grew and his ambitions became greater. Jacob knew this was just the beginning of his path to great things. With a fire of ambition and a thirst for adventure burning in his heart, he was willing to do anything to become a legend in the world of crime. Jacob soon realized that he preferred to work alone. He was his own boss and his own instrument, relying only on his own strengths and abilities. This made him even more dangerous since no one knew when or where he would appear. 6 months later, he moved on to more ambitious goals. He began robbing houses where people of higher social status lived, because he wanted to increase his own status in the underworld. He looked for rich mansions, stole jewelry, valuable jewelry, and works of art. Jacob was a professional at his job. He studied his goals, planned every step, avoiding leaving traces and minimizing risks. Each robbed house brought him not only material benefit, but also recognition among his peers. His reputation as a cunning and fearless criminal only grew stronger, and Jacob was willing to go even further to achieve his goal of becoming one of the best in the world of crime. One day, Jacob targeted the house of a wealthy businessman whom he had heard of as a very influential figure in the city. He conducted a detailed study, studied the work schedule of the owner of the house, his habits, and safety measures. As a result, he came up with the perfect plan. That evening, when the house was empty, Jacob sneaked inside, cleverly bypassing the security systems. He was lightning fast and silent. His movements were precise and confident. Finding a safe containing jewelry, he opened it without difficulty, removing jewelry worth more than $200,000. This robbery was a testament to Jacob's skill and professionalism. He felt the adrenaline of defeating security systems, overcoming all obstacles on his path to success. After this robbery, his reputation in the underworld became even more impressive, and many began to consider him one of the most dangerous and successful criminals. Jacob realized that this was only the beginning of his path to fame and fortune. The police, of course, took Jacob seriously after such an impressive robbery. They were furious that such a fearless and cunning criminal had escaped from them. They made every effort to track him down, conducting extensive investigations and organizing raids, but Jacob was one step ahead every time. He was a master at bypassing surveillance and security systems. He used the most advanced technology to remain invisible and avoid arrest. His plans were carefully thought out, and he was always prepared for any eventuality. For Jacob, it was part of the game. He enjoyed how he skillfully provoked the police and left them empty-handed. This only increased his confidence in his abilities and made him even more ambitious. For Jacob, the moment came when he was tired of limiting himself to petty thefts from the houses of rich people. He wanted something bigger, more exciting, and more profitable. His ambitions required more auditory actions. Thus began his new chapter in the world of crime. Jacob moved on to robbing the most prestigious and wealthy jewelry stores in the city. He studied their security, became familiar with the routes for delivering valuables, and developed complex plans for robbery. Each robbed store brought him huge profits and increased his reputation among criminals. Jacob became increasingly ambitious and fearless, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. These robberies were not only a source of income for him, but also a way to prove to himself and the world his strength and genius. He became one of the most famous and dangerous criminals in the city, and his name was respected and feared in the underworld. In 2012, Jacob decided to take his ambitions to the next level and move to New York, a city where his wildest dreams could come true. He stalked every famous jewelry store, studying their security systems and locations of valuables. One day he noticed that one of the largest and most prestigious jewelry stores was preparing for an anniversary promotion, during which unique and expensive jewelry would be presented. This was the perfect opportunity for Jacob. He began preparing for the robbery months in advance. Jacob got inside the building under the guise of an employee whom he lured and bribed. He studied the location of the valuables vault, security patrols, and where keys and access codes were kept. On the day of the anniversary event, Jacob quietly entered the building, dressed in the usual uniform of a store employee. He walked up to the vault, picked the lock, and quickly grabbed the most precious jewelry. Under the guise of an employee, he left the store, leaving behind only empty windows and shocked customers and staff. This store robbery became one of the most notorious crimes in the history of New York, and Jacob went down in legend as one of the most courageous and brilliant criminals of his time. The police were shocked. They couldn't understand how Jacob managed to remain free despite all the efforts and resources they put into catching him. Other criminals who committed similar crimes would have been caught long ago, but Jacob remained like a ghost eluding them. The most experienced and best detectives in America worked, but all their attempts to find Jacob were in vain. They followed his every move, conducted extensive investigations, analyzed dozens of evidence, but all to no avail. Jacob was like water slipping through his fingers, and the police could not find a single trace that would lead them to him. This caused great confusion and disappointment among law enforcement agencies. Jacob became a symbol of defiance against the law, and each of his new crimes only strengthened his legendary status in the world of crime. All the police could do was continue to work on his case, in the hope that one day they would finally be able to catch him. The police were not only shocked that Jacob had never been caught, but also at the horrific damage he had caused. After counting the stolen jewelry from jewelry stores, they estimated the losses at a whopping $20 million. It was a blow to the city and its economy. Stolen jewelry was not only valuable items, but often symbols of status and wealth. Their loss greatly affected the reputation and credibility of jewelry stores, and left many customers in a state of shock and despair. The police understood that they could not allow such crimes to continue. The pressure on them increased, and they intensified their efforts to capture Jacob. But despite this, Jacob remained untouchable, continuing his criminal activities as if nothing had happened. This situation caused anger and bewilderment among the police and society as a whole. Jacob became an object of desire and persecution, a symbol of impunity and impunity before the law. And his legend as a brilliant and fearless criminal only grew stronger with each new crime, remaining in history as one of the most mysterious and impressive crime stories in New York. After an audition theft in New York, Jacob disappeared without a trace, leaving police and law enforcement in confusion. For a whole year, there was not the slightest evidence of his presence or activity. This caused even more excitement and speculation around his identity. Many believed that he had finally decided to retire or change his identity in order to hide from the police. Others suggested that he simply moved to another city or even country where he continued his criminal activities under a new name. Meanwhile, police and detectives continued to actively search for Jacob, distributing photographs and information about him in the hope that someone could provide some information about his whereabouts. But all their efforts were in vain, and Jacob continued to remain a ghost who disappeared from their sight without a trace. In 2014, Jacob returned, but this time his trail led to Chicago, where he decided to carry out one of his most ambitious heists, the robbery of one of the richest banks in the city. He carefully studied every detail of the bank's security system and developed an ingenious plan. In one of his smartest moves, Jacob decided to use their own security technology against them. On the day of the robbery, when everything was set, Jacob entered the bank, pretending to be an ordinary customer. He carefully placed several miniature devices in the bank's hall that could block alarm and video surveillance signals. When the moment came, he instantly activated the devices, leaving the bank unprotected. Quickly and efficiently, he made his way to the safe, breaking it open using high-tech equipment. He was able to seize millions of dollars in cash, gold, and valuable documents undetected and undetected. After a successful robbery, Jacob disappeared again, leaving behind only mysteries and questions. His incredible abilities and cunning have turned him into a legend, leaving law enforcement agencies both baffled and in awe of his skill. A bank robbery in Chicago brought Jacob unprecedented wealth. He was able to steal no less than $40 million, a sum that would make even the most seasoned criminals choke with envy. After the successful robbery, Jacob was doused with press coverage, and his name was heard in every corner of the country. Law enforcement agencies were shocked by the courage and cunning with which he committed this crime. But even with all his fame and reputation, Jacob continued to remain free, preventing himself from being caught. The stolen money not only brought him incredible wealth, but also increased his status in the world of crime. After robbing a bank in Chicago, Jacob disappeared for 4 years. The police were on guard, realizing that this period of silence carried something larger and more dangerous. They intensified surveillance and operations to capture Jacob in order to prevent him from committing an even more daring and destructive crime. During these 4 years, the police followed every move, analyzed every possible piece of evidence, and expanded their networks of informants in the hope of finding some trace of Jacob. But despite all their efforts, Jacob remained undetected and unreachable, as if he had been swallowed up by the shadow again. This period of waiting was tense for the police, their nerves strained by the uncertainty of what Jacob was preparing and when he would appear on the scene again. They knew that they must be prepared for his every move, and every detailed plan must be revealed before it is carried out. But even with all his training and the vigilance of the police, Jacob was an expert at evading them. He remained unnoticed and undetected, and his name continued to hang like a shadow over the city, reminding everyone that he was still free and ready to act at any moment. At dawn on May 4, 2018, Jacob returned to the scene, leading his return to one of the most legendary heists in the history of crime. But this time he was ready to take it to the next level. During 4 years of secrecy and silence, Jacob did more than just rest. He carefully prepared for his return, developing plans, studying technology, and assembling a team of professionals. He knew that this time his actions would have to be bigger and more amazing than ever before. His goal was one of the most guarded banks in the city center, in which not only huge sums of money were stored, but also valuable documents, jewelry, and other valuables. Jacob spent months studying every last detail, bypassing security, studying the building's layouts, and even sneaking inside under the guise of a regular visitor. When the day of the heist arrived, Jacob and his team operated like a well-oiled machine. They entered the bank building by bypassing all security systems, activating hacking devices, and disabling alarms. Quickly and silently, they headed towards the safe, which seemed out of reach. But Jacob was ready for anything. With the help of advanced technology and his incredible intelligence, he was able to crack the safe and seize everything that was there: money, jewelry, valuable documents. They were ready for anything, and no security measures could stop them. The robbery was quick and precise, like a choreographed dance. When Jacob and his team left the building, they left behind only an empty safe and stunned guards. This robbery became legendary, not only because of its sophistication and courage, but also because of its exceptional cunning and professionalism. Jacob once again rose to the top of the criminal world, returning with fame and fortune that only increased his legendary status as one of the greatest criminals of all time. The amount they discovered was an impressive $127 million in cash, gold, and securities. This robbery went down in American history as one of the most ambitious and successful of all time. Jacob and his team have secured their place in legend, becoming a symbol of courage, cunning, and fearlessness in the world of crime. Their disappearance after the robbery left law enforcement in a state of complete bewilderment, and their name became a symbol of genius and audacity. After this robbery, Jacob was not seen again. He disappeared as if the earth had swallowed him. But the police knew that he was out there somewhere, in the shadows, preparing for his next move. They realized that Jacob was no longer acting alone. His success in heisting a $127 million bank led to speculation that he had his own team, which meant an even greater danger to society. The police worked tirelessly, but Jacob was like a ghost, escaping their sight. They conducted extensive investigations, spied on Jacob's potential allies, intercepted his communications, but every time he remained one step ahead. Weeks and months passed, but Jacob did not appear on the horizon. The police knew that his shadow hung over the city, ready to collapse at any moment. And although public attention to his case gradually faded, The police remained on guard, ready for the moment Jacob stepped into the forefront again. Jacob, given his greatness and audacity in robberies, inevitably entered the top 10 most wanted criminals in America. His name became a symbol of unshakable courage and genius, and his robberies became a legend, frightening and inspiring at the same time. Every step Jacob took caused awe and concern among law enforcement agencies, as they realized that this man was capable of anything to achieve his goals. Police and federal agencies were more alert than ever and kept constant pressure on their investigators to catch Jacob. They knew that every minute he spent free could bring another robbery or, even worse, murder. But despite their best efforts, Jacob remained eluding them like a ghost planning his next moves from the shadows. His whereabouts remained a mystery, and his name became more and more famous and feared by those involved in the fight against crime. Jacob was more than just a criminal. He became a legend, and his story has continued to frighten and inspire generations. The story of the eighth criminal. Today we will talk about the most dangerous killer in American history, Edward Flint. He hid from the police, destroying his enemies and instilling terror. Edward Flint was born in a small town on the outskirts of America into a quiet and prosperous family. His childhood seemed ordinary, but from the very beginning there was something strange in his behavior. Unlike other children, Edward showed no interest in interacting with them. He often preferred to play alone, spending hours reading books. The unusual choice of literature for his age attracted the attention of his parents, but they did not seriously worry. After all, many children are interested in strange things. However, over the years, Edward's hobby acquired increasingly darker shades. He began to immerse himself in books about criminal incidents, studying the details of atrocities and methods of investigation. His parents tried to dissuade him from such readings, but to no avail. Something was awakening inside Edward, like a dark flame that even the best intentions of his parents could not extinguish. Every day, Edward became more and more closed, more and more lonely. He found that it was easier for him to find answers in books than in people. It was in this loneliness and strange crime books that the dark force that would define his life and make him one of the most dangerous killers in American history was born. Edward's adolescence was a time when his isolation and strange interests attracted the attention of others. He was quiet and withdrawn, often spending time alone, immersed in his dark thoughts and books. Despite his avoidance from his peers, teachers always noted his outstanding academic abilities. Edward was an excellent student who could handle the most difficult materials without difficulty. His intellect was at the level of a genius, and even in the most abstract and complex subjects he found ease and understanding. When Edward turned 19, his life turned upside down. The father, who always seemed to be a reliable and stable pillar of the family, suddenly found himself involved in a fraudulent scheme. The Flint family was devastated, losing everything they believed in. Edward decisively took the situation into his own hands. He understood that he now had to help himself and his family. Having collected the last remnants of money, he left his hometown and went to Chicago, a city where endless opportunities lay before those who knew how to use them. In Chicago, Edward was immersed in a world where the rules were determined not by morality, but by survival. He began to earn money by studying the properties of the city and its inhabitants, learning to see opportunities where others saw only obstacles. His keen intelligence and ability to read people made him successful in a variety of areas, from small scams to backroom deals. However, even in this new city, Edward remained the same mysterious and enigmatic. His past and his present were full of contrasts, and his true intentions remained hidden behind a mask of composure and enterprise. Immersing himself in the world of Chicago, Edward began to discover a completely new side of life, the world of crime. Here, in a city where money and power dictated their own laws, he learned what true cruelty and ruthlessness were. Every day he plunged deeper into this dark world. He began to study the structure of criminal groups, their internal connections and methods of work. He realized that here, in crime, money circulates faster than anywhere else, and he decided to take advantage of it. Edward quickly found his place in this world. His sharp mind and incredible analytical skills allowed him to quickly climb the ladder of the criminal hierarchy. He became a valuable player in this dangerous game, skillfully manipulating his brothers in arms and business. But as he delved deeper, he began to understand that the criminal world is just a mask hiding people's true motives and goals. Here he found not only money and power, but also dark ambitions that consume human souls and make them inevitably lonely. Edward Flint's story took an unexpected turn when he turned 20. One day, plunging into the world of crime, he was caught at the scene of a theft. The police were already preparing to put him behind bars, and it seemed that his life was over. But fate had its own plans. At the last moment, Edward received help from an unexpected source. An adult man, the head of one of the Chicago gangs, intervened and saved him from arrest. The man saw something special in Edward, something that could be useful to his gang. The gang leader offered Edward a job, promising protection and the opportunity to start a new life in the criminal world. Edward, having no other choice, agreed. He realized that this was his chance for salvation and the opportunity to start all over again. Under the influence of his new mentor, Edward quickly gained respect and authority in the criminal community. He became an integral part of the gang, taking part in various criminal operations, from thefts and raids to organizing scams and money fraud. The man who saved Edward from arrest was named Jonathan McGregor. He was a legend in the Chicago crime world, the head of one of the most powerful gangs in the city. McGregor was a charismatic and powerful figure whose authority extended far beyond the streets of this city. Jonathan saw potential in Edward that could not go unnoticed. He saw in him intelligence and abilities that could be useful to his gang. But most importantly, he saw in Edward something that distinguished him from ordinary criminals: unshakable determination and desire for higher goals. Under his leadership, Edward began to quickly grow and develop in the criminal world. McGregor became his mentor and protector, opening up new horizons for him and teaching him the intricacies of a cutthroat business. He trusted Edward as his own blood relative, seeing him not only as an ally, but also as a potential heir to his criminal empire. But even among criminals, McGregor remained a legend. His name inspired respect and fear, and his influence extended to much of what happened in the Chicago underground world. In his eyes, Edward was not just a tool to achieve his own goals, but also a man who could change the fate of this entire world. Under the guidance of Jonathan McGregor, Edward began his rise in the world of Chicago crime. He became one of the most trusted men in McGregor's gang, performing the most difficult and dangerous tasks with impeccable precision and professionalism. But as Edward became more and more immersed in this dark world, his actions became more and more cruel and merciless. Periodically, under the cover of night, he became a killer, eliminating his enemies and those who interfered with the execution of the gang's tasks. Edward was cold and emotionless in his actions, as if he was disconnected from his human emotions when it came time to kill. His victims disappeared, leaving only traces of darkness and death, and he himself continued to move forward, not stopping in front of anything or anyone. While Edward continued his work in the Chicago criminal underworld, his inner world gradually began to change. Under the influence of a dark environment and the constant need to act in brutal conditions, he became increasingly cold-blooded and merciless. His soul seemed to freeze, becoming increasingly shackled by the chains of indifference and cruelty. Each new crime became for him only part of an everyday routine, and the blood on his hands simply erased all human traces remaining on him. Even Jonathan McGregor, his mentor and protector, noticed how Edward was moving deeper into a world of darkness and destruction. But for McGregor, this was only proof that Edward was perfect for his gang, a man without conscience or moral convictions, capable of completing any task no matter how cruel it was. And then one day, during one of his assignments, Edward encountered a man whose fate radically changed his view of the world around him. The man had witnessed a crime committed on McGregor's orders, and instead of trying to escape, he looked Edward in the eyes with an expression of pure horror and despair. All Edward thought was important was power, control, and the adrenaline he felt when killing his victims. He liked to feel like he was all-powerful, the lord of life and death, in whose hands lay the fate of those who stood in the way of his gang. Jonathan McGregor, seeing Edward as his worthy successor, supported his cruel actions and mentored him on the path to power and control. He saw in Edward a dark force capable of serving his interests and did not hesitate to stimulate his ambitions. This went on for many years, and each new murder committed by Edward only strengthened his influence and respect in the criminal world. His name became associated with horror and death, and he was nicknamed the Shadow because he could disappear into the shadows and reappear to perform his bloody dance. But even in the very moments of his greatest victory and triumph, Edward felt that something inside him was beginning to crack and collapse. The voices of his past, which he had suppressed for so long, began to emerge more and more, reminding him of his humanity and what he had lost along the way. But he drove away these thoughts, sweeping them away with the cruelty of his actions and thirst for power. And so, Edward Flint, with each new murder, became an increasingly sinister figure in the shadows, a ruthless killer whose actions frightened even the most desperate criminals. His story became a legend, and his name sounded like a curse in the narrow streets of Chicago. As time passed, Edward became more and more involved in his role as a ruthless killer whose actions are filled with darkness and destruction. His victims were not only those who opposed McGregor's gang, but also influential figures of other criminal groups, as well as politicians and officials whose power threatened the interests of his boss. Edward became a true master of assassins, causing death wherever it was needed, infiltrating the most protected criminal structures, and eliminating his enemies with the cold blood of a predator. His reputation became more and more sinister, and even among the most desperate criminals, no one dared to enter into direct confrontation with the Shadow. But the more Edward committed murders, the more he plunged into the abyss of his own despair and loneliness. Each new act of violence brought him only temporary relief, disguised as confidence and power. The voices of his past grew louder, reminding him of the connections he had lost, and the human connections he had severed in pursuit of his ambitions. Nevertheless, he continued his deadly work. With each new murder, he went deeper into the darkness from which he had once tried to escape. His heart seemed to be hardened, and his soul was consumed by the desire for revenge and control. And so, the Shadow continued his deadly dance, blurring the lines between human and monster, until eventually only a glimmer of humanity remained in his cold eyes. Under the determined attention of the criminal underworld, the name Edward Flint became a fear that permeated every corner of Chicago. Every policeman, deputy, and gang member knew his name, and his reputation was so great that the police tried tirelessly to catch him. However, Edward always acted carefully and professionally, avoiding traps and leaving few traces of his deeds. His skill in circumventing the law was amazing. He used various deceptive tactics to hide his true identity and evade law enforcement prosecution. Impeccably planned alibis, fake documents, and even disguises at the most unexpected moments. All this helped him avoid arrest and maintain his freedom. But with each new murder, each new crime, Edward plunged deeper into darkness. There was no longer room in his heart for humanity or regret. He became a living ghost, roaming the streets of Chicago, causing death and destruction, invisible to the law but inevitable to his victims. The police increasingly tried to capture him, but he was too cunning and experienced to fall into the trap. Every step he took was carefully planned. Every criminal act was calculated down to the smallest detail. And so, Edward Flint continued his dangerous decision, meeting on his way only the shadow of echoes of his past human existence. Remembered as the man who destroyed Franklin Wells, Edward Flint became an even more legendary figure in the world of crime. The murder of the deputy not only brought him a new level of influence, but also caused horror and alarm in criminal circles and among law enforcement agencies. The police, despite all their efforts, were unable to find enough evidence to link Edward to the murder of the deputy. He remained a ghost moving in the shadows, elusive and merciless. Wells' murder marked a turning point in Edward's life. It highlighted his status as a powerful and dangerous criminal, but it also served as a reminder of how far he had fallen from his former self. Each new act of violence brought him only temporary relief, and his soul continued to plunge into the darkness of darkness. But even in this dark world, Edward continued to wander, consolidating his power and expanding his influential connections. His name became a symbol of fear and horror, and his deeds reflected the darkness that shrouded his soul. And so, the shadow continued his deadly dance, attracting more and more attention and causing more and more terror in the hearts of those who heard of his legend. Franklin Wells is an influential Chicago deputy, a man with great political weight in the city. He had significant influence both in government circles and among criminal organizations, and was known for his connections with various criminal groups. Wells used his position to advance his own interests and influence the political situation in the city. His name was well known in both criminal and law enforcement circles, and his murder was an event that shocked the whole of Chicago. Edward Flint carefully studied Franklin Wells for 6 months, monitoring his behavior and habits. He noticed that every 6th day of the month the deputy visits a certain hairdresser. This regularity became the key to Edward's plan. On that crucial day, when Wells went for his usual haircut, Edward was ready. He disappeared into the shadows, entering the hairdresser early in the morning, when the master was just beginning his work. Quickly and silently, he hid the explosives in the clipper, leaving the master to shamelessly continue his work. The next day, when Franklin Wells sat down in the barber's chair, he had no idea that his routine haircut would be his last. As soon as the machine touched his hair, the explosive went off. There was a flash of light, a roar of explosion, and a stream of blood flooded the hairdressing salon. Wells literally lost his head, and the master was left without a hand, the fate of which was predetermined in this bloody tragedy. This murder served as a sign for all of Chicago. No one was safe from the hand of the shadow, and even the most powerful and influential people in the city could become its victims. The power and control that Franklin Wells had so long believed to be his was gone in an instant, leaving only darkness and fear in the hearts of those who encountered what became the now legendary Shadow. Rumors that Edward Flint had assassinated President Kennedy spread throughout Chicago like a wild web of darkness and intrigue. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, these rumors became part of the legend of Edward Flint, giving him an even more sinister appearance and increasing the fear he inspired in the hearts of his enemies. Many years had passed since President Kennedy was assassinated, but the story that Edward Flint was the man behind the act lived on in the city like a curse that hung over it forever. But, as in all other cases, no evidence of Edward Flint's direct participation in this crime was discovered, and his involvement remained only speculation. Some believe that this was just a mythical story created to tighten the legend of Edward Flint and increase his influence. Others claim that his own agents were behind this rumor to give him even more fear and respect in criminal circles. But whatever the truth, this story has become an integral part of the legend of Edward Flint, making him an even more mysterious and dangerous figure in the world of crime. And even if no one could prove his involvement in the assassination of the president, his name remained a sign of fear and horror for everyone who heard about him. The police kept a close eye on Edward Flint, but each time he managed to avoid their traps and remain free. However, when it came to his boss, Jonathan McGregor, the police poured all their resources into the investigation. One day, during an investigation in one of the vacant lots of Chicago, detectives discovered an abandoned room where traces of a person's recent presence were found. After further investigation, police determined that the location was part of a secret hideout used by McGregor as a base of operations for his gang. Detectives began to scrupulously analyze every piece of evidence, examining every corner of the room. A closer look at one of the walls led them to a small irregularity, which, as it turned out, was a disguise for a secret basement. Diving into this basement, they discovered a secret storage of weapons and documents, as well as a secret exit leading to a neglected underground tunnel. Following this tunnel, they came to an old abandoned warehouse, which turned out to be the last refuge for Jonathan McGregor. Eventually, the police stormed the warehouse, arresting McGregor and demonstrating that even those who considered themselves untouchable could not escape the law. This event had a huge impact on the criminal world of Chicago, becoming a symbol of the victory of justice over crime. Edward was sitting in his shelter, surrounded by silence, when suddenly there was a loud boom of megaphones and the sound of footsteps. He realized that his location had been discovered, and the police had already begun their assault. Edward's heart began to beat faster, and his mind raced with thoughts of what awaited him if he was caught. He knew he would spend the rest of his life behind bars, deprived of the freedom and power he so craved. At this moment of decision, he took the gun, feeling its cold metal touch against his palm. Mixed feelings of fear and determination forced him to act quickly. Through the noise of megaphones and screams of the police, he heard only his own inner voice telling him that this was the end of his story. He raised the pistol to his temple, his eyes sparkled with an absent light and his hand trembled with excitement. Then a shot rang out, piercing the silence with its deafening sound. When the police raided his hideout, they found Edward Flint already lifeless, lying on the floor, surrounded by the dark shadows of his past exploits. He had a pistol in his hand, and on his face was an expression of calm that never left him. The suicide note found next to his body contained just one sentence: "I don't regret anything." This is the last evidence of his steadfastness in his beliefs, remaining in the memory of the most dangerous criminal in the history of Chicago. The story of the ninth criminal. I'll tell you about Jacob Walker, a man whose name filled even the bravest with fear. He was not just a train robber. He was a master of his craft, a legend the underworld, and his most amazing achievement. How did he manage to escape from the police without getting caught by them? You will find out the answers to these questions in this video. Are you ready for an exciting immersion into the world of dangerous adventures? Jacob Walker was born in a small town in South Carolina. His childhood was filled with the smell of oil and the hum of engines. He grew up among the steel rails that crisscrossed the city like a web of iron. From a very early age, Jacob was drawn to railroads. His father worked as a driver on the local railway, and every time he went to work, the boy dreamed of following him. He spent hours watching the trains rush through the city and dreaming about what was inside those powerful machines. For Jacob, each train became a symbol of freedom and adventure. He dreamed of leaving his small town and going on long journeys on the endless expanses of railways. But his dreams were far from reality. Life in a small town was not easy, and the Walker family fought for every piece of bread. Jacob grew up knowing that in order to achieve his dreams, he would have to struggle and work. Despite the hardships his family faced, Jacob maintained his dreams of freedom and adventure. Every time he heard the buzz of an approaching train, the boy's heart sank with excitement. He knew that someday his dreams would come true. When Jacob came of age, he decided to leave his hometown and go in search of adventure. Trains became for him not only a means of transportation, but also the purpose of his life. He dreamed of the freedom that could only be found on the road, and so began the journey of Jacob Walker, who later became known as Iron Jack, the legendary train robber, whose name became a symbol of fear and respect in the vastness of the American West. With each passing day, Jacob immersed himself deeper and deeper into the world of railroads. He joined a gang of tramps who lived on the side of the tracks and traveled from town to town. Together with them, he traveled throughout the country, exploring different routes and learning to survive in the harsh conditions of the wild. Over time, Jacob began to notice that the railroads not only moved freight, but also a lot of money. He saw how trains transported jewelry, money, and other valuables from city to city, and realized that this was his chance to change his life. One day, when Jacob's gang stopped at a hermit on the outskirts of the city, he proposed to them a daring plan to rob a train that was carrying valuable cargo. At first, the others were skeptical about the idea, but Jacob was persistent and persuasive. Then one day, under the cover of darkness, Jacob and his band of armed vagabonds attacked a freight train moving through the mountains. Boldly and decisively they entered the carriages, robbing everything they could get their hands on. From that moment on, Jacob Walker's life changed forever. He became known as Iron Jack, the invincible train robber who brought fear and terror to the railroads. With each successful train robbery, Jacob felt power and wealth wash over him like the mighty waves of the ocean. Money brought him not only material well-being, but also a feeling of strength and invincibility. He became the ruler of his world, dictating the rules and controlling the lives of those who stood in his way. Iron Jack was not afraid of anyone or anything. His name became a symbol of fear, and everyone who ever heard of him shuddered in horror. But with power came problems. Jacob became overly trusting, confident in his invincibility, and this gradually began to undermine his position. One day, during one of the robberies, he was ambushed by the authorities. The bandits were surrounded, and Jacob realized that his days of freedom might be numbered. But at the last moment, he came up with an idea: to use the train passengers as hostages. With a sinister smile on his face, Iron Jack ordered his men to capture all the passengers and threatened to kill them if the authorities did not agree to his terms. This move brought him not only salvation, but also a new level of power. Now he has become not just a train robber, but an insidious and merciless crime boss, owning not only money, but also the lives of those who got in his way. Jacob Walker, known as Iron Jack, had his fill of petty train thefts and began to feel bored with his routine. He knew he needed something more ambitious, something that would allow him to rise above the rest of the railroad criminals. One day, meeting with his gang in an abandoned warehouse, he put forward a new plan: to rob a large passenger train carrying valuable cargo. His comrades looked at him with disbelief at first, but Jacob was persistent and persuasive. They planned everything down to the smallest detail: time, place, ability to act. And that evening, with the moon shining brightly above the horizon, they headed to the tracks to carry out their ambitious plan. Jacob felt adrenaline begin to flood his blood as they approached their goal. He knew this was his chance to prove his courage and determination, and he wasn't going to miss it. And so, as the carriages rushed past them, Jacob and his gang decided to take a step that would change their lives forever. They boarded the train, ready to face whatever came their way in their quest for the greater heights of the railroad underworld. The robbery went smoothly like never before. Jacob and his gang were so coordinated that everything went according to plan without a hitch. They climbed inside the train like ghosts from the shadows, and in the blink of an eye captured the valuable cargo. When the sound of a police siren rang out in the air, Jacob's gang was already far away, at full speed towards their hideout. Jacob felt on top of the world. He managed to do what he had dreamed of for many years, to rob a large train and evade prosecution. When they reached their hideout deep in the forest, joy and euphoria took over the entire gang. They unpacked their loot, enjoying their success and sharing plans for the future. For Jacob, this robbery was not just a victory, it was a turning point in his life. Now he knew that he was capable of more than just stealing small trains. He saw himself as a leader capable of leading his gang to even greater achievements. And now, as they celebrated their success, Jacob knew this was just the beginning. His ambitions were enormous, and he was ready to do anything to achieve even greater victories in the world of crime. The robbery was not only successful, it became the most profitable in the history of Jacob's gang. When they opened the safe, they discovered an impressive amount of money, more than $2 million. It was a sum they had never even dreamed of, but now it lay before their eyes sparkling with a golden sheen. Jacob's gang acted clearly and organizedly. They cut the security wires, cracked the safe, and carried the loot into their backpacks without missing a beat. Everyone knew their role and performed it flawlessly. When the police arrived at the crime scene, Jacob's gang was already far away. They left without leaving a trace, hiding in the depths of the forest, far from the prying eyes and ears of the law. Under the cover of night, they split up, each going their own ways to minimize the risk of getting caught. The police turned out to be persistent. They tracked down one of Jacob's gang members and subjected him to harsh interrogation. He eventually broke down and told them everything he knew about the group, including plans for the future and Jacob's whereabouts. Thanks to this information, the police were able to find and arrest the rest of the gang members, except Jacob himself. He was free, but knew that he could no longer remain in place. He needed to hide until the persecution subsided. With the loot in hand, Jacob decided not to waste any time. He collected all his things and disappeared into the depths of the forest, alone with his thoughts and money. He knew that now he had a long way to evade persecution, but he was ready for it. While the police were intensively searching for him, Jacob was planning his future. He knew that this money could be his ticket to a new life, to new opportunities and the freedom that he had always dreamed of. Jacob hid in the forest for a month, struggling with hunger, fear, and uncertainty. He experienced moments when it seemed that his fate was doomed, but despite all the difficulties, he remained determined and persistent. He had to constantly change his location to avoid falling into the police's trap. Finally, when the police relaxed their search, Jacob decided it was time to leave. He packed his things and headed to the nearest city where he could find funds to move to New York. In New York, Jacob found refuge among the hustle and bustle and anonymity of the big city. He started a new life under a new name and a new past. He invested some of the money in real estate and business, trying to build a stable future for himself. But even in this crazy metropolis, Jacob could not forget his past. Memories of his days spent on the railroads always remained with him. He knew that this was only the beginning of his story, and that new challenges and adventures awaited him ahead. And so, Jacob Walker, former Iron Jack, began a new chapter of his life in the world of concrete jungles and steel cities. Arriving in New York, Jacob felt the pulse of this huge metropolis, where the money seemed larger and the ambitions endless. He realized that something more awaited him here than he could have imagined. The idea of more train robberies flashed through his mind as an opportunity to do even more. Jacob began to delve into the underground world of New York, looking for vulnerabilities in the railway transportation system, figuring out security weaknesses. He collected information, planned every step to make the robberies even more daring and profitable. From time to time, Jacob went on reconnaissance, studying train routes, schedules, and safety. He knew that every detail mattered, and he was willing to use that to his advantage. But with each new plan, Jacob began to think more and more about the consequences. He understood that the risk increased with each new robbery, but he could not refuse the thought of big money and power that it could bring him. Deciding that he could no longer rely on others, Jacob decided to take the initiative and rob the trains himself. He was afraid that the situation would repeat when one of his accomplices was caught and betrayed the whole gang, and decided not to take any more risks. He spent long nights making plans and studying train routes. He knew that he needed to be especially careful and avoid the mistakes of the past so as not to fall into the clutches of the police. One dark night, when the moon hid behind the clouds, Jacob armed himself and headed towards the railroad tracks. He waited until the train began to move, then with skill and determination he climbed onto its roof. Now that he was alone with the train, Jacob felt free from all restrictions. He was willing to do whatever it took to get to his goal and get his share. With every kilometer that passed under his feet, Jacob felt his determination and confidence only increase. He was willing to take risks, willing to face danger, just to achieve his goal. Realizing that there was no need to rush and expose himself to great risks, Jacob decided to start with less. He started robbing small trains in New York to earn a little extra money without drawing too much attention to his actions. He chose routes where security was weaker and carefully planned his every move. Despite his smaller haul, each success brought him closer to his larger goal of amassing funds and expanding his influence in the world of crime. Small trains turned out to be ideal practice for Jacob. He carried out robberies with such skill and perfection that the police could not understand who was behind these crimes. For those around him, the gangster world remained a mystery, exactly as he needed. Every time Jacob returned to his refuge, he felt confident and content. He knew that each new robbery brought him closer to his goal, and he was ready to go to the end to achieve it. The police began an active search for Jacob, launching special operations and announcing a reward for his capture. But despite their best efforts, they had difficulty tracking him down. Jacob was a master of disguise and stealth. He had no close friends or connections that could give him away, and did not give in to communication with relatives. He was completely isolated from the outside world, making him even more difficult to track. While the police spent time and resources searching, Jacob continued his criminal activities, remaining invisible and unattainable. He moved around the city like a ghost, leaving behind only traces of his daring crimes. The police were desperate, but Jacob was too cunning and experienced to fall into their network. He was sure that no one could stop him on the way to his goal, and he continued to move forward no matter what. Jacob decided it was time for the most daring and ambitious robbery of his life. He decided to attack America's largest and richest train, the Golden Express. The Golden Express was a legendary train that transported valuable cargo and wealth throughout the country. Its trains were guarded like a castle, and only the most experienced bandits would think of attacking it. This train became a kind of symbol of American wealth and prosperity, and for Jacob it represented not only a huge booty, but also an opportunity to prove his strength and courage. He spent a lot of time studying the routes and schedules of the Golden Express and developing a plan of attack down to the smallest detail. He knew that this would be his most difficult and dangerous task yet, but his determination was unshakable. And so, when the Golden Express set off on its next voyage, Jacob was ready for his most daring venture yet. He prepared for battle, knowing that the stakes were high and that only the bravest could win. Intelligence. Jacob began studying the routes and schedules of the Golden Express, identifying vulnerable points for attack. Gathering information. He gained access to train plans and schedules through contacts at the local railroad agency. Preparing equipment. Jacob gathered explosives and safe-cracking weapons as well as a mask to hide his identity. Determining the point of attack. He chose a place in the open area where the train passed through a remote valley. Plan execution. As the Golden Express approached, Jacob blocked the train's path and broke into the safes. Quick disappearance. After the robbery, he disappeared into the mountains using secret trails. Splitting the loot, Jacob took all the jewelry with him and went into hiding to minimize the risk of falling into a police trap. Covering up traces, he destroyed all evidence related to the crime. Thus, Jacob Walker carried out a daring and successful robbery of the Golden Express using a carefully planned and well-executed plan of action. After the successful robbery of the Golden Express, Jacob Walker became a legend in the underworld. His daring feat got the whole country talking. The media called him Iron Jack, and his story became a hot topic for weeks. The Golden Express was the subject of the most daring and successful robbery in American history. The amount Jacob stole was estimated at more than $70 million, making this crime one of the largest and most significant in the history of the country. Despite all the efforts of the police, Jacob remained at large, and his name became associated with myths and legends. He became a symbol of freedom and defiance, and his robbery of the Golden Express entered the annals of the American underworld. For Jacob, this was not just a success, it was the achievement of his dream. He reached the top of the criminal world, stealing an amount he never dreamed of. But this was only the beginning of his path to power and wealth. His next steps were even more ambitious and dangerous. And so, the legend of Iron Jack lived on, inspiring both awe and admiration throughout the country. To many, he was a criminal, to others a hero, but no one could deny his extraordinary skill and courage. Preparing documents, Jacob began looking for opportunities to obtain a new identity and passport that would allow him to cross the border without problems. Financial preparation. He transferred some of his wealth into secure accounts abroad so that he would have financial support once he arrived. Selecting a country. Jacob researched various country options for hiding places, assessing security, contacts, and business opportunities. Route planning. He developed a travel route to avoid eavesdropping and surveillance by choosing alternative routes and means of transportation. Contacts abroad. Jacob sought connections and contacts in his chosen country that could help him settle and provide security. Preparing for departure. He collected the necessary things and funds to be ready for an early departure, leaving a minimum of traces and giving the police less time to respond. Thus, Jacob developed a careful plan to leave America and start a new life in another country, avoiding persecution and the risk of being caught. Realizing that his departure plan was complete, Jacob decided to take the last step before leaving, to say goodbye to his parents. Despite the fact that he had not communicated with them for a long time, he understood that they always remained his family, and he wanted to do something for them so that they could live without worries. Arriving at his parents' house, Jacob met them in a warm atmosphere. They were surprised by his sudden appearance but were glad to see their son. Jacob told them of his decision to leave the country and start a new life abroad, explaining that this was the only way to ensure a secure future for them. Then, barely containing his emotions, he handed them a large sum of money, $10 million, saying that this was his way of helping them. He convinced them that they would never again have to worry about money or worries. The parents were amazed by this generous gesture and deeply touched by their son's sudden display of concern. They hugged him tightly, thanking him for his kindness and promising that they would keep the money as a symbol of his love and care. Jacob continued his journey, following the plan he had carefully developed. After leaving America, he headed to one of the Asian countries, trying to start a new life in safety and avoid police persecution. He was last seen in the Chinese city. He did not attract attention, remaining invisible in the crowd. His face was hidden under a mask, and he moved through the streets as if imperceptibly merging with those around him. Jacob was careful and attentive, following his plan without a hitch. He hid from view, avoiding any suspicious actions and trying not to attract attention to himself. His main goal is to leave the country unnoticed and start a new life in a safe haven. With every step towards his goal, Jacob felt more confident. He knew that the road ahead would not be easy, but he was determined to continue on his path in search of freedom and security. The police, despite all efforts, continued to unsuccessfully search for traces of Jacob Walker. His whereabouts remained a mystery, and from time to time, only rumors appeared about his possible stay in various parts of the world. However, every time it seemed that he had been found, Jacob disappeared like a shadow, leaving behind only traces of uncertainty. Jacob's parents were left in the dark about their son's whereabouts. Even with his last visit and generous gift, they had no information about where he was now. Their hearts were full of anxiety and hope that Jacob was alive and safe, but they could find no consolation in the uncertainty that gripped their fate. Jacob, meanwhile, continued his hidden existence, seeking to forget his past and start over with a clean slate. He carefully built his new life in the Asian country, hoping that his past would never catch up with him. Every day he became more and more wary, remains at his post, and is ready for all possible turns of fate. Thus, the story of Jacob Walker remained unfinished, and his location remained a mystery, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Time will tell what awaits him in the future, but for now, his fate remains a mystery awaiting resolution. The story of the 10th criminal. Today, I want to share with you the exciting story of the escape of two dangerous criminals, Jake and Michael, from one of the most secure prisons in the United States. Their escape caused a wide resonance. Their hunt for freedom led them to the Chinese outback, where their trace was simply lost. But what happened to them next? Gossip, intrigue, and secrets shroud this story. Let's dive into the world of adventure, crime, and unexpected twists of fate together. In a cozy suburb where life flowed calmly, Jake Riley was born. His childhood, however, was anything but comfortable. He lost his parents at the age of 6, becoming an orphan in a world full of danger and injustice. Little Jake learned to survive on the streets ruled by gangs and criminals. He was forced to be persistent and courageous in order to protect himself from danger. It was during this period that his face became covered with scars that would remind him of his past every day. As a teenager, he joined a local gang where he found his fellow victims. They became his family, and street life became his only reason for existence. But Jake was ambitious. What he had was not enough for him. He strived for more and knew firsthand what power and money meant. Over time, he rose to the top of the gang's hierarchy, becoming its undisputed leader. But this was only the beginning of his journey in the world of crime. He took part in major robberies, smuggling, and fraud, expanding his influence and coming to the attention of the police. However, as is always the case in the world of crime, where blood and money are the only values, determination and courage can lead to downfall. The story of Jake Riley is the story of a man who aspired to the top, but instead found himself behind bars in America's most dangerous prison. Jake Riley, a man with a charismatic appearance and a desire for success, decided to start a new life in Texas. After moving to this state full of opportunities, he decided to start small, with pickpocketing. The streets of Texas became his new home, and the residents became the objects of his attention. Jake quickly became accustomed to the local environment, learning the rhythm and customs of the city. He chose his goals carefully, assessing every step and calculating every risk. With his skill at deception and dexterity, he became a master of pickpocketing, skillfully slipping his hand into the pockets of passers-by and disappearing into the crowd before he was even noticed. Every day brought new challenges and opportunities for Jake, and he was ready to take advantage of them. After spending some time in Texas, Jake realizes that petty thefts no longer bring him enough profit. He decides to take it to the next level and start robbing richer and more powerful people. His first target is the home of one of the richest oil magnates in the region. To prepare for his first big heist, Jake conducts detailed reconnaissance, studying the schedules and habits of his targets and recruiting help from local criminals. When the moment of action arrives, Jake pulls off the heist with skill and composure. He enters the house, bypasses the security systems and leaves with a bountiful harvest. This first successful robbery only increases his ambitions. Jake begins to plan even more ambitious and daring heists, not realizing that every time he risks everything he has, the chance of falling into a trap becomes greater and greater. One day, during one of his robberies, Jake meets a mysterious rich man named Maxwell Forbes. Maxwell, known locally as a tireless smuggler and trader, is interested in Jake's talents. He sees potential in him and offers him a job in his organization. Jake approaches the proposal cautiously at first, but swayed by Maxwell's promises of wealth and power, he finally agrees. Under Maxwell's leadership, Jake becomes part of an organization specializing in smuggling rare and valuable goods. In his new role, Jake begins to work closely with Maxwell, learning their targets, guards, and routes. With each assignment, he becomes more experienced and daring, gaining a reputation as the best in the business. But as Jake dives deeper into the world of smuggling, he begins to realize that there is no place for trust and honesty in this world. His meeting with Maxwell opens him up to new opportunities, but also new dangers. Maxwell, a famous smuggler, sees potential in Jake and offers him cooperation. He invites Jake to participate in the robbery of one of the large banks in the city, promising him a huge reward. Jake, attracted by the opportunity to earn a large sum, agrees to the deal. Together they plan the heist down to the smallest detail, taking into account every possible risk and scenario. The robbery is successful, and Jake gets his share of the loot. However, as he begins to enjoy his new wealth and power, he realizes that he has embarked on a path that could lead to disastrous consequences. When the police begin investigating the robbery, Jake finds himself forced to choose between keeping his new fortune and his freedom. He understands that with wealth comes the risk of losing everything he has, including his freedom. After 7 years of working for Maxwell, Jake receives the most dangerous mission of all time. He is tasked with killing Dylan Stone, one of Maxwell's main competitors in the world of smuggling. Dylan Stone is a cunning and merciless opponent, and taking him down poses an incredible challenge. However, Jake prepares for the task with tenacity and determination. When the moment of action arrives, Jake begins to carry out his plan. He watches Dylan Stone, studying his behavior and habits, and looks for the right moment to strike. But as Jake gets closer to his goal, he begins to realize that killing Dylan Stone will not only destroy his rival, but could also change his own life forever. When Jake realized he needed to kill Dylan Stone, he began to develop a daring and cunning plan. Instead of attacking the target directly, he decided to use his skills of deception and manipulation. Jake has discovered that Dylan Stone is planning a meeting with one of his key partners at a construction company in a secluded building. Using his connections and knowledge, Jake made Dylan believe that his partner was going to betray him. When Jake decided to kill Dylan Stone, he didn't risk going head-to-head. Instead, he planned the assassination with a sniper rifle. Jake tracked down the place where Dylan spent most of his time and chose a strategic location for a sniper position. When Dylan appeared on the horizon, Jake took aim and made a clear shot. The bullet hit its target and Dylan Stone fell to the ground, instantly losing his life. Jake instantly knew his mission was complete and quickly disappeared from the crime scene, leaving the evidence and traces behind. The murder of Dylan Stone not only gave Jake the opportunity to eliminate his rival, but also raised his status in the world of crime. However, he realized that this act would have far-reaching consequences and could change his life forever. After committing the murder, Jake felt confident, thinking that everything went smoothly and without problems. But as he left the crime scene, he didn't notice one camera hidden in the shadows. Jake continued to move forward, believing that everything was going according to plan, but in the meantime, the police began their investigative work. They found camera footage that showed a clear image of the murder of Dylan Stone. When the police discovered Jake, he was arrested and brought to trial. In court, convincing evidence was presented against him of his guilt in the murder of Dylan Stone. The trial proceeded quickly, and Jake was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Once behind bars, Jake realized the gravity of his situation. He realized that his ambition and lust for power had led him to this dark end. In prison, he faced difficulties and dangers every day, and his life was never the same again. Jake was sent to the Black Bastion, one of the most dangerous and impenetrable prisons in the world. Black Bastion was located on a remote island surrounded by stormy ocean waters. The strict regime and cruel rules made this place a real hell for prisoners. Lawlessness and chaos reigned inside the Black Bastion. Gangs of prisoners fought for power and control of resources, and execution squads were constantly on standby to maintain order among rioting prisoners. The guards were merciless and uncompromising, and not a single prisoner dared even think about attempting to escape. For Jake, every day in the Black Bastion became a test of survival. He was forced to adapt to the harsh conditions of prison life, adapt to new rules, and find allies among other prisoners in order to survive this hell. Jake understood that attempting to escape from Black Bastion was practically futile. Not a single prisoner could escape from this prison, and Jake knew that every attempt could result in disaster for him. However, hope for freedom still glimmered in his heart, and he decided to take a risk. Jake began carefully planning his escape, analyzing every detail and studying the weak points in the prison security system. He knew that he would have to overcome many obstacles, but his determination was unshakable. With the help of allies among other prisoners, Jake developed a complex plan that included many tricks and deceptions. He knew that he would have to act quickly and decisively to overcome all obstacles on the path to freedom. But as Jake approached the point of escape, he began to realize that the price he must pay for freedom could be incredibly high. He understood that every step on the path to freedom would cost him dearly, but he was ready to do anything to get his life back. Jake met a prisoner named Michael Harrison in prison. Michael was an experienced criminal who had spent many years in prison and knew many tricks and escape tricks. After several meetings and conversations, Jake and Michael began to trust each other and decided to join forces to plan an escape. Michael Harrison was a master at bypassing guards and finding weaknesses in prison security. With his help, Jake developed a more detailed and elaborate escape plan, which included using hidden passages, creating diversions, and infiltrating protected areas. Thanks to their combined efforts and their ability to work together as a team, Jake and Michael are getting closer to executing their escape plan. They knew their task would not be easy, but they were willing to risk it for the chance to regain their freedom. With their escape plan in place, Jake and Michael knew they had to find a way to contact Jack Lawrence to help them get off the island. They knew that this stage would be decisive for their freedom, so they carefully planned every step. Using their contacts inside the prison, Jake and Michael were able to relay a message to Jack, who was free, through illegal communication channels. They convinced him of the importance and urgency of their escape and asked him to organize a boat and hide it in a secret place off the coast of the island. Jack Lawrence was careful and carefully planned every step to avoid falling into the hands of the police. He agreed to help his partners and agreed to meet at the specified place and time. Now Jake and Michael could only wait for the moment to escape and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise along the way to freedom. In prison, Jake and Michael spent a lot of time studying prison procedures, bypassing security systems, and gathering information about the location of security cameras, guard patrols, and other aspects of the prison regime. They also actively interacted with other prisoners to find allies and see who could help them in their escape plan. They used their skills and experience to establish connections with people who had access to the resources and information needed to successfully escape. In their free time, they conducted training and exercises to prepare for the physical and psychological challenges that awaited them during their escape. They were trained in the basics of survival, camouflage, and evasion to be prepared for anything on the road to freedom. Realizing that there were simply no other ways to escape from the Black Bastion, Jake and Michael decided to start digging a tunnel. It was a risky and difficult plan, but they knew it was their only chance for freedom. They began working in secret, using all sorts of tools and items they could get from the prison. Every night they were at risk when they began to rummage in the ground, while the guards could discover them at any moment. 5 years of hard and secret work in the land of a prison dungeon, covered in darkness and doom, have borne fruit. The tunnels were dug slowly and carefully, each time causing a wave of adrenaline and anxiety in Jake and Michael. They knew that one wrong move, one wrong sound could reveal the guards, and it would cost them their dreams of freedom. However, their determination and perseverance did not waver. They worked in secret, listening for every sound, every sign of guards' proximity, every shift in the ground. Beneath these dark corridors and earthen walls were hidden many hours of their lives, lost in search of the path to freedom. Each new meter of the tunnel was a small victory, a small step closer to the goal. And finally, one ordinary evening, when the prison guards seemed to have fallen asleep, they reached the end of their tunnel. They managed to break through the last layer of earth and reach the surface. Before them stretched a dark forest, surrounded by the shadow of night. But for Jake and Michael, this was not just an ominous wasteland. It was the road to freedom. They exchanged a look filled with a mixture of joy, excitement, and anxiety. A new beginning lay before them, full of unknowns, but they were ready for any challenges that might lie ahead. The next morning, alarm bells rang through the prison. A loud siren sound was heard, awakening all the prisoners from their quiet dreams. Everyone in the prison was on high alert. 2 dangerous criminals had escaped. The guards, dumbfounded and agitated, began to storm the cells, checking each prisoner, asking questions, searching their personal belongings. But all their efforts were in vain. Jake and Michael were already far away, free, and in their cells there were only traces of their absence. There was a lot of noise and fuss. Prison officials organized a chase and sent out signals to search for the fugitives. But Jake and Michael were no longer there. They continued their path to freedom, heading for a new life, leaving behind prison walls and all the threats associated with them. The signal about the escape triggered a real hunt. All prison resources were mobilized to bring the fugitives back behind bars. Detectives and agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, became involved in the search, working with local law enforcement. Large operations were launched to round up the fugitives. Every corner of the city was searched. Every suspicious trace was checked. Roads were closed and air travel was controlled to prevent fugitives from attempting to escape the city. However, Jake and Michael, knowing full well what they were getting into, were careful and prudent. They used all their knowledge and experience to remain undetected and avoid falling into traps. Every step was thought out and carried out with the utmost care. Despite intensive efforts by law enforcement agencies, the fugitives continued to evade attempts to apprehend them. Their desire for freedom was too strong to stop, and so began the hunt, which turned into a veritable game of cat and mouse between the law and those who sought to escape its hand. The escape took place in 2017, and this event not only became the subject of discussion in the local media, but also aroused great interest around the world. News of Jake and Michael's escape spread overnight, and they made headlines in television reports. Social networks and online forums were filled with discussions about how they managed to break free and what would happen next. Gossip and conspiracy theories ran rampant online as the public hungered for every new detail that might reveal the mystery of their escape. Even the U.S. president could not stay away from this event. He said there was a need for stricter monitoring of prison systems and improved security systems to ensure such incidents do not happen again. He also expressed hope for the speedy apprehension of the fugitives and their return to prison so that they would answer before the law for their crimes. After their escape, Jake and Michael became real targets for law enforcement. Their escape was a huge blow to the prestige of the prison system, and now all efforts were devoted to capturing the fugitives. The Federal Bureau of Investigation launched a nationwide manhunt for them, and the search for them was regularly updated on television and radio with their photographs. The hunt for Jake and Michael became one of the largest and longest in U.S. history. Despite numerous attempts and extensive resources, law enforcement was unable to catch them. Jake and Michael were masters at covering their tracks, changing identities, and fooling security systems. Their escape caused widespread public outcry, with many discussing their case. Some saw them as heroes, freedom fighters who were able to escape the clutches of the system. Others viewed them as criminals and traitors who undermined trust in the prison system. Regardless of opinions, Jake and Michael remained free, continuing their journey into the unknown, their names becoming legends, fitting into the history of crime. In 2021, security cameras in a city in China recorded movements suspiciously similar to Jake and Michael. Law enforcement began a large-scale investigation, hoping that this information would lead to their arrest. However, after this incident, there was no news about Jake and Michael. Their sudden disappearance caused widespread resonance in the world media. Everyone asked, what happened to the fugitives they had been looking for so long? Were they caught by the Chinese authorities, or did they escape again? The story of the 11th criminal. This story tells the story of Max Wilson, an experienced car thief whose name has become known in the narrow circles of the criminal world. Max, an ordinary guy from the city's back streets, whose life changed when he first got behind the wheel of a stolen car. Despite his humble beginnings, he quickly gained a reputation as one of the best in the business. In the narrow circles of the criminal community, his name was known as a man who solves his problems without unnecessary noise and thought. However, when his success became so noticeable that his identity began to be discussed even outside the local gang, Max realized that his life would never be the same. At this point, he began to think about his future and the possible consequences of his actions. And just when it seems like Max is at the top of his game, a new player appears in his world. The detective, whose work becomes more persistent and witty, begins to approach Max. The meeting of two irreconcilable opponents promises to be an event that will change the lives of both forever. What will make Max think about his future? What secrets does he hide? The answers to these questions await you in a fascinating story that is just beginning. Max Wilson was born and raised in one of the most dangerous areas of Chicago. From an early age, he realized that life in this world would not be easy. His parents, fighting for survival, instilled in him a tough character and the ability to adapt to any circumstances. As a child, Max dreamed of a better life than the one he saw around him. He saw people become rich and powerful, and decided that he too could achieve the same success. But he imagined the path to his dream differently than ordinary people. From a very young age, Max showed a talent for mechanics and cars. He spent his days disassembling and reassembling cars, studying their inner workings and mastering the skills that would later become his key to success. At the age of 18, Max assembled his first team of car thefts. They were young and ambitious, willing to risk everything for their dreams. The first hijacking operations were not easy, but Max and his team persistently moved forward, overcoming difficulties and learning from their mistakes. With each new theft, Max became more and more experienced and confident in his abilities. His name became increasingly famous in the Chicago underworld, and he was soon dubbed the King of the Road. But even after reaching the pinnacle of success, Max realized that the price he paid for his fame was high. He understood that his dream had become a reality, but it turned into a challenge for him that he would have to fight every day. With each new theft, Max and his team gained more and more experience and confidence. Their activities brought them not only financial benefits but also fame in the world of crime. They became an integral part of the shadow world of Chicago, where every step was well thought out and every action was strictly planned. However, with growing fame came new challenges. Competitors became more aggressive, the police became more vigilant, and every theft became a risk. Max understood that the game he was involved in was becoming more and more dangerous, but he didn't back down. He has a steely determination and desire for success running through his veins. He learned from his mistakes, improved his methods, and expanded his connections. Each new day brought him a new challenge, and each time he emerged victorious. This went on for many years. Max and his team have become an integral part of the Chicago underworld. Their name aroused awe among competitors and admiration among fans. They were invincible, kings of the roads, lords of the night. But even the strongest fall if they don't look at their feet. And then, one day, at the most inopportune moment, when Max was at the height of his fame, fate presented him with a test that took him beyond his own capabilities. What happened next no one could predict. But one thing was clear. The story of Max Wilson, King of the Road, was just beginning. One cold winter evening with Chicago blanketed in snow, Max Wilson and his team were preparing for their next hijacking. They chose a target, a luxury car owned by a famous banker. This was their most ambitious project so far, and this time they were counting on big money. However, as always in the world of auto theft, nothing is simple. While Max and his team were engrossed in their plan, an unexpected rival stood in their way, another group of criminals who also targeted the same car. A fierce struggle for dominance on the streets of Chicago began. Both groups used all their resources to take possession of the car. This became a kind of test for Max and his team, who were not used to giving up in the face of obstacles. It was at this point that Max had to make a choice: take a risk and continue to fight for the car or retreat to save his team. This decision could determine their future in the world of crime. Under cover of darkness, as Chicago slept, Max and his team embarked on one of the most ambitious hijackings of their career. They planned to steal a car from a famous rich man whose villa was located on the outskirts of the city. This car was not just a luxury vehicle but also a symbol of the status and wealth of its owner. Max and his team entered the villa, evading guards and bypassing security systems. They soon found their target, a magnificent sports car parked at the entrance to a luxurious mansion. Wasting no time, they broke into the car and stole it before anyone could notice their presence. The hijacking went smoothly, and Max and his team successfully completed the task, adding another victory to their list. But they soon realized that the hijacking had attracted more attention than they had expected. Soon after the incident, Max had to face the consequences of his actions when not only the police began to step on their trail, but also dangerous competitors who wanted to take possession of the stolen car. The theft attracted unwanted attention from law enforcement, and Max and his team swung into action. They quickly hid the stolen car in an anonymous garage and took steps to change their location, moving to a safe location in another area of the city. Remaining in the shadows, they discussed their next steps. It was decided to establish contact with an intermediary who could help sell the car for parts and avoid suspicion. This intermediary had connections with small criminal gangs where they might be interested in purchasing parts from such a car. Max and several members of his team contacted an intermediary, concluding a deal to sell the stolen car. An agreement was reached and the car was dismantled for subsequent sale. The transaction was successful, and Max again felt relieved, knowing that they had avoided prosecution and protected themselves from possible investigations. However, he also realized that this incident was a warning indicating the need to be careful in their future actions. Jonathan Richmond is one of the richest and most influential entrepreneurs in Chicago. His fortune is worth billions of dollars, and his luxurious mansions are scattered throughout the city. It is known for its strict security measures and unwavering protection of its assets. Max and his team gathered together in the dark basement of their modest home and began long weeks of planning. They studied every detail of Richmond's life, identifying his routines, guards, and potential weaknesses. Before each new meeting, the team analyzed the collected data, discussed possible scenarios, and built strategies. Their plan was to hack the security systems, bypass the guards, and take any valuables they could find in Richmond's house. Carefully considering every step, Max and his team developed a detailed plan that would ensure they would successfully complete the heist and evade the police and security forces. This was not just an operation for them, but also a test that would determine their future in the world of crime. Having drawn up a plan down to the smallest detail, Max and his team decided to implement an ambitious project. They chose a night when Richmond usually went to his mansion outside the city to carry out a stealth heist. Under the cover of darkness, when the streets of Chicago were shrouded in sleep, Max and his accomplices quietly entered the yard of Richmond's house. They bypassed every CCTV camera and security system, acting like spirits, invisible to neighbors and passers-by who woke up at that hour. Having done everything not to attract attention, they silently entered the house itself through the back door, which they knew from the plan. A complex security system awaited them inside, but they were ready for it. However, in the process of cracking the home alarm code, something went wrong and the alarm went off. Suddenly, all plans collapsed, and Max and the team found themselves in the very center of events. They were forced to make quick decisions in order to escape and not fall into the hands of the police or security. The alarm at Jonathan Richmond's home turns out to be a false alarm, designed to test the security system. The security quickly understood the situation and laid down their vigilance. Max and his team managed to take the keys to the garage and steal the luxury car that was parked there. It was an absolute rarity in the automotive world, an exclusive Rolls-Royce Phantom 6, released in the 90s. Impeccable quality, elegant design, and unrivaled comfort made it one of the most prestigious cars of its time. Having carried out a daring theft, Max and his team disappeared silently into the darkness of the night, leaving behind only a trail of mysterious circumstances. It was another great addition to their legend in the Chicago crime world. Max and his accomplices, having taken refuge in a safe place, examined their trophy. They realized that this success only confirmed their skill and skills. Now they could move on, proud of their achievement and prepared for the new challenges that lay ahead. After successfully stealing a rare Rolls-Royce Phantom 6, Max and his team took a short break to plan their next steps. They knew that such a daring operation would not go unnoticed, and they must act carefully. At this time, they decided to use the car for another profitable deal. They contacted a rare car collector who expressed interest in purchasing this luxury car for a huge sum. However, there was a problem before the deal. The car had unique identification numbers that could attract the attention of law enforcement agencies. Max and his team decided to take a chance and redo the numbers to ensure the security of the transaction. After successfully changing their identification details, they met with the collector. The transaction went smoothly, and Max and his team received a huge amount of money for the car. However, shortly after the transaction, they learned that the car was connected to a criminal organization, and their names began to appear in the investigation. Suddenly, they were in danger, and they were faced with the need to use all their resources and skills to avoid arrest and maintain freedom. Finding themselves in a dangerous situation, Max and his team decided to use their connections and resources to survive this crisis. They realized they needed to act quickly and boldly to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. Max turned to his old friend from the world of crime, Ben, who was known for his connections with the police and his ability to get out of difficult situations. Ben agreed to help Max and his team, but for a price. With Ben's help, Max and his team were able to bribe some police officers to slow down the investigation and divert law enforcement's attention to other matters. They also found a way to deceive the tracks to hide their real tracking routes. However, in the course of their actions, they encountered a traitor in their circle. It turned out that one of their team members preferred cooperation with the police in exchange for freedom. This disappointment shocked Max and his comrades, and they realized that they needed to be even more careful and vigilant. However, thanks to his courage and resourcefulness, Max and his team were able to evade arrest and continue their activities in the Chicago underworld. This experience made them become even more careful and decisive in their actions, ready for any challenges that might await them in the future. After his team was caught and arrested, Max realized that he needed to act quickly to remain free. He managed to elude the police thanks to his knowledge of the city and the many hidden hideouts he used as backup points for cases like this. However, his fight for survival was just beginning. In a new place, Max had to adapt to new conditions and look for ways to survive without his previous team and resources. He realized that he would have to go through many difficulties before he could return to his criminal activities and continue his struggle for power and wealth. After 2 years of secret existence in New York, Max decided to return to his old specialty, auto theft. He chose a night for this when the city streets were deserted and the owners of expensive cars were relaxing in their homes. Max decided to steal a luxury limousine belonging to one of the city's influential businessmen. He studied the schedule of this car for a long time and planned the operation to the smallest detail. At the appointed moment, Max quietly crept up to the limo's parking spot. Using special equipment, he quickly bypassed the security system and started the car's engine. Having done this silently, he sped away from the crime scene, leaving behind only traces of incredible cunning and professionalism. Having stolen the car, Max was able to hide in the darkness of the night, washing away all the evidence and leaving not the slightest trace. This successful theft once again confirmed his skill and ability to carry out complex operations without any problems. He began an active search for new members of his team, and it was not an easy process. Max sought to gather the best of the best, those who were willing to take on the challenge and take risks for greater reward. First, he turned to his old friends and acquaintances in the underworld. Then, using his connections and resources, Max began to attract new members to his team. He managed to assemble a diverse but extremely talented and numerous group, which included thieves, burglars, security experts, and other specialists. Now that his team was assembled, Max was ready to begin the next chapter of his criminal career. He felt that with these people, he had every chance of success, and he was determined to achieve his goals no matter what. Max and his team decided to carry out one of the largest operations in their criminal career, the robbery of a luxury car dealership, where the most expensive and exclusive cars in the city were stored. To achieve this, Max and his team carefully developed a detailed plan. Their goal was to break into a car dealership, bypass security systems, and steal some of the most valuable cars the night before they were delivered to their new owners. The operation was planned down to the smallest detail. They studied the location of CCTV cameras, key storage locations, security systems, and the car dealership's security regime. Using their experience and talent, Max and his team found a weak spot in the car dealership's security and decided to exploit it. The car dealership that Max and his team planned to rob was a true symbol of luxury and status in the city of Auto Elite. Auto Elite was located in the very center of the city in a huge modern building, with display cases filled with luxury and exclusive cars. From classic sports cars to the latest limousines, the car dealership offered a wide selection of vehicles for the most discerning customers. In total, Max and his team planned to steal 5 of the most expensive and exclusive cars from Auto Elite. Among them were late-model sports coupes, luxury limousines, and rare collector cars. The total value of all stolen cars was about $60 million. The dealership was known for its meticulous security measures, but Max and his team were confident in their abilities and willing to overcome any obstacles for a heist that could change their lives forever. Under the cover of the darkness of the night, Max and his team approached the Avtoalite, where their vehicles had already been prepared in advance. They armed themselves with high-tech equipment to hack and bypass security systems. First, they had to get inside the building, bypassing video surveillance and alarm systems. This was done with such skill that not a single camera recorded their presence. Once they were inside the Auto Elite, Max and his team quickly walked around the entire dealership, found the target cars, and began hacking their security systems. Their excitement grew with every minute, knowing that they would have cars worth a fortune in their hands. Finally, all 5 target vehicles were started and ready to go. While many were already asleep, Max and his team, breaking the silence of the night, left the crime scene, longing for the new life that would be possible thanks to this daring operation. While Max and his team were busy preparing and executing the heist, one of the veteran detectives working in the organized crime department noticed some strange coincidences and inconsistencies in the recent criminal activities taking place in the city. He began to analyze the data collected during the investigation and noticed that several stolen cars were stolen using the same technique, and there were also connections between several other crimes that indicated the possible involvement of the same group of criminals. The detective deepened his investigation by analyzing CCTV footage and evidence at crime scenes. He also paid attention to signals that could indicate the presence of Max or his team. Soon, the detective was able to identify some commonalities and connections between the crimes committed and began to follow the movements of Max and his team, trying to gather enough evidence to arrest them and bring them to justice for their deeds. The detective working on this investigation was named David Black. He was an experienced investigator with an impeccable reputation and a sharp mind. David was not a man to back down when things got tough. After reviewing all the evidence and analyzing the evidence collected in various crimes, David began to develop a strategy to capture Max and his team. He was convinced that if he closely monitored the movements of the criminals, sooner or later he would be able to find a weak point in their plans and arrest them. David Black continued to carefully analyze the data and monitor the activity of Max and his team. He noted that some of the stolen cars were found in certain areas of the city immediately after they were robbed, and were left there without any trace of attempts to sell them. This seemed strange to David, since criminals usually try to hide their actions and avoid attracting the attention of law enforcement. He began to investigate these cases further, and found that in each of them, some evidence was left at the scene that could indicate that this was done on purpose. David decided to use this information and set up an ambush, installing hidden cameras in areas where stolen cars had previously been found. And then one day, one of the cameras recorded several members of Max's gang who left the stolen car and ran away from there. This was a breakthrough for David. He used CCTV footage and other evidence to link these crimes to Max. Knowing that he had found a clue, David began to act quickly to prepare an operation to arrest Max and his gang. Coordinating with other law enforcement departments, David deployed forces so that they could surround the possible hideouts of Max and his accomplices. He also prepared special arrest teams trained to respond to emergency situations. When everything was ready, David's team went to the place where Max and his gang were supposed to be. Strictly following the plan, they broke into the criminals' hideout, noticing that they were completely unprepared for such a rapid and large-scale attack. In the chaos that followed the surprise attack by law enforcement, Max and his accomplices were arrested without any chance of resistance. David was able to finally blow the cover off the criminal activities of Max and his gang, preventing subsequent crimes and restoring order and law in the city. After the arrest of Max and his gang, a thorough investigation began, which revealed that their criminal activities caused enormous damage to the state. David Black and his team uncovered evidence that Max and his accomplices were involved in the theft of luxury cars, theft of valuable jewelry, as well as falsification of documents and other fraudulent transactions. However, the most striking thing was that Max and his gang were also involved in large-scale financial fraud, which caused the state damage in the amount of more than $300 million. This was a blow not only to the country's budget, but also to public confidence in law enforcement agencies. After a lengthy trial, during which all the evidence of the crimes of Max and his gang were presented, the court sentenced Max to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Along with him, his accomplices were also sentenced to long prison terms. This verdict was a clear example that crimes do not go unpunished and that justice will prevail in the end. After this, the city began to recover from the consequences of the activities of Max and his gang, and David Black and his team continued to fight crime, protecting law and order in their city. The story of the 12th criminal. Today there will be a story about the most dangerous robber in America, Jake Harris. Jake Harris was born and raised in a poor area of a small town in the southern United States. His childhood was difficult. His parents could not provide him with a decent future. Because of this, he was forced to look for a way out of the current situation on his own. Already in his teens, Jake began to engage in theft trade to earn money. Teenage hopelessness grew into ambition and greed for power. Jake quickly took control of the local gang and began to develop his criminal business. With each successful operation, his ambitions grew, and he began to become one of the most powerful kingdoms in the relationship. Despite his successes, Jake's path was fraught with danger. Competitors tried to thwart his plans, and the police relentlessly pursued him. But Jake was smart and cunning, and every time he had to follow the rules. His gangster business became larger and more successful, but at the same time the price of his success grew. One day, Jake was betrayed by his own people. He was forced to flee to escape the police and many former accomplices. While he was in hiding, he began to reflect on his life and what he had left behind. His heart awoke for his children and family, whom he had hardly seen for many years. But after overcoming many trials and dangers, Jake realized that simply leaving his criminal past behind is not so easy. Deciding that he no longer has a place in the old city, Jake Harris leaves his hometown and goes to Chicago, a metropolis where laws practically do not work. In this ruthless city, where crime reigns in every lamp, Jake sees new opportunities. Arriving in Chicago, Jake starts from scratch. He knows that he will have to fight through competition and establish his influence in this city. He becomes famous in underground circles for his experience and toughness. His reputation as a dangerous and unpredictable man quickly lingers. However, in this city, Jake faces new challenges. Chicago has its own rules of the game, and you can't always act on your own. He understands that to survive here he needs to master not only strength, but also tactics. In his quest to rise to the top of the criminal world, Jake comes into conflict with gangs and even the police themselves. But everyone must master the battle, only to temper his revolution and be able to survive. In addition to the struggle for power and influence, Jake dreams of a more worthy life in his soul. Meeting some new people makes him think that perhaps there are other ways to achieve success without resorting to crime. Thus, in Chicago, Jake Harris continued his journey, fighting external threats and demons, striving to find his place in this ruthless world. Realizing that he needs to open a restaurant in Chicago, Jake decides to return to his place and starts with petty pickpockets. He assembles a team of experienced plans and reliable people to help him implement it. The first few operations go smoothly. Jake and his team rob wealthy clients on the streets of Chicago while avoiding the attention of the police. He discovers that this city has many natural features, and if you act carefully, you can make a lot of money. But with each new robbery, the risk increases. The police begin to pay attention to unusual crimes in the city, and Jake has to take precautions. He calculates every step and understands that one mistake can cost him everything. In addition to the police, Jake also faces competitors in global crime. Other gangs do not intend to just give up their territories and resources and begin a real struggle for power in the city. However, despite all the obstacles, Jake and his team continue to move forward, aiming for bigger and more ambitious opponents. And every successful robbery brings them closer to the top of the criminal underworld in Chicago. But with growing ambitions and growing success, Jake has to make a choice: continue on the path of the Queen or change his destiny. As Jake and his gang continue to achieve success, their reputation grows. They become known in Chicago's underground circles as a group that can take any side, no matter how it appears. But with each new robbery, the risk also increases. The police are leading the charge against organized crime, and Jake must face increasingly sophisticated tactics. He is forced to constantly change tactics and strategies to avoid arrest. Meanwhile, worries begin to arise within the gang. Some members of the group begin to doubt Jake's leadership and ability to make good decisions. This creates discord and even team equipment. However, Jake does not give up in the face of obstacles. He decided to strengthen his position by proving that he is an unsurpassed leader and organizer. He is developing new plans that will increase profits and avoid risks. But as the game becomes more dangerous, Jake begins to think about his future. He understands that the road he is on may lead him to the end, and he will have to make a decision: stay in the criminal world and continue supporting the authorities, or change his life for something more fundamental. As Jake and his gang's reputation builds, more and more people join their gang. Some of the new recruits are experienced robbers with their own skills and contacts that enhance their ability to achieve successful results. With the gang identified, Jake realizes he needs to become an even more organized and strategic leader. He hires specialists to plan and coordinate operations to ensure smoother and safer execution of tasks. Thanks to the new team leaders, the group gradually progresses in its activities and begins to initiate more adventurous and profitable crimes. They rob banks, organize robberies of jewelry stores, and even break into the safes of large corporations. But as gang activity increases, so does the risk. The police take appropriate measures, and the city authorities begin to put increasing pressure on the palaces. There is also a way out within the gang, and Jake must fight intrigue and betrayal within his ranks. Despite all the difficulties, Jake and his gang continue to move forward, striving for greater wealth and power. They understand that the price of success can be high, but they are willing to pay any price for their dreams of wealth and power in the world of Chicago crime. Meanwhile, Jake Harris becomes one of the most famous and influential robbers in Chicago. His gang is famous for its daring and successful robberies, and Jake himself has a reputation as an unsurpassed strategist and cunning who is always one step ahead of his predecessors. However, with the growth of power and life, Jake begins to realize that his thirst for power is still not quenched. He dreams of more, of something that will allow him to achieve his current supremacy in Chicago's global crime scene. Determined to take on a new challenge, Jake begins to build his plans on a level where even the most daring robbers would not dare to go. He begins preparing to take over one of the city's largest banks, an operation that could bring him enormous wealth and powerful influence. In this dangerous game on high grounds, Jake will have to risk everything he has, including his freedom and life. However, his ambition knows no bounds, and he is willing to do anything to achieve his goal. This is the final act in the story of Jakey Harris, where every step can be decisive. Every decision begins at a price that leads to victims for his dream of power and wealth in the world of Chicago crime. Realizing that his ambitions go beyond Chicago, Jake Harris decides to move to Washington. The U.S. Capitol opens up new opportunities and new challenges for him. He wants to become the best of the best, set new standards in the world of robbers, and reach the top of the criminal world. In Washington, Jake starts with a clean slate. He founds a new gang, gathering the most experienced and reliable robbers, ready to win in fire and water. They begin preparations to perfect the most ambitious heist in history, the White House heist. However, Jake realizes that this is not only a robbery. This is a challenge to the president, the law, and the entire society. He wants to find his superior tactics, his unmatched cunning, and his ability to overcome any obstacle. Preparing for the White House heist requires Jake and his team to be as sophisticated and resourceful as possible. They study every corner of the building, every security system, to find the best path to their goal. But as they prepare to commit the crime, Jake begins to realize that there is much more behind the robbery than just a lust for power and wealth. It is a challenge to his own nature, his ambitions, and his dreams of greatness. Thus begins the final chapter of Jake Harris's story as he faces the biggest challenge of his life and is willing to go to any lengths to achieve his dream of supremacy in and about global crime. As Jake and his gang continue to prepare to rob the White House, tensions rise around them. The police and federal security services are beginning to take active measures to prevent such a large-scale crime. But Jake is confident in his way of life and that his team is up to the challenge. Realizing that time is on his side, Jake decides to take action. Day X comes when everything is prepared to fulfill an ambitious plan. The schemes developed by Jake begin to work, and the gang is in the White House building. But not everything goes according to plan. The situation gets out of control when the police react faster than expected. The gang finds themselves caught up in pure ambition, and Jake realizes this is his last chance. During a violent incident with the police, Jake realizes that he cannot afford to go to jail. He decides to change his turn and use all his skills and cunning to get out of this situation. In the end, thanks to his intelligence and skill, Jake and his gang managed to escape from the White House building. But the plan failed, and they ran away from the police. Left completely alone, Jake Harris realizes that his actions have attracted too much attention from the police and special forces. He has to act carefully, since every step he takes can be left aside. A daring plan is brewing in his mind. Jake decides to rob the most incredible and seemingly impregnable place, the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank in Washington. He understands that this is the most risky undertaking in his life, but it is precisely such situations that allow him to feel the adrenaline and disrupt his true essence. The special forces begin to actively search for Jake, but he skillfully hides, hiding in the shadows and dressing up under different identities. All his efforts were aimed at preparing for this audacity operation. And now, Day X comes. Jake, acting independently and using the most sophisticated methods, breaks into the Federal Reserve Bank. He overcomes security systems, overcomes all obstacles in his path. A bank robbery becomes an epic event that is destined to go down in history. Jake ensured that a huge amount of money was stolen and disappeared, leaving behind only a mystery that could not be solved. Having managed to rob $400 million from the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, Jake Harris dealt a serious blow to the country's economy. The amount stolen was so strong that it caused a wave of panic in the financial markets, leading to major consequences for the economy. SWAT and police began a massive search of Jake, turning their attention to one of the most dangerous and wanted hideouts in history. But Jake was smart and cunning. He hides deep underground, closely monitoring all the actions of the relevant authorities. As the country tries to recover from the turmoil caused by his daring heist, Jake continues to make plans for a casual life. He realizes that his reputation as one of Britain's most successful men requires too much attention, and he will be forced to be more careful. After profiting from ownership of the Federal Reserve Bank and evading the police, Jake decided to use the stolen money for a new start. He admits that he needs a reliable team to achieve even greater success and stay under the radar of the authorities. Knowing how to use anyone, Jake began recruiting his new team. He did this carefully, choosing only the most experienced and reliable shelters who could help him in his new plans. With his financial resources and superior persuasive abilities, Jake assembled a team around him that was not only ready to take on any challenge, but also dedicated to the ideals of leadership. They immediately began to develop ambitious new plans, and Jake, being a master of strategy and tactics, poured all his knowledge and effort into ensuring the success of his new team. The most wanted team of criminals in all of America, led by Jakey Harris, has become a real nightmare for outsiders. Their daring crimes and skillful evasiveness leave them under investigation and continue their criminal activities. Despite the hunt for them, Jake and his team remained in the shadows, using the most sophisticated methods of secret communication and concealment. They have become masters at bypassing the justice system and running underground fights against the police and intelligence agencies. Hiding in the most impassable corners of the country, Jake's team continued to develop new ambitious plans. They robbed major financial institutions, organized large-scale jewelry thefts, and even interfered with political intrigue. Despite being dangerous and wanted, J. Walker Harris became a legend of global crime. Their names became the subject of debate in all corners of the country, and their committed conflicts became the subject of study and admiration. However, at the same time, with each new risk for the team, the risk increased. Law enforcement agencies were not going to give up, and every step of Jake and his team was carefully monitored and analyzed. So continues the epic saga of Jake Harris and his group, the most wanted criminal gang in America, where every day was a challenge and every legal risk. Realizing that they were under constant scrutiny from outside authorities, Jake Harris and his team began to develop a complex plan to control one of the largest banks in the country, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The first step was to study all aspects of bank security. To do this, Jake sent his most trusted associates to secretly monitor the bank building in order to mark all the weak points and convenient entry points. The team then set about developing a unique action plan. They identified several ways to penetrate the bank, as well as ways to bypass system security. Jake, as a master of strategy and tactics, offered several options to have a backup plan in case of failure. He also paid attention to the smallest details to ensure that each team member understood their role and responsibilities in completing the task. All details were thought out to the smallest detail, including timing, travel routes, how to deal with bank employees, and how to respond to possible unforeseen circumstances. Each team member knew that the success of the operation depended on their cooperation and discipline. They were willing to risk everything to achieve their goal and prove that they are unsurpassed in their field. The plan was thought out down to the last detail. Every step was well thought out and the team was ready to go. On the day of approval, Jake and his team acted quickly and flawlessly. They used all the advanced technologies and skills to bypass the bank's security and protection systems. The first step was implementation within the bank. They used special documents and cunning disguise methods to get inside the building undetected. Once they were inside, the team quickly moved on to their tasks. One team member hacked into the security system, disabling the surveillance camera and signaling while others set up explosives to bypass the safes and vaults. Jake, being a master planner, coordinated all the actions of the team from the shadows, ensuring the perfect execution of the plan. Each team member performed their role with such professionalism and skill that the bank employees were absolutely powerless in front of them. Soon they reached the most precious bank, millions of dollars in cash and securities. With the confidence and composure that only an experienced lock can have, Jake Harris's team stole a huge fortune right under the noses of bank guards. They left the bank as quickly and quietly as the deputies and disappeared into the crowd of the city, leaving behind them only minor effects of shock and turmoil. Realizing that their security systems had failed them and that they could be found at any moment, Jake Harris and his team realized that they were in danger. They realized that the relevant authorities would persistently search for them, and the decision was made quickly. They needed to escape before it was too late. Jake, being an experienced leader, realized that their pursuers would act quickly and deliberately. He decided that the best conditions would be to go to Europe, where they could temporarily close and review their plans for the future. Using their financial resources, Jake and his team organized a quick overseas move. They communicated through encrypted messages and kept a low profile, avoiding drawing attention to their activities. Upon arrival in Europe, Jake began to develop new plans. He believes their escape was only temporary, and they needed to act quickly and considerately to ensure their safety and future. Under the new leadership, Jay and his team continued to act as a shadow, but they also understood that their consequences were adapting to new conditions and new challenges. They were ready to do anything to protect themselves and their interests, even if it was a clear threat to abandon their homeland and start all over again. Arriving in Europe, Jake decided it was time to leave his past behind him and start over with a clean slate. He realized that escaping America gave him a chance to start a new life, free from crime and danger. Jake respectfully turned his back on the criminal world and devoted himself to the search for peace and harmony. He found a new place of residence in a secluded village on the seashore, where he could enjoy the life of nature and tranquility away from bustle and stress. Here, surrounded by beauty and peace, Jake found inner peace and learned to appreciate the simple pleasures of life. He began to engage in creativity, write books and draw, express his thoughts and feelings through art. In his new life, Jake found love and started a serious relationship. He learned to trust and be loved by allowing his heart and soul to be with the person. He realized that real happiness lies not in wealth and power, but in the simple joys of life, in love and mutual understanding. Thus, Jake Harris, who left the asylum, found his true purpose in life and found happiness in his new life, free from crime and danger. Let's imagine that as a thief, Jake Harris stole an unimaginable amount of $2 billion from America, becoming the most dangerous U.S. hideout in history. Given his genius and financial situation, Jake used the most sophisticated methods and strategies to achieve his goals. He didn't just rob banks. He organized large-scale operations that were impossible for the relevant authorities. The story of the 13th criminal. This story will be about one of the most dangerous smugglers in America. Watch until the end. In the shady alleys of the city, where the aromas of spices and smoke mingled, lived a man named Nico. He was a master of secrecy and skillfully managed difficult situations. Nico was a smuggler specializing in the delivery and sale of marijuana, an herb that was in demand in the city no less than water in the desert. But the life of a smuggler has never been easy. Nico was forced to work in the shadows, always wary of the police and competitors. His only goal was to earn enough money to provide for his family and survive in this ruthless city. One day, while Nico was conducting his operation, he learned that his supplies were coming under attack. Someone began to intercept his cargo, and this posed a threat not only to his business, but also to his own safety. Determined to find out who was behind these attacks, Nico began his investigation, which soon led him to unexpected discoveries and dangerous situations. He had to walk the line between the desire to protect his business and life and the desire to preserve his principles. Thus began his story about the struggle for survival and the search for truth in a world ruled by money and drugs. Digging deeper into the investigation, Nico discovered that a local drug cartel was behind the attacks, wanting to seize control of all the contraband in the city. They took aggressive steps to force Nico out and force him out of business. But Nico wasn't going to give up without a fight. Together with a small group of loyal comrades, he developed a cunning plan for a counterattack. They decided to intercept the next shipment of marijuana destined for the cartel and use it as a trap. Under the guise of a routine delivery, Nico and his team acted secretly and carefully. They set up a trap, installing hidden cameras and listening devices to gain information about the cartel's plans. The plan was risky, but Nico was willing to do anything to protect his business and family. When the time finally came, Nico and his team prepared for the confrontation. They were able to intercept a shipment of marijuana, but found themselves in the middle of a shootout with gangsters from a drug cartel. In a tough battle, Nico and his comrades were able to fight back, but the cost was high. One of them was wounded. As they ran away from the skirmish, Nico realized that the battle had just begun. He vowed to return stronger and more determined than ever before to protect his family and save his business from the enemies standing in his way. Under the cover of night, Nico and his trusted comrades gathered in their hidden hideout to assess the damage and formulate new plans. First aid was provided to their wounded comrade, and their resolve only strengthened. They knew that the drug cartel would not stop until it destroyed them. Nico knew that to win they would have to be cunning and strategic. He began to mobilize his resources, including friends and allies he could trust. They collected information about the drug cartel's weaknesses and began preparing for a counterattack. However, when they tried to disrupt one of the drug cartel's big gatherings, they fell into a trap. An ambush attack was prepared, and Nico and his team found themselves surrounded by enemies. But Nico wasn't going to give up without a fight. The fighting was fierce and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Eventually, thanks to their skill and determination, Nico and his comrades were able to escape the trap and strike the enemy. They took advantage of the chaos to retreat and prepare for the next phase of the fight. After the dust settled, Nico realized that this war would continue for a long time. But he was ready for this. He realized that the price of freedom and family protection was never cheap, but he was determined to continue fighting until his last breath. And so began an epic battle between Nico and the drug cartel that will go down in the legends of this city. The windswept nights brought vague forebodings on their wings. Nico and his team were hiding in an abandoned warehouse, preparing for the next step in their fight. The wounds healed, but their resolve did not weaken. Under the cover of darkness, they entered the drug cartel's territory, trying to find a weak spot. Nico knew they would have to face cruelty and ruthlessness, but he was up to the challenge. In this game, only the strongest survive. But when they approached one of the drug cartel's warehouses, they were noticed. Suddenly, the shooting began, and in the chaos of the firefight, Nico lost control of the situation. In the thick of the battle, he lost contact with part of his team, and they had to retreat to survive. During the retreat, Nico realized that he was driven into a dead end. His business was on the verge of collapse, his team was scattered, and his family was at risk. He knew he had to act quickly and decisively before it was too late. Gathering his last remaining strength, Nico decided to take decisive action. He assembled his team and devised a daring plan that he hoped would turn the tide of the war in their favor. But the question was, could Nico resist the forces of the drug cartel and save his business, his family, and his life? With a heavy heart and pain from the loss of his comrades, Nico realized that the fight against the drug cartel was beyond his capabilities. Realizing that he could not defeat them in open confrontation, Nico decided to change his strategy. He called the remaining members of his team and announced that they would no longer fight the drug cartel. Instead, they will operate in the shadows, selling marijuana throughout America. It was a risky decision, but Nico understood that this was the only chance to save his family and his business. Nico and his team hit the road, building new connections and contacts across the country. They used their experience and skill to evade police and competitors, moving through dark alleys and hidden smuggling routes. As they expanded their business, Nico began to realize that nothing in this world was black or white, only shades of gray. He was forced to make morally difficult decisions to protect his loved ones and ensure their future. Nico became a well-known figure in the world of smuggling, but at the same time he continued to hide from the eyes of society and the law. He understood that his path was dangerous and unstable, but he was ready to do anything for the sake of his family and his business. After losing half his team and facing a drug cartel, Nico realized he needed to change his strategy to survive and provide for his family. Instead of continuing to conduct dangerous operations in the city, he decided to take his activities to the next level. Nico began organizing secret deliveries of marijuana throughout America. He created a network of reliable suppliers and dealers who helped him distribute his goods throughout the country. He used the latest technology and security techniques to evade police pursuit and arrest. While Nico strengthened his position in the world of smuggling, he also began to look for ways to get out of this dangerous game. He realized that a life of constant stress and fear was not worth living. Nico dreamed of returning to a normal life, without constant threat and danger. While Nico continued his deliveries and grew his business, he began to look for opportunities for his future. He considered various options, such as opening a legitimate business or moving to another city where his past could not catch up with him. After losing half his team and facing a drug cartel, Nico realized he needed to change his strategy to survive and provide for his family. Instead of continuing to conduct dangerous operations in the city, he decided to take his activities to the next level. After heavy losses and continued pressure on his business in the United States, Nico made the decision to expand his operations beyond borders. He decided to direct his gaze north, to Canada. Canada represented a new, underutilized territory for marijuana smuggling. Nico understood that this carried risks, but he also saw this as an opportunity to overtake competitors and strengthen his position in the market. He sent his best people to conduct reconnaissance and establish contacts on the ground. They soon found reliable partners among local suppliers and dealers who were ready to cooperate with Nico. The first deliveries to Canada were successful, and Nico began to see new opportunities for his business in this country. He continued to develop his contacts and expand his operations in an effort to capture his market share. However, as his influence grew in Canada, Nico faced new challenges and dangers. Local gangs and competitors tried to protect their interests and force him out of the market. Nico was forced to use all his skills and resources to protect his business and save his life. Meanwhile, his decision to begin shipping to Canada has drawn international law enforcement attention. Nico was forced to be even more careful and resourceful in order to avoid arrest and maintain his freedom. As Nico continued to expand his operations in Canada, his business grew so successfully that he became one of the most powerful and dangerous smugglers in the region. His name became known to everyone involved in drug trafficking. However, as his influence grew, Nico faced new challenges and threats. Competitors began to envy his success and sought to destroy his business by any means necessary. At the same time, law enforcement began to actively pursue him, trying to shut down his operations and arrest him. Nico was forced to be on guard and use all his resources and skills to protect his business and maintain his freedom. He expanded his network and forged connections with influential people in government and law enforcement to ensure he was protected and alerted to arrest operations. At the same time, Nico continued to look for new opportunities to develop his business and increase his power. He expanded his operations into new markets and partnered with international smuggling organizations to gain access to new sources of drugs and increase his profits. As Nico became one of the most dangerous smugglers in Canada, his influence spread to various areas of society. He became a key figure not only in the world of drug trafficking, but also in the fields of politics, business, and crime. Nico collaborated with various organizations and groups, including local criminal networks and international cartel groups. His contacts extended to the highest circles of society, including political elites and business magnates. But his influence and power caused envy and jealousy among his competitors. One day, Nico became the target of a brutal assassination attempt by one of his former allies, who wanted to seize control of his business. The assassination attempt was brutal and well planned. Nico was attacked in his luxurious mansion and his team was scattered. He was able to escape with difficulty but was seriously injured and lost a significant part of his property. After this incident, Nico decided that he could not trust anyone but himself. He revised his strategies and strengthened his security, becoming even more careful and secretive. He also began to actively seek opportunities for revenge and the return of lost influence. This incident became a turning point in Nico's life, causing him to reevaluate his priorities and strategies. He realized that the world of smuggling is a game of survival, where there is no place for the weak and indecisive, and Nico was ready to challenge all his enemies to reclaim his place at the top of the criminal world. Driven by growing competition and constant threats, Nico decided to use the most extreme methods to protect his business and eliminate competitors. He began hiring the most dangerous and professional killers to destroy everyone who stood in his way. These killers were masters of their craft, cold, merciless, and ruthless. They were known to be effective and invisible, leaving only a trail of terror and destruction in their wake. Nico gave them the task of eliminating anyone who posed a threat to his business or who competed with him for control of the smuggling market. This new strategy worked. Competitors began to disappear one by one, and their organizations collapsed under the blows of Nico and his assassins. Nico has become even more powerful and dangerous in the world of smuggling, making all his opponents afraid of his name and influence. However, using such extreme methods came at a cost. Nico began to lose his humanity and moral principles, becoming increasingly ruthless and cold-blooded. He forgot about the consequences of his actions, seeking only power and control. Ultimately, Nico realized that the price he paid for his power and influence was too high. He realized that he had become just as much a monster as those he tried to destroy, and now his main enemy was not someone else, but his own dark sides. Realizing that his power and influence in Canada were approaching the limit, Nico decided to expand his horizons and enter the most dangerous and mysterious smuggling country, Mexico. Mexico was known for its drug cartels and bloody conflicts between criminal gangs. It was a land where the law didn't say much and violence and corruption were the order of the day. But it was in this atmosphere of chaos and lawlessness that Nico saw new opportunities for his business. Nico gathered his team and prepared for the risky journey. He knew that in Mexico there was danger at every turn, and he had to be prepared for anything. But he was determined to go all the way to achieve his goals. Upon arriving in Mexico, Nico faced new challenges and obstacles. He had to establish contacts with local drug cartels and organizations to begin his operations in this dangerous land. He also faced opposition from local factions who were not ready to accept a new player on their territory. But Nico was persistent and determined. He used his experience and people skills to build connections and strengthen his position in Mexico. He was ready to fight for every piece of his territory and was willing to do anything to achieve success. Pablo Escobar, the legendary drug lord from Colombia, was known for his brutal and ruthless methods of running his drug empire. His influence extended not only to South America, but also beyond its borders. His organization was one of the largest and most powerful in the world of drug trafficking. When Nico decided to enter the Mexican drug market, he realized that he would have to face the most dangerous figures in this world. Pablo Escobar was one such figure. His presence in the market posed a serious threat to Nico and his business. Nico decided that the only way to protect his business and ensure his safety was to remove Escobar from the market. But he knew it would be an incredibly difficult and dangerous task. Escobar was surrounded by his fighters and an army of loyal supporters, and his defenses were impenetrable. Nico began to develop plans to eliminate Escobar, using all his resources and contacts. He gathered his best assassins and mercenaries to complete this task. They conducted thorough reconnaissance and planned every move to confidently attack Escobar and his organization. When the moment of action arrived, Nico and his team attacked Escobar's main bases in a massive operation. The battle was brutal and bloody, but Nico and his team were ready for anything. They fought with courage and determination to destroy Escobar and destroy his drug empire. After a large-scale operation against Pablo Escobar, Nico realized that his plan had failed. During the attack, Escobar managed to escape and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind only traces of destruction and bloodshed. Nico and his team were confused. They were confident of the success of their operation, but now they found themselves in a very dangerous situation. Escobar remained free and his rage was inexhaustible. He launched a massive counterattack in an attempt to destroy Nico and his business. Nico realized that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. He and his team were forced to fight for survival in a hostile environment where every moment could be their last. They were at the center of a whirlwind of violence and madness, trying to protect themselves and their business from Escobar's vengeful attacks. But despite all the threats and dangers, Nico was not going to give up. He was willing to go to the end to protect his team and maintain his power in the world of smuggling. He knew that he would have to face Escobar again, and this time the outcome of the battle would be decisive. Thus, Nico and his team remained on the front lines of the war against Escobar, ready for any challenges that may lie ahead. Their story has not yet ended, and they were determined to fight until their last breath to protect their freedom and survive in this dangerous world of smuggling. After a thorough investigation, security agencies in the United States and Canada launched a coordinated operation to apprehend Nico and his team. Having broken into their secret bases and warehouses, agents arrested gang members and confiscated huge quantities of drugs, as well as all documentation related to criminal activities. Nico himself was arrested during a raid on his mansion, where he tried to hide but was discovered and disarmed by special forces. After mercilessly searching the house, agents found evidence of his criminal activity, confirming his guilt in breaking the law. After his arrest, Nico was taken to a prison facility where he faced serious charges of smuggling, organized crime, and other crimes. His business was completely exposed and destroyed, and his property was confiscated in favor of the state. While Nico and his former allies were behind bars, the world of smuggling continued to move forward, with new players ready to take his place. Nico realized that his era had come to an end, but even in his prison cell, he remained hopeful that his legacy would live on through those willing to carry on his legacy. In prison, Nico faced an unexpected and difficult test. He fell ill with cancer. The diagnosis was merciless, and doctors predicted only a short time for him. Nico was faced with a difficult choice: accept his fate with dignity or fight to the end. He chose the latter. During his remaining time, he abandoned inactivity and fought vigorously against the disease. He tried to get medical treatment in prison, hoping for a miracle that could save his life. However, despite his best efforts, Nico's condition continued to deteriorate. His health was so weakened that he could no longer resist the cancer cells. Nico passed away in solitary confinement in prison, surrounded only by his thoughts and sad memories. His death marked the end of an era in the world of smuggling, but his legacy lives on. Despite his criminal past, many remembered him as a powerful and determined player who steadily moved forward even when faced with the most difficult challenges. Nico's death was the end of one chapter, but it was also the beginning of a new one. His business may have been destroyed, but his influence remained alive in the hearts of those who remembered him as a legend of the world of crime. The story of the 14th criminal. Hi all! Today I will tell you a fascinating story about Trenner. He was the most dangerous car thief of the 21st century. Happy viewing, everyone. Our hero is Trevor McLean. He is the undisputed master of theft in the world of car crime. With his unique skills in bypassing security systems and covering his tracks, Trevor always leaves the scene of a crime with the loot of the most luxurious cars. Behind this pseudonym is Trevor Johnson, originally from New York. He grew up in the slums of the Bronx, where he had to learn the intricacies of surviving on the streets. After his family lost their home due to financial difficulties, Trevor decided not to go down the path of crime, but to choose the path of self-improvement. He has become an expert in his field, but his past haunts him, constantly reminding him of his roots and raising doubts about his future. Trevor McLean, born in 1963, has always been obsessed with cars. Since childhood, he dreamed of beautiful cars, and his ardent passion for them only grew over the years. His parents would often find him in the garage, dismantling and reassembling model cars, dreaming of a future career in the automotive industry. However, fate decreed otherwise. After losing his parents at an early age, he found himself on the streets of Brooklyn, where survival was the top priority. With no other choice, he used his knowledge of machines to survive. The abilities he developed during difficult years became the basis of his future career as a car thief. Trevor strived for a better life, but his passion for cars and his inextinguishable spirit of survival in the face of the brutal streets of Brooklyn always reminded him of his past. And now that he has become the best in the business, the past is ready to come back and challenge him in the face. When Trevor reached adulthood, he realized that the world is not so simple. Knowledge of cars and the ability to handle them became his trump card on the streets of New York. He soon gained a reputation as the most dexterous and courageous car thief in the city. However, Trevor's past never let him go. Memories of parents gone too early and difficult childhood years continued to torment him, even as he entered luxury car showrooms. Fate threw challenges at him. His reputation attracted the attention of not only the police, but also local crime bosses who wanted to use his talent for their own purposes. Trevor understood that his past would always remain with him, but he decided to use his experience and skills to his advantage. He sought to ensure that his name became not only a symbol of a dangerous hijacker, but also a sign of a way out of difficult circumstances, proof that even those who grew up in the shadow of crime can find a bright future. At the age of 15, Trevor managed to find a job in a small mechanic shop repairing old cars, owned by an old auto mechanic named Jack. Jack was kind of the soul of the workshop, where young guys like Trevor found shelter and the opportunity to get used to the world of cars. Trevor was surprised at how quickly he absorbed information about the machines under Jack's tutelage. He spent days and nights studying diagrams, disassembling and reassembling engines, learning more and more new tricks and subtleties of repair. One day, when the workshop was visited by a wealthy client whose luxury car had unexpectedly broken down, Jack noticed how skillfully and quickly Trevor fixed the breakdown. Impressed by his abilities, the client offered Trevor a job at his own auto repair company, providing an opportunity to break into the automotive industry. So Trevor began his journey in the world of cars, absorbing knowledge and skills that would later help him become the best thief, and the path to which lay through the difficult streets of Brooklyn and through trials and temptations. After becoming friends with Jack, Trevor began to view him as the father he never had. Jack not only taught him all the ins and outs of car repair, but also shared life lessons with him, helping him cope with difficulties and develop his strengths. Jack saw potential in Trevor and tried to inspire him to achieve great things in life. He spoke to him about the importance of honesty and integrity, no matter how difficult the world may be. Thanks to this influence, Trevor began to strive for more, dreaming of a better future. When Jack died of a heart attack, Trevor lost his mentor and friend. but the memories of him and his words remained with him, supporting him in the most difficult moments. Vowing to make Jack proud and take advantage of all the knowledge and skills he had passed on to him, Trevor continued on his path, despite all the obstacles he had to overcome. After Jack's death, Trevor devoted himself to working at the auto repair company of a wealthy client who saw his talent and offered him a job. He was committed to making Jack proud and put all his effort into the job. However, even working in a world where there seemed to be no room for crime, Trevor could not let go of his past. His skills as a car thief were still with him, and despite his best efforts, he felt unsatisfied. One day, when the company faced financial problems and management began to lay off employees, Trevor was among those who were fired. This became the catalyst for his decision to return to what he did best, stealing cars. He gathered his skills and knowledge, as well as the small capital that he managed to accumulate, and began to work on his own. Soon his name became known in the underground world of automobile crime, and Trevor returned to his legend as the theft master. In 1990, the automobile industry was at its peak. New models appeared on the market every year, and among them were real masterpieces of engineering art. This was a period when cars became not only a means of transportation, but also objects of status and desire. This was a huge opportunity for Trevor. He saw this as an opportunity not only to steal ordinary cars, but also to become interested in luxury sports cars, which were increasingly popular among wealthy clients. He decided to use his skills and knowledge to penetrate this market. Trevor began to build his own network of connections and contacts in the world of luxury cars, penetrating the closed circles of collectors and wealthy sports car enthusiasts. He became famous not only as a car thief, but also as a specialist in the delivery of exclusive cars, especially to those who preferred to keep their transactions away from the attention of the law. This period became a golden era for Trevor, where his talents and skills earned him both money and respect in the automotive industry. He was on top of the world, but inside of him there was still a fire of desire to prove to himself and the world that he was capable of more. Trevor saw the European market as an ideal opportunity to expand his business and reduce risks. He began organizing carefully planned operations to ship stolen cars to Europe, using ships and hidden routes to avoid police prosecution. In Europe, Trevor found partners who valued the quality and exclusivity of the cars he delivered. He quickly became a sought-after supplier of luxury cars to the elite, allowing him to make even more profits and strengthen his position in the world of crime. Thanks to this strategic move, Trevor's chances of being caught by the police were reduced because his actions became more hidden and difficult to track. He nimbly avoided the law thanks to his ability to penetrate the most inaccessible corners of the automotive world and avoid prosecution. But even with the success and wealth he gained from his business in Europe, Trevor never forgot about the risks and dangers that awaited him at every turn. And in this high-stakes game, he knew that one wrong move could cost him everything. While Trevor continued his operations in Europe, he noticed that the situation was beginning to change. Authorities have begun to step up efforts to combat organized crime, including car theft. This created additional risks for his business. One day, while delivering a shipment of cars on one of the ships, Trevor had to face an unexpected obstacle. His operation was stopped in port by law enforcement, who received anonymous tips about illegal activity on the ship. Trevor had to act quickly to save his shipment of cars and his reputation. He used all his skills and resources to deceive the police and draw their attention to the fake threat, allowing his cars to go free. This incident made Trevor think about his future. He realized that his business was becoming increasingly dangerous and risky, and that he needed to find a new path to ensure his survival and success. But how? This task required from him not only courage, but also imagination. Deciding it was time for a change, Trevor decided to diversify his business. He began to explore new possibilities in the world of cars, and his attention was drawn to unusual and exclusive models that could be purchased at auctions. Having assembled a team of reliable specialists, Trevor began participating in auctions for the sale and acquisition of rare and collectible cars. His goal was not only to earn money, but also to create a new image, to become a recognized expert in the field of rare cars. Thanks to his talent and experience, as well as the good connections he has developed over many years in the industry, Trevor has become a successful auctioneer. His ability to persuade and inspire people, as well as his knowledge of cars, have earned him recognition and respect in the field. In this way, Trevor was able to rebuild his business by looking to new opportunities and horizons. He realized that the world of cars is huge and multifaceted, and that there is a place in it not only for car thieves, but also for those who are willing to keep up with the times and adapt to changes. In 1998, Trevor became one of the most sought-after auctioneers in the rare car world. His reputation as an expert and connoisseur became impeccable, and his auctions attracted collectors from all over the world. At each auction, Trevor presented masterpieces of the automotive industry for sale, from rare vintage models to modern exclusive sports cars. However, despite the success and recognition, Trevor felt that something was missing in his life. His desire for adventure and adrenaline was not yet satisfied. He began to think about how he could add a little excitement to his life. One day, during one of his auctions, Trevor met a mysterious billionaire who offered him a unique offer. He invited Trevor to become part of a secret project to create a racing team to participate in the most dangerous and prestigious car races in the world. Trevor couldn't refuse such a challenge. He decided to invest his knowledge and experience in a new direction in order to test himself in the world of racing. He soon became the chief strategist and leader of the team, which was assembled from the best engineers and racers from around the world. A new life in the world of auto racing opened up completely new horizons and adventures for Trevor. He plunged into a world of speed, adrenaline, and competition, where each race became a new test for his courage and skill. But on this path, not only glory and success awaited him, but also incredible challenges that he was ready to accept in the fight for victory. The billionaire Trevor met was named Alexander Landor. This enigmatic businessman and philanthropist was known for his daring and innovative ideas. Landor owned numerous companies in the technology, finance, and entertainment fields, but his true passion lay in auto racing. Landor was a mysterious and charismatic leader, capable of inspiring his followers to great things. He believed that true leaders must go beyond the usual boundaries and look for new opportunities where others see only obstacles. It was Landor who invited Trevor to join his team and take part in the creation of a new racing era. He believed in Trevor and saw his potential to be a great leader. For Landor, this was not just a project to create a racing team, but an opportunity to prove to the whole world that the impossible becomes possible if you have self-belief and ambition. However, behind that facade of a successful businessman, there were dark secrets and ulterior motives that could have serious consequences for Trevor and his team. But at the same time, Landor represented a chance for Trevor to immerse himself in the world of adrenaline and glory that he had always sought. After meeting billionaire Alexander Landor, Trevor becomes part of his racing team, but soon discovers that behind this shiny facade lies dark intrigue and ambition. Landor, who turned out to be not only a wealthy businessman but also an influential member of the underground world, invited Trevor to take part in a dangerous project. They created a group of experimental vehicles with advanced technology and a hidden military purpose. Trevor, caught in this world of intrigue and mystery, realizes that he will have to make a difficult choice between his moral beliefs and survival. As the project progressed, Trevor began to realize that the racetracks became not only an arena for him to compete in sports, but also to fight for his freedom and true values. He decided to use his knowledge and skills not to serve the dark forces, but to fight against them and defend what he believed in. Thus began a new chapter in Trevor's life, full of dangerous adventures, but also filled with hope that he can change the course of history and find his true purpose. Trevor, realizing that his work in Landor's project would lead to dangerous consequences, decided to act. He began collecting evidence about the project's secret goals and activities, attempting to expose the truth to the world. However, the matter turned out to be much more complicated than he expected. Landor was careful and took measures to cover his tracks. Trevor had to use all his skills and resources to overcome the obstacles that his former partners put in his way. During his investigation, Trevor learned of shady deals and threats that connected Landor with major players in the world of crime. He managed to obtain incriminating evidence that could destroy Landor's empire and prevent plans to use the racing team for dubious purposes. Aware of the danger that threatened him and his loved ones, Trevor decided to make direct contact with Landor. The meeting took place on the edge of an abyss, where both were faced with the truth and their own demons of the past. As a result, Trevor was able to expose Landor, but the price for this was his own safety. He was forced to leave his old life, having experienced bitter lessons and a struggle for his ideals. Trevor, realizing the danger and betrayal on the part of Landor, decided to act with extreme caution. He realized that in order to expose Landor and protect himself, he needed to use all available means. Therefore, when the right moment presented itself, he decided to act. One night before a major competition was scheduled, Trevor took decisive action. Taking advantage of his access to Landor's garage, he secretly broke into his treasury, where the most expensive and rare cars were kept. Trevor knew that these machines could not only be his ticket to freedom, but also the key to exposing Landor. Having gathered a team of reliable allies, Trevor stole Landor's valuable cars, leaving no trace of himself. It was order. Trevor carried out the plan flawlessly, getting the cars out of Landor's garage without attracting the attention of security or the police. He hid the stolen cars in a secure location where they were inaccessible to Landor and his men. Trevor then used the stolen cars as collateral for his safety and evidence of Landor's crimes. He had prepared incriminating evidence, ready to expose his secret affairs to the world if it tried to pursue him or set a trap. This move turned out to be decisive in his fight with Landor. Trevor became not only a witness, but also a player in this dangerous game, where the stakes were high. Now he was a real challenge for Landor, ready to expose him and protect himself at any cost. After the stolen cars, Trevor realized that he had become the object of close attention of Landor and his people. In the protracted game of cat and mouse, he had to constantly remain on guard and be prepared for any developments. One day, when he was expecting a new attack from Landor, Trevor received an unexpected offer from another player on the field, a local crime boss who was also Landor's enemy. He offered Trevor protection and assistance in exchange for his services. Trevor, deciding to use this opportunity, entered into a deal with the crime boss. He became his ally and gained access to new resources and protection, which gave him an advantage in the fight against Landor. The crime boss Trevor made a deal with was named Danny McCoy. This charismatic and powerful leader controlled a criminal network in the city and was known to be cold-blooded and ruthless in achieving his goals. Danny McCoy was a cunning strategist who always knew how to use a situation to his advantage. He had the power and influence that allowed him to rule the city's underground world with an iron fist. However, behind the external strictness was a man who valued loyalty and loyalty to his allies. Danny McCoy was willing to take risks to protect those on his side, and he saw in Trevor the potential for cooperation that could benefit both. Under the protection of Danny McCoy, Trevor gained new resources and protection from Landor and his minions. Over time, he became a key figure in McCoy's organization, providing his specialized skills and knowledge in exchange for support and protection. Trevor's alliance with Danny McCoy has led to new opportunities and a whole new dynamic in the city's crime scene. They began investigating Landor's activities, discovering more and more information about his criminal schemes and secret operations. During their investigation, Trevor and McCoy discovered that Landor was planning to launch a large-scale criminal operation that could harm not only them, but the entire city. They decided to act quickly to prevent this catastrophic outcome. Trevor and McCoy developed a daring plan to neutralize Landor and his organization, using all their resources and allies. They faced numerous obstacles and dangers along the way, but despite this, they were willing to do anything to protect the city and achieve their goals. Over the years spent surrounded by Danny McCoy, Trevor actively built his plan for revenge. He skillfully disguised his true intentions, appearing as a devoted ally and reliable friend. Under the guise of a devoted ally, Trevor collected information about McCoy's activities, identifying his weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Trevor soon discovered that McCoy was playing a double game, presenting himself as a godly businessman and philanthropist, while behind the scenes he was conducting shady transactions and arranging criminal deals. This pushed Trevor even harder to carry out his plan. When it was time to act, Trevor lifted the veil and betrayed McCoy. He exposed him to the whole world, presenting evidence of his criminal activities. This stab in the back came as a surprise to McCoy, who was stunned by the betrayal of his former ally. Trevor took advantage of the chaos caused by McCoy's exposure to seize control of his criminal empire and bring it under his control. This was his well-deserved response to the betrayal and stab in the back that he had endured for so long. When the police detained Alexander and Danny, it caused a real upheaval in the underground world. Influential crime bosses, previously considered untouchable, were finally brought to light. But that was only the beginning. Trevor, using his accumulated knowledge and resources, began to actively move to seize control of the car business that once belonged to Alexander and Danny. He joined forces with other influential players in the industry who were also not happy with the activities of Alexander and Danny. With the help of his allies, Trevor began to expand his holdings and control over the automobile business, taking for himself some of the territory and influence that once belonged to his former partners. His cunning tactics and strategies have allowed him to strengthen his position and become one of the most powerful players in the industry. Thus, Trevor rose above his former allies and adversaries, making himself one of the major players in the automobile business. His courage, determination, and ability to use circumstances to his advantage made him a true king on this battlefield. In 2012, Trevor's company experienced its golden age. Under his leadership, it reached unprecedented heights in the automotive business, becoming one of the most profitable enterprises in this industry. Through innovative manufacturing approaches, strategic investments, and excellent management, Trevor's company has become a market leader in the automotive industry. Its brands have become a symbol of quality and prestige, attracting customers from all over the world. Trevor has used his position to not only strengthen his company, but also to advance his ideals of safety and innovation in the automotive industry. He invested in the development of new technologies aimed at reducing harm from accidents and improving the environmental performance of cars. In 2012, Trevor's company entered into a number of successful partnerships and won several prestigious awards for its achievements in automotive manufacturing. Trevor became known as an influential and sought-after businessman, and his company became a symbol of success and prosperity in the world of automotive manufacturing. After the golden year of 2012, when Trevor's company reached unprecedented heights, unexpected upheavals began in the world of the automotive business. It soon became clear that Trevor was involved in shady and black market trading that remained hidden from the public. The investigation revealed that over the past few years, Trevor had stolen more than 40,000 cars across America, selling them on the black market and abroad. This was a shock to many because he seemed to be a respected and successful entrepreneur. When the truth came out, Trevor's company was stunned, and he himself became the target of both the law and his former partners and clients who suffered from his fraud. His reputation was destroyed and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Trevor was forced to run, trying to get away from being chased. His previously brilliant career turned into disgrace, and now he had to answer for his crimes before the law and society. Trevor, finding himself on the wanted list, understood that he needed to take emergency measures to maintain his freedom and avoid punishment. He went to a secret location where he could hide from law enforcement and his former allies, who sought to find him and deal with him. However, Trevor did not intend to hide for long. He began to develop a plan to avoid punishment and perhaps even regain his reputation. It was clear to him that the only way to do this was to discover and present to court his former partners who were also involved in illegal activities. Having gathered all his resources and contacts, Trevor began an investigation aimed at discovering and collecting dirt on his former allies. He worked in the shadows, carefully watching every step so as not to get caught by law enforcement or his enemies. During this time, while he was hiding from the world, Trevor realized that he was facing the most difficult test of his life. He had to act boldly and decisively to expose those who betrayed him and regain his freedom and honor. A detective named Jacob Smith, known for his cunning and unbending intelligence, took on Trevor's case. He had strong evidence implicating Trevor in a huge car theft. At first, everything seemed clear. Documents, witness statements, and traces led to Trevor. However, Trevor, having extensive connections in the world of crime and corruption, managed to win over several influential individuals to his side. These people helped him falsify evidence and create an alibi that looked so convincing that many began to doubt his guilt. Jacob Smith, being an experienced researcher, did not believe in the false trails that were set up. He carefully analyzed every detail and had no doubt that Trevor was guilty. During the court hearing, he presented his arguments and evidence, exposing Trevor's lies and deception. Thus, despite Trevor's attempts to escape punishment, Jacob Smith was able to expose him in court and prove his criminal activities. Trevor had to answer for his actions before the law, despite his attempts to avoid responsibility. A detective named Jacob Smith, known for his cunning and unbending intelligence, took on Trevor's case. He had strong evidence implicating Trevor in a huge car theft. At first, everything seemed clear. Documents, witness statements, and traces led to Trevor. However, Trevor, having extensive connections in the world of crime and corruption, managed to win over several influential individuals to his side. These people helped him falsify evidence and create an alibi that looked so convincing that many began to doubt his guilt. The story of the 15th criminal. This story will be about the legendary Canadian robber Jack Carter. Watch the video to the end to find out the interesting outcome of his fate. Jack Carter was born in a suburb of Toronto into a family of ordinary workers. His childhood was unremarkable, but his gambling and adrenaline tendencies became evident at an early age. Teenage antics quickly escalated into serious criminal acts. Together with several friends, he started stealing small items and money, then moved on to stealing cars. His composure and courage made him a leader among his peers. As Jack grew older, he became bolder and more ambitious in his criminal endeavors. Over time, he created his own gang, specializing in robberies and car thefts. Their audacity and professionalism made them feared figures in the underground world. But the more they achieved, the more the laws persecuted them. The police began to actively investigate their cases, but Jack and his gang remained persistent and elusive. Their latest exploit, the grand theft of a collector car from a museum in Montreal, brought them not only a huge amount of money, but also worldwide fame. They became the object of search for the police not only in Canada, but also abroad. But Jack and his gang were not going to give up, continuing their audacity of crime, ignoring all the risks and consequences. However, every daring action brought them closer to a possible end, which would seem inevitable for such desperate criminals. Despite all the dangers, Jack could not refuse the excitement and adrenaline that his criminal exploits brought him. He felt alive only at the moment when he was on the edge of the law, when every next step could be his last. Over time, his life became like an unpredictable game where his freedom and even his life were at stake. But Jack was determined and persistent. Despite all the obstacles, he continued to strive for his goal, confident that one day he would reach the top and become invulnerable in the world of crime. Over time, his life became like an unpredictable game where his freedom and even his life were at stake. In 1958, Jack, barely reaching adulthood, had already plunged into the world of crime that reigned in the dark corners of the city. He did not spare himself and others, striving for the highest heights of this ruthless world, confident that one day he would become invulnerable and unshakable. With each new day and new crime, his spirit grew stronger, preparing for the next challenge. Being young and ambitious, he did not share the fear of his older comrades, raised in the difficult conditions of the post-war period. He sought not only to survive in this world, but also to become its main player, leaving behind only ashes and destruction. Jack was convinced that every crime, every audition of his gang brought them closer to the top of the criminal Olympus. And although the police and authorities tried to stop him, he was determined and persistent, ready to do anything for his goal. Each new feat for Jack became not just a way to earn money, but a kind of challenge that he had to accept. He built his criminal empire, expanding his sphere of influence and strengthening his position in the world of crime. In 1958, Canada was shrouded in a haze of confrontation between criminal gangs, and Jack Carter took on the role of one of the main players in this dangerous game. He understood every dark corner of the city, knew every ally and enemy, and not a single move of his opponents went unanswered. With each new day, his ambitions only intensified, and he was not going to stop there. He dreamed of becoming not just an underground legend, but also possessing the power that would turn him into an unstoppable underworld baron. But behind every achievement there was a price, and Jack was ready to pay it, sparing neither himself nor others. His cruelty and ruthlessness made him a legend in the world of crime, and his every step reminded those around him that Jack Carter was not going to play by someone else's rules but create his own. In 1963, Jack Carter, already established in the criminal world as one of the most dangerous and cunning criminals, decided to take it to new heights. He moved on to large-scale thefts from rich people, acting with such professionalism and composure that even those who were seemingly untouchable began to fear his name. Each new theft was thought out to the smallest detail. Each step was taken with such precision that no one could even think that it could be Jack. He bypassed security systems, figured out weaknesses and defenses, and his gang operated like a well-oiled machine. Stealing from the rich was not just a way for Jack to make money. It was his way of showing his superiority, his power, and his intelligence. He was not satisfied with trifles. His goal was only the best, the most expensive, and the most prestigious. But the more he delved into this world of luxury and wealth, the more risks he took upon himself. The rich were not going to accept being stolen from, and began to take ever more stringent measures to protect their property. However, Jack was confident that his brilliant mind and cunning would be able to bypass even the most complex defense systems. As Jack continued to steal heavily from wealthy people in 1963, his feelings of contempt for this class only intensified. Since childhood, He experienced bitterness and hatred of wealth and luxury, which seemed unattainable for him and his family. The poverty and despair he saw in his home was the reason for his dislike of the rich. He hated their welfare and their indifference to those living in need. Each new theft became for him not just a way to earn money, but also a way to take revenge on those who disdained his family and other poor people. For Jack, stealing from the rich became more than just a business. It became his mission, his way to change the balance of power in this unjust world. He was convinced that every precious item or value he stole was his small victory over those who considered themselves superior to others. But the deeper he plunged into this path of revenge and enrichment, the more he risked his freedom and even his life. Rich people weren't going to just let go of their possessions, and they were willing to use any means necessary to protect themselves from people like Jack. But he did not give up, because for him it was not just a matter. It was a war for justice, for revenge, and for his place in this world. When Jack stole more than $500,000 from one of the wealthy investors, his name began to sound like a warning to all other wealthy people. Now he became the object of special attention and fear among wealthy circles. Their power and influence seemed threatened by his courage and impudence. Gossip and legends about Jack Carter spread faster than fire in dry grass, and each new turn of the story about his audacity and recklessness only fueled the fear of the rich. He became a symbol of resistance to those who considered themselves above the law and invulnerable to revenge. Rich people realized that Jack was not just a common criminal. He was a smart and cunning strategist who exploited every weakness and flaw in their security systems. They began investing huge sums in strengthening their defenses, hiring better guards, and improving their security systems. But Jack was not going to stop there. He understood that his opponents were becoming more and more cunning and dangerous, but this only fueled his ambitions. He was ready for risk and danger, because for him, every new theft was not just a way to make money, but also a way to prove his superiority over those who considered themselves above the law. With each new major theft by Jack Carter, wealthy investors and businessmen felt their safety and property were at risk. Jack became the talk of the town at exclusive parties and important meetings of high society. His name caused anxiety and fear because he became a symbol of the fact that no one is immune from crime. Rich people began to approach government agencies and lobby for tougher action against Jack and his gang. They offered huge rewards for his capture and even compromised the laws to bring order to their circles. But Jack remained steadfast. He was convinced that his crimes were justified and that he was doing what was necessary to survive in this cruel world. Every time he evaded being caught, his confidence and self-confidence only grew stronger. However, with increasing persecution from the law and wealthy investors, Jack realized that times were becoming increasingly dangerous. He had to make increasingly ambitious decisions and risk his freedom and even his life in order to maintain his place in the criminal world. His fight for survival became a fight for the survival of his gang, and he was willing to do anything for his goal. In 1970, Canada's economy began to strengthen, and crime, including grand theft, decreased. Due to economic growth and improved living standards, many criminals switched to more legal ways of making money, and gangs like the one led by Jack Carter lost their influence and power. For Jack and his gang, these changes were difficult. With opportunities for grand thefts diminishing, they were faced with the need to change their approach to criminal activity. Many of his former associates faded into obscurity or were jailed, and his gang was halved in size. For Jack, this was a challenge he couldn't ignore. He understood that it was time for change and he must adapt to survive in the new reality. Instead of using brute force, he began to use more cunning and sophisticated methods, such as fraud, racketeering, and other criminal schemes that remained less visible to the law. Despite all the difficulties, Jack did not lose his sense of purpose and determination. He was ready to adapt to new conditions and look for new opportunities for his gang. His genius and cunning remained his main weapons in the fight for survival in the changing world of crime. After downsizing his gang and changing his strategy, Jack was truly lucky to remain free. His ability to evade cops, adapt to new conditions, and remain invisible to the law made him even more legendary in the world of crime. One day, when the police got too close, Jack had to hide in the most unexpected places and use the most sophisticated tricks to avoid arrest. He became a real ghost, appearing and disappearing like smoke. Meanwhile, the authorities continued to put pressure on crime and tighten punishments. This became an even greater challenge for Jack. He understood that time was working against him, and each next step became more and more risky. However, it was in such situations that Jack revealed his true genius and composure. He found unexpected allies, used the most unusual ways to circumvent the system, and made bold decisions that helped him maintain his freedom and influence. Thus, despite all the obstacles and dangers, Jack continued to play his game in the world of crime, remaining invincible and elusive. His name has become legendary, and his story is one of the most exciting in the world of crime. In 1975, Jack Carter, with his unrivaled intelligence and experience, decided to return to his roots and rebuild his gang of wealthy robbers. He understood that as times and situations changed, he needed to change his approaches, so he came up with new strategies and methods that would help him reach new heights in the world of crime. But this time, Jack didn't just stop at stealing. He developed complex financial schemes and fraudulent transactions that allowed him to become richer than before. He began to play on the stock market, invest in real estate, and even own several businesses, hiding his criminal income behind the facade of a legitimate business. With each new crime and major theft, Jack became richer and more influential. His name again began to evoke awe and fear among wealthy circles, and his gang became one of the most dangerous and powerful in the world of crime. But even with all his wealth and power, Jack did not forget his roots. He helped the poor and needy by making donations and providing support to those in need. And although his reputation was tinged with criminality, to many he remained a hero and a legend, willing to do anything to protect his people and achieve his goals. Jack's deputy was a young and ambitious man named Michael Donovan. Michael was a talented strategist and creative thinker who brought new ideas and approaches to Jack's business field. Their meeting happened by chance at one of the business parties, and Jack quickly appreciated Michael's potential. He saw him as his heir and right-hand man, a man who could help him manage his business and even surpass him in some aspects. Michael was a quick learner and soon became Jack's indispensable assistant. He brought a fresh perspective and new ideas to the company, helping to expand the business and strengthen its position in the market. But Michael's influence on Jack extends far beyond the business sphere. Michael was not only his right-hand man, but also a trusted friend who could give Jack advice and support in any situation. Thanks to Michael, Jack found new purpose and meaning in life through business and connections with other people. He realized that true wealth and influence does not just come from having a big business, but from the ability to impact the lives of others and make the world a better place through your actions and decisions. Michael Donovan, being a man with a sharp mind and a daring character, proposed to Jack an ambitious and seemingly daring plan that could change the course of their business empire. He proposed a huge investment operation aimed at acquiring a controlling stake in the largest financial conglomerate in the country. At first glance, it seemed crazy, but Michael convinced Jack that this could be their chance to increase their wealth and influence in the market. He presented a detailed plan that included using financial resources and connections, as well as bold market maneuvers, to ensure the success of the operation. Jack was initially hesitant, but his trust in Michael and his own ambition eventually prevailed, and he agreed to go ahead with the plan. They embarked on an ambitious plan, delving deeper into the world of finance and business than ever before. In 1980, Jack Carter decided to commit one of the most ambitious heists of his career, the robbery of the richest man in Canada, Cunning Thompson. Thompson was a famous industrial tycoon and billionaire with a huge fortune, and his residence was one of the most guarded and inaccessible places in the country. However, Jack, in alliance with Michael Donovan and the rest of his gang, came up with a cunning plan that would allow them to infiltrate the secure area and commit a heist that would be talked about for generations. Using their connections and resources, as well as the latest technology and security hacks, Jack and his team entered Thompson's residence and began the heist. They acted promptly and professionally, overcoming every obstacle along the way. The robbery was successful, and Jack was able to steal valuable works and jewelry from Thompson's residence. This feat earned him the status of a legendary robber, which the whole country started talking about. He became the object of enormous attention from both the police and the press, but he managed to avoid arrest and escape punishment. This robbery immortalized the name of Jack Carter in the world of crime, making him one of the most famous and courageous robbers in Canadian history. After successfully robbing Cunning Thompson's residence, Jack and his gang were able to escape, leaving behind only traces of an incredible crime. News of the daring robbery of Canada's richest man spread across the country, causing a huge stir in society and panic among law-abiding citizens. However, despite the best efforts of law enforcement and private detectives, Jack and his gang remained invisible. They skillfully hid, moving from one hiding place to another without giving the police the slightest chance of catching them. Jack himself remained calm and cool as he continued his business transactions and planned his next steps. The robbery of Thompson's residence only strengthened his position in the world of crime, making him an even more legendary figure. His name became a symbol of courage and audacity, and his gang became an object of admiration and awe among underground circles. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigations, but even the most careful efforts did not lead to success. Jack and his gang stayed out of reach, demonstrating their unrivaled skill and ability to evade the law. The story of the daring robbery of Thompson's residence became a legend that will be remembered for many years to come, and Jack Carter became a hero among his associates and a legend in the world of crime. Despite his ambitions and success in the world of crime, Jack Carter never forgot his poor roots and the difficulties he had to overcome on the way to success. He always sympathized with those in need and sought to help them, using his resources and influence for charitable purposes. Jack created a fund to help the poor and needy, directing significant amounts of money to support education, healthcare, and social programs. He also provided financial assistance to local communities in an effort to improve their lives and provide opportunities for young people. However, Jack preferred to act secretly and anonymously, avoiding public recognition for his charitable acts. He did not want his good deeds to draw attention to his criminal deeds, preferring to keep his reputation as a legendary robber in the shadows. Thus, Jack Carter continued to help the poor and needy despite his criminal activities, and remained for many a symbol not only of courage and ambition, but also of kindness and compassion. Realizing that his stay in Canada is becoming increasingly dangerous due to ongoing interest from law enforcement and other criminal elements, Jack Carter decides to change his strategy and leave the country. It is clear to him that for his own safety and preservation of freedom, it is necessary to find a new refuge outside of Canada. After carefully considering his options, Jack decides to move to another country where he may be less known and where he can start a new life under a different name and with a different background. He chooses a country with a reliable security system where he can hide from persecution and continue his business and charitable activities under a new pseudonym. Before leaving, Jack carefully destroys all traces of himself in Canada, minimizing the risk of his new identity being discovered. He does his best to ensure a secret arrival in a new country and a fresh start, acting with caution and forethought to avoid further problems. Thus, Jack Carter, a proven legend in the world of crime, sets out on a journey to begin a new chapter of his life in the hope of safety and freedom from past persecution. After Jack Carter moved abroad, he sought a new life under a new name, hoping to put his criminal past behind him and start over with a clean slate. He continued to make charitable contributions and help those in need, seeking to atone for his sins and bring something good into the world. However, in 1989, tragedy struck Jack. He was found dead in his home, and the official cause of death was announced as poisoning. According to the investigation, he was poisoned by unknown criminals, probably those who were dissatisfied with his departure from Canada and wanted revenge. Jack's death plunged the crime world into shock and sadness. His legendary name will be remembered by many as a symbol of courage and ambition, but his death also served as a reminder that even the most formidable individuals can become victims of their own past and the enemies that always haunt them. Thus ended the story of Jack Carter, the legendary robber, whose path was full of dangers and adventures. His name will remain in the history of crime as one of the brightest and most memorable, reminding us that no life can do without consequences and challenges. The story of the 16th criminal. In a quiet suburb where peace and tranquility usually reign, two masked men in black jackets slowly approached one of the most famous banks in the city. They were determined and calm, as if they had been preparing for this moment for many years. One of them, middle-aged, was calm and focused, while his young companion, excited and nervous, constantly looked around. They approached the entrance, having previously studied the security and operating hours of the bank's security. They walked calmly through the doors without attracting much attention. One of the robbers quickly approached the reception desk, while the other began to observe the surrounding situation. The bank employees were taken by surprise, but quickly realized that they had better comply with the robbers' demands. They began handing over money and filling bags, following the instructions. Meanwhile, the young robber looked around the room with concern. His gaze fell on the CCTV cameras. He shuddered and quickly turned to his companion. The older robber raised his eyebrows but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. They collected the money and immediately left the bank building, heading towards the back exit. But they did not expect that there would already be a police patrol there, which was called by an alarm from the bank. The situation began to get out of control when they encountered the police. The shootout began. Amid shouting, gunfire, and chaos, the robbers tried to escape the trap they had fallen into. After a shootout with the police, the robbers found themselves in serious trouble. They entered a dead end and were surrounded by law enforcement forces. One of the policemen was wounded, but this could not stop the law enforcement officers in their determination to apprehend the criminals. Sitting in the corner of the building, shielded from enemy fire, the robbers began discussing their options. The eldest of them, with experience and composure, proposed a strategy for escaping through the roof. He knew it was a risky move, but he had hope since the police were focusing mainly on the entrances and exits. The young robber, still under the influence of the shooting and adrenaline, could not think clearly. His decision was more impulsive, to try to break through the police cordon right on the street. He convinced his senior comrade that they had a chance if they acted quickly and decisively. In the end, given the dangers and risks, they decided to take the risk through the roof. Using automatic weapons, they broke through the top of the building, ignoring attempts by the police to stop them. The fire continued on both sides, but the robbers were determined. Once on the roof, they found a helicopter arriving to support the police. This was the decisive moment. The older robber ordered the younger one to prepare a rope so that they could climb down from the roof, despite the risks. Soon they were already in the air, striving for freedom despite the strong opposition of the police. The main robber, named Jake Collins, was an experienced thief and the leader of the group. His partner, young and ambitious, was named Max Carter. They were outside the bounds of the law, but even in this situation, Collins remained calm and professional. After they left the bank's roof and climbed down a rope, they found themselves on the street surrounded by police. The fight turned into a full-blown firefight with both sides opening fire. Collins and Carter fired, trying to create a path through the police cordon, their hearts beating in unison, their adrenaline pumping. Giving orders and coordinating actions, Collins led his team through danger while fighting for their freedom, while Carter, young and inexperienced, rushed forward, trying to conquer all the obstacles in his path. It was at this moment, when it seemed that everything was already lost, Collins noticed a small opening in the police cordon, which could be their salvation. He ordered Carter to cover them while he led the team through this narrow passage. Carter's heart pounded as they broke through the barriers and bullets whizzed around them. But thanks to Collins' determination and tactics, they finally escaped this trap, conquering the obstacles and leaving only dust and chaos in their wake. After a successful but tense bank robbery, Jake Collins and Max Carter retreat to their makeshift hideout to hatch their next ingenious plan. Sitting at the table, they began to discuss possible options for their next robbery. Jake, as usual, showed his coolness and thought about every step. He came up with a new idea that could be their key to success. He proposed to rob a large jewelry store, which was located in the very center of the city, during the annual jewelry fair. He explained that at this time there would be a large amount of valuables in the store, as well as a huge number of visitors, which would create a great moment for them. Max, inspired by this idea, began to add his own ideas to the plan. He suggested using a disguise and blending in with the crowd of visitors so as not to arouse suspicion. He also put forward a plan to organize a diversion of police attention by setting fire to garbage containers in a remote part of the city. Jake agreed with Max's proposal and completed the plan with details of weapons, communications, and an escape route. They decided that they would need an additional team for this heist, but they would need to be more careful in selecting allies to avoid information leaks. Ultimately, they developed a detailed and strategic plan that minimized risks and maximized chances of success. They knew they would need good preparation to implement this plan, but they were confident in their abilities and ready for the challenge. Their next move would determine their fate, and they were ready for this challenge. Realizing that their next step would be critical, Jake and Max began their preparations with determination. They brought on additional team members, carefully selecting each one to minimize the risk of information leaks. Each member of the team was trained and brought up to speed to ensure consistency and coherence during the heist. Jake and Max put a lot of time and energy into training and rehearsals to ensure that every step of their plan would be executed accurately and flawlessly. Approaching the day of the jewelry fair, tension in the team reached its peak. Everyone was determined to succeed, ready to complete the task. The time had come, and they went to the scene, each knowing his role and ready to fulfill it to the end. During the robbery, everything went exactly according to plan. Having disguised themselves and mingled with the crowd, the team quickly and without any problems entered the jewelry store. They acted quickly and professionally, collecting valuable jewelry and diamonds without attracting unnecessary attention. While the team was committing the theft, Max and his assistant successfully organized a diversion of police attention, allowing the robbers to safely leave the crime scene. With a pile of jewels in hand and the police still on the ropes, Jake, Max, and their team ran to their hideout, where they planned to divide their loot and enjoy the success of their brilliant plan. After successfully robbing a jewelry store, Jake and Max, along with their team, became known as one of the most daring and brilliant criminals in American history. Their thefts became legendary, and each new crime caused a wave of interest and anxiety in law enforcement agencies. The criminal empire of Jake and Max continued to expand. They developed and committed new ambitious crimes, attracting the attention of not only the police, but also the public. They became symbols of the modern underworld. Their names echoed in terrifying stories of audacity and cunning. However, their success did not go unnoticed. Law enforcement has stepped up efforts to capture Jake and Max, declaring the hunt for them a national priority. Every step they took was the subject of careful observation and analysis. Authorities used all available resources and technology to find and arrest these criminals. But Jake and Max weren't going to give up that easily. They continued to improve their methods and techniques. They were so well prepared that every time the police thought they had finally caught them, they slipped through their hands at the last moment. Thus, the game of cat and mouse continued. They slipped away and then reappeared on the verge of arrest. But even as their reputation as America's biggest criminals grew, they knew it was only a matter of time before they had to answer for their crimes before the law. During one of his daring robberies, Max was shot by law enforcement. In the chaos that followed the shooting, he was captured and arrested, and later sentenced to a lengthy prison term. This unexpected turn of events left him defenseless against a system that had long sought to screw him. While Max was being taken to prison, Jake managed to elude the police by disappearing into the crowd. He was free, but that didn't mean his life was safe. On the contrary, he understood that now he would be hunted even more persistently. Jake disappeared into the shadows, but his mind was filled with plans. He knew that he would have to change his usual methods and carefully plan his next step. He understood that he could no longer count on Max's help, and now he would have to act alone. Armed with the experience and knowledge gained from years of criminal activity, Jake began to develop new plans that would allow him to maintain his freedom and avoid the fate of his partner. He knew that each new robbery would involve risk, but for him, it was a part of the life he had chosen. Thus began a new stage for Jake. He became a loner, but his determination remained unchanged. He knew that the path to freedom would be long and dangerous, but he was willing to go through all the obstacles to return to his criminal empire and perhaps even free his friend Max from prison. After Jake managed to escape the police and start a new life, he began to find himself in an ordinary, normal life. He met a wonderful woman and built a happy family with her. They decided it was time for a child, and soon their son was born. However, Jake's past would not let him go. He could not forget his old friend Max, who was in prison, convicted for their joint crime. 5 years later, when Jake had almost forgotten about his life of crime, he received a letter from Max from prison. Max wrote that he was being held in the most dangerous prison in the country and that he needed help. He knew that Jake was the only one who could help him get out of this situation. This letter became the impetus for Jake to decide to return to the criminal world, at least temporarily, to save his friend. Jake knew that this decision could jeopardize his family and new life, but he felt obligated to help Max. He developed a daring liberation plan that required skill and desperation. Thus, Jake made the decision to temporarily leave his family and return to the world of crime to save his friend. He had to go through many dangers and trials, but he was determined and ready to go to the end to bring his friend back to freedom. Known as Raven's Fortress, this prison is located in the deepest, darkest corner of the country. It is surrounded by high walls, guarded towers, and powerful searchlights, making any attempt to escape almost impossible. But the real danger of Raven Fortress lies in its inhabitants. The most dangerous and violent criminals who have no place in regular prisons are kept here. Bandits, assassins, thugs, they all find their place here. Within the walls of this prison, the law of force reigns, and the weak become victims of ruthless gangs. The guardians at Raven Fortress are known for their cruelty and mercilessness. They have no qualms about taking extreme measures against any prisoner who tries to get out of control. For Max, staying in this prison meant not only physical suffering but also constant fear for his life. He knew that he needed help to get out of this hellish fortress, and his only hope was his old friend Jake. Max had been in Raven Fortress for several years now, and every day was a challenge for him. He had to be always on guard because even the slightest sign of weakness could lead to other prisoners taking advantage of it. He fought for his life and his honor every day, but it was obvious that without outside help, he would not be able to get out of this prison. Max had already begun to lose hope when one day, at the most unexpected moment, news came to him. He received a letter from Jake. In this letter, Jake explained that he was ready to return to the world of crime, at least temporarily, in order to free his friend Max. This news restored Max's hope. He knew that Jake was not making empty promises, and that he would do everything possible to free him from this dungeon. Max began to hope for freedom again, realizing that he had a faithful friend who was ready to take the most desperate steps for his sake. Meanwhile, Jake and his team began preparing for a daring liberation plan. They knew that many dangers and obstacles awaited them, but they were ready to go through everything to return Max to freedom. Their adventure had just begun, but they were determined to see it through to the end. Jake assembled his team of experienced criminals who were willing to take risks to save Max. They spent months studying the prison's layout, its weaknesses, and its security system. They developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible dangers and obstacles. On the day of the operation, Jake's team broke into the prison using special tools to bypass the guards. They passed through several layers of security, avoiding the guards. However, every step was carefully planned, and the team was prepared for any eventuality. When they reached the cell where Max was being held, they encountered heavy security. But thanks to their skills and composure, the team was able to hack the security system and get inside. They quickly freed Max and headed towards the exit. However, even after Max was freed, the operation was not completed. Jake's team faced stiff opposition from the guards and had to fight for their lives to get out of the prison. They used all their skills and resources to overcome every obstacle in their path. In 1935, New York turned out to be almost a real stronghold of legality. After an ambush in which Jake's entire team was killed, the authorities of the city and the whole country began to investigate this incident. American prosecutors, concerned about the safety and order of the country, persistently searched for some of the most dangerous robbers in history. The streets were filled with police officers, and security was tightened to the limit. Raids and searches were carried out throughout the city, and the newspapers were full of scandalous headlines about serious crime and the hunt for criminals. Jake and Max knew that every step they took would be risky. They hid in the shadows, constantly changing locations and using various means to avoid being caught by the police. New York became a zone of constant tension and danger for them. In the midst of the tensions of New York, Jake and Max are forced to act carefully and shrewdly. Their previous connections and contacts became dangerous, so they had to look for new ways to ensure their safety. They went underground, where they found allies among underground circles, where everyone held on to their own interests. They had to bargain and negotiate, but they were able to find protection and support. During this time, Jake and Max secretly planned their next operation. They knew that every day the prosecutor's office collected more and more evidence against them, and time was working against them. However, their friendship and trust in each other remained their main weapon in this fight. Under the cover of night, they emerged from their hiding place, scouting the locations of banks and jewelry stores, preparing for the next robbery. Their plan was bold and well thought out, and they knew their future depended on it. Jake and Max faced a difficult choice: undertake one of the most dangerous missions of their lives or risk everything to save their loved ones. Jake understood that the mission to rob one of the most guarded banks in New York required maximum preparation and concentration. He decided to take his family out of the city to Switzerland, where they would be safe from possible danger. It was a decision he took with difficulty, but he knew his family's safety was most important. Max, on the other hand, knew that he had little time left to say goodbye to his mother. She was his last hope and support, and he could not afford to lose her. He decided to take a chance and go to her, despite the danger and risk it posed. Jake organized everything necessary for his family's safe move to Switzerland. He made careful plans to ensure their safety and comfort in their new location. Together with their family, they went to the airport, where a flight to Europe was waiting for them. At the same time, Max headed to his mother, who lived on the outskirts of the city. He was willing to do anything to spend his last moments with her, and he knew that their time to say goodbye was limited. Arriving at his mother, Max found her in a weak state. He looked after her carefully, trying to do everything possible to ease her suffering. He told her about his adventures and the decisions he made. The mother listened with pride and excitement, knowing that her son was doing everything he could to help her. Despite the difficult circumstances, Max and his mother spent their last moments together filled with love and understanding. Max was grateful for these precious moments they spent together, and he knew they would remain in his memory for the rest of his life. After saying goodbye to his mother, Max again began to struggle with reality. He was ready to carry out his mission, knowing that not only his freedom was at stake, but also the future of his family and his loved ones. Realizing that time was running out to say goodbye to his loved ones, Max devoted every moment with his mother. He listened to her stories, hugged her, trying to convey his love and support. In her eyes, he saw gratitude and pride for his son, despite all the difficulties and dangers he had to overcome. Meanwhile, Jake carefully organized his family's move. He did everything possible to make sure that they would be safe and would not have any problems when moving to Switzerland. It was important to him to know that his family was safe, even if he himself faced difficult experiences in New York.